Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's live stream. It is Wednesday, the 22nd of July. And what an eventful month it's been so far. Oh my god. Oh my god. Solar Bear in the house. Checking in early this morning. Peeps. Spandong. Ayo. Eh? These people checking in early today. It's good to have you. Hope you're all well. And yeah, we're going to be looking at some interesting stuff. But on this wonderful Wednesday. But let us first take time to acknowledge Ravy. Baby, ayo, how you going? Let us first take time to acknowledge the fact that it is another important day for working people. A working calendar. It's Wednesday. It's hump day, baby. Oh, yeah. Extra textures in the house, too. Yo, look, everyone's coming in and doing the roll call this morning. Jag, how you going? Hope you're well. I can't even see what that is properly. You're gonna have to tell me what that is. I can't see it on my restream properly. Oh, it's moving. Okay, that's why. Lovely. Oh my god. Been checking midstream of late. Yeah. It's a dancing cockroach on Twitch. Lovely. A dancing cockroach. Lovely. Let's fucking go. Alright, so today we are going to be having a look at look, it's pretty much the variety show today. There's so many world events that are like, happening that I really want to cover. So we'll try and get across as much of it as possible. One of them is the Cockroach Party thing. So if you weren't aware, there's been this movement in India that is like, I don't know, been going on for a couple of months now. It all started when a medical exam got leaked, and they can't, like, the Indian government. So like, there's all these doctors and like students that have been basically prepping to be doctors their entire lives. And there was some type of leak of an exam, so they cancelled a series of exams. All these people had been, training their whole life for it, and all these students killed themselves. And then like this huge political movement started as a result of that. And then like they formed a political party. It's turned into an actual political movement, etc., etc. And like it's culminated recently with some actual protests, and like the protests got violent. So we're gonna have a look at that. If you haven't been following that story already, we're gonna have having a look at what's going on in Yemen. So the Houthis, who I guess have declared war, or at least a blockade on Saudi Arabia. So the other day we were looking at how China saved the world, and we were looking at how the Saudi Arabians diverted their pipeline across from the Gulf to the Red Sea, and so they're getting oil to the world that way. Well, the Houthis are threatening to shut that down. So this is going to have huge implications, I would say, for the world economy, but I guess we'll see how that develops. There is also reports of Italy having its own BLM movement style event. So what was that guy's name? George Floyd. Yeah, so it's like a George Floyd version of events happening in Italy at the moment. We're going to check out that. Potentially Trump's tariffs on Canada, which seems a bit fucking outrageous if you ask me. Apparently Trump's pissed off that Canada's wildfires aren't being taken under control, I guess, by Canada. So he's hitting them up with tariffs. I'm sure it's not about that, but like, who the fuck knows with that guy? Even bigger implications for Yemen. Welcome to war. Yeah, well, they seem to be confident. Yemen, check. So yeah. Anyway, we're gonna have a look at all of that. But first of all, there's some, like, I don't know, hearing going on, or like very recently happened, like a Senate committee maybe. And like Pete Hegseth is out right now potentially with his hat in hand asking for more money, more money for the American military. Despite all of the spending they've already got in their budget and they're proposing in the next budget. yeah, Hexef is asking for more money at the moment, and like people are, you know, kind of losing their shit over that one too. So, yeah, didn't you know the Americans can't hang out there on their balconies? It's very inconvenient. Yeah, I know, right? Who was it the other day was whinging about it? Was it Han? Han was saying that he was pissed off that he can't go outside or something like that. It's like that's the thing. That's the real concern here, is that Han can't go outside. I think it was that. More money during war? Outrageous. Yeah, I think the point is more that, is it necessary? Like, you know, should it even still be going? So like, yes, it is audacious asking for more money. I know in the context of war, maybe not. But like, honestly, what's the point of this? To, like, you know, to be fair, why the fuck are you even asking in the first place? Dilemmas has entered the chat. Hobo Joe in the house. Yo, E, sit down. Like, is that an instruction, or have I missed something here? Photo of that 19-year-old kid killed is rough. Hopefully they start to understand. That's in reference to what we just talked about then, Pravy. Let me know. All right, anyway, let us hear. Like, this is how Spandog for you. This is how Hegseth. I'm just making a Barnaby joke. Ah, fuck! I should have picked up on that. Sit down. That's so good. Man, I wish I should have picked up on that. Fucking hell. Yeah, well, you can debate the efficiency and the ethic of war itself, but not surprised to hear that they're increasing spending. Yeah, look, of course, but like, come on. Like, why are you even asking? Just cut it off, bro. It's not going to end well. It's just, you know, cut your losses and send the people home. Rough compared to the 129 kids. Sorry, the photo of the young American soldier. Ah, okay. No, I haven't actually seen a photo of it, to be honest. We almost need a counter for every time you miss a joke. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I can't tell tone when I'm reading text. It makes a big difference, honestly. It's all rough. I feel like my opinions on it are all very clear. All right, shall we? I want to hear what Hegseth has to say for himself, how he justifies getting more money. Again, cap in hand. Come on. Yeah, I think that's the general consensus in the US. Not another war. Let's have a look.
Secretary Hegseth, we will begin with your testimony. Please proceed.
Well, Chair Collins, Vice Chair Murray.
Voltateur in the house. How you going? Hope you're well. Yeah, use emojis. Hey, that gives me something to work with.
Members of the Senate Committee on Appropriations, thank you for the opportunity to testify on President Trump's supplemental funding request for the Department of War. As you know, we live in a dangerous world that requires bold and swift action.
Why is it dangerous?
Hence, this supplemental request for fiscal year.
Because the US is constantly belligerent, and you never know who's going to react to that belligerence. You never know. Could come from anywhere, especially all the people that we have attacked since World War II. All the killing for the last 4 years makes one numb. Yeah.
Year 2026. This request is an urgent, necessary injection.
Okay, sit down. God, that helps a lot. Even the red face, it looks like Barnaby too. Thank you. And there's a dog there.
Of resources to address the immediate need. Hence, this supplemental request for fiscal year 2026. This request is an urgent, necessary injection of resources to address the immediate needs of our department. The supplemental funding request is not a substitute.
God, I wish we could hear what they're saying. Hey, I want to know how they're heckling this guy. Look at him. He's like, I'll just stop and have some water. I don't care. You woke hippies. Because communists are invading our institutions. We need funding to defeat them. Yeah, over in Iran. That's where the communists come from, hey? Water? Dude, that's so good. All right, fine. It's obviously not water. What do you reckon he has at this time of day? whiskey. Don't make me laugh. Just taking the edge off.
The witness will suspend until order is restored in the committee room. I know that individuals feel very passionately, but we must have order in the hearing room so that we can proceed. We're now going to move forward with our hearing.
Moonshine. Fucking hell. It sounds about right. It's his go juice. Hegseth strikes me as a Bacardi man. Bacardi and Coke, please, Mavanwe. Keg's breath strikes again.
And Secretary Hegseth, please proceed.
No, thank you, please.
The supplemental funding request is not a substitute for the president's full $1.5 trillion base budget request. $1.5 trillion.
Stop bombing our children in Iran and Palestine, I think she's saying. Dude, Susan Collins, is that her name? Like, look, I didn't want to say it, but like, for fuck's sake. Like, honestly, you know when KK makes those comments about, like, get rid of the boomers, their time is over. She can barely talk. Get her out of there. Like, she's struggling. Like, she is absolutely struggling here. Like, honestly, and these are the ingrained, institutionalized persons that are making these calls, and they're not getting affected by it at all. Fucking hell. She's a miserable old bitch. Savage, bro. Savage. They are all like that. It's fucking bad. Like, fucking hell. No scruples amongst any of them, I bet you. They just represent certain interest groups, and that's it. Fucking hell. Was there no war on Iran? No war on Iran. These were the hecklers. Outrageous, eh? Outrageous. Oh god, not Code Pink. Spandog. Seriously. What's wrong with Code Pink? I don't know who they are. Well, apparently they've been accused, Code Pink, of colluding with Cuba. And it's another reason why America's going to take Cuba down. All right, let's listen to old mate here and Heg's breath.
Mr. Secretary, please suspend until order is restored in the hearing room. We will begin the timing clock.
I like their message sometimes. They go hard on the feminism, though, which I can't abide. Savage.
You've been interrupted twice.
Code Pink can refer to completely different things. A major feminist grassroots peace organization in the United States, or a pediatric hospital emergency code. I think it might be the former. We're going to go with the former there. Cuba, eh? Isn't that like a sexy older lady? What, like this sexy older lady right here? Eh? Eh? Just for you, Blaz. Just for you. Cuba. Hardly know her. Oh my god.
Nice.
4IS, how you going?
Thank you.
Please proceed.
$1.5 trillion is what the president seeks and what we need to defend the country. The members of this committee understand better than most that long-term strategic dominance cannot be funded through one-off supplementals.
Dude, again, they interrupted again. Hey, how controversial. Are you ready? Are you ready? What's going to happen next? They're going to send in the state monopolists on the use of violence to break up the interruptions. Give up your cockroach party. Fuck yeah. This one's for you. Have you been following the situation for IS? Might have to cover that in a podcast. Hey? The cockroach party. Sounds delicious. Oh, she banged the gavel.
We will have order in the hearing room.
We will have order. She can't even demand things properly. No, I haven't, but happy to do an episode. The Cockroach Party, a party that doesn't die. Now, there's a political movement in India. There's a bunch of students that got really pissed off when somebody fucked up a medical exam and they linked it to the national health minister somehow. And like all these students committed suicide because they take their medical exams very seriously. And so like it just sparked these like Gen Z protests. And like they've been pretty hardcore over the last like couple of months. And then all of a sudden, they were like things started ramping up recently when the government came in under Modi's direction and like took away someone who was on a hunger strike. And so they marched to New Delhi, I'm pretty sure, from wherever they were. And like all these like thousands of Gen Zers out on the street, political revolution in mind. And like they were cracked down on recently. So I wanted to cover a bit of that. That's what we're talking about. And they call themselves the Cockroach Party, Janata Cockroach Party, or something like that. That's because the health minister referred to them as like, yeah, as like cockroaches or parasites or like, you know, vermin or something like that. And so they took on his words. It's pretty fucking, it's interesting how it unfolded, but we'll check that soon. Her voice is void of authority. Well, she can't even raise it. Really, let's be honest. I wonder what KG's thoughts are on it. Yes, you should ask. Thousands of Gen Z in India is probably equal to one homeroom class. Yeah, when I said thousands, it's probably, that's understating it, isn't it? There's probably a lot more than that. Because like that's the majority of the population as well. Gen Z is like the largest section, I think, in their demographic, you know, chart. So there'd be fucking heaps of them. And so they're pretty pissed off as well. I like the idea that in India there was one really popular diner, but they have a new one set up elsewhere, and it became a population center for the whole country. Going for records on censoring time again. That's adorable. I'm with you. I'm confused by what you two are talking about here. I'm not going to lie. It's going to add it to the list of the jokes that I'm not getting. KYS over a cancelled exam is wild. It is wild. It is wild. But like you can imagine how some people take, you know, medical exams very seriously. Like their whole, not only their whole life set towards getting this profession in the bank, but like potentially even their entire family life is structured around them being the doctor that makes it, you know. And so like, yeah, a lot of pressure on these kids. There's the original Delhi, but then the new Delhi. Got it. All right, thank you. Cancelled exam for medical students is a bit different. Talking like 8 to 12 years. A new diner opened up. Got it. I'm there now. I got there eventually. LOL, it's 4 to 8 years. No, I don't understand throwing your life over that. It's got to be their class system, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, I think there's more than just the individual pressure. I think there is a whole family structure thing, like a cultural thing going on there. In places of extreme poverty, and education is the only way for a decent life. If education is taken from you, I could see why someone would have no hope to live. Applying extra pressure. It's not a sex thing, but it could be. There's potential there. Right. Yeah. I should have asked the question, right, Raven? Is this a sex thing? Yeah, well, yeah, your family is working themselves to the grave, helping you to go to uni in a lot of cases, presumably. Yeah, I think there's like a whole village gets together. Let's say it takes a village to raise a kid or whatever the saying is. I'm sure there's a lot of network support there and a lot of fucking pressure. And so yeah, they fucked up an exam. Someone leaked an exam and then they ended up cancelling it or something. And yeah, all these, I think it was like 12 or 20 kids or something committed suicide, and people were pissed. And they blamed this health minister for it big time. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just have a look at it. We're talking about it now anyway. This one is an explainer on the situation. Like it kind of explains where this whole cockroach movement came from. Still a very permanent solution. Well, yeah, you could only imagine then, Spandog, what type of pressure one has to be under in order to make a decision like that. like to want to actually be so final, right? Like you could only imagine, like if that's the only option for you, something as final as that, like what else is really going on there? Pretty crazy. You gotta feel sorry for them. You gotta feel sorry for them, at least. All right, let's have a look.
They call themselves the Cockroaches. And what started as a joke might just be able to challenge Modi's right-wing government in India.
This is a government.
I don't know about that. It's a bit of a stretch. There's a lot of like talk in the West at the moment where it's just like, oh, look at these kids. They're going to take over and overthrow Rajendra Modi. Like, it's like, really? I don't think they're going to overthrow that. But like, it is a big movement, let's just say.
That is notoriously very intolerant of dissent. You very rarely see these kinds of shows of anti-government anger or protest.
The Spark, India's Chief Justice, comparing the country's unemployed youth to parasites during a court hearing in May. He said there are youngsters like cockroaches who don't get any employment or have any place in the profession.
It was started.
Okay, there you go. Those wasn't the health minister who fucked up the whole situation. It's the Chief Justice who called them a bunch of parasites, sorry. And then they took it on and weaponized it. Man, a cockroach party in India. A bin in the UK. First time a tragedy, second time a farce. Imagine if they made university free. I don't know if Westerners can really understand the pressure of Eastern cultures put on academics. Suicide due to failures in school are high in South Korea as well. There's a lot of pressure on people from family. It's a cultural thing. Definitely. I didn't realize that about South Koreans, though. Failures in school. That's hardcore.
Started by this guy Abhijit, who was in America, and he heard this comment by the Chief Justice of India, one of the most powerful people.
Anyone from is Bansal Bandit here? Anyone who watches a bit of Brian of the New Atlas? Hey, this guy who's headed this movement, this student protester, he's from America. He's been studying in America. I know. I can see what Brian would be saying. That's it. He was trained. He was trained for sure in America by, what is it, the National Endowment for Democracy or some offshoot of theirs. And now he's started a protest movement that's, you know, demanding Modi step down. I can understand extra pressure, but I still can't comprehend completely. End of the day, for me and my culture, if I failed and ended up making my entire family homeless in the process, I still wouldn't be ready to check out. I'd be angry, might go criminal. Yeah, fair enough. I'm enjoying these parties. Count Bin Face in the UK, a cockroach in India, a pelican in Australia. I see what you did there. There we go. I don't know where you're going with that one. I saw 4chan green text meme 1,000,000 years ago, and it changed my perspective too. Happy hump day, brothers, internet friends. We're learning about cockroaches, bro. Strap yourself in.
Country. And so he put out a call on social media saying, you know, what if all the cockroaches came together? What started as this kind of joke, satirical call out, you know, he got this massive response. So, you know, with the help of AI and some friends, he made this kind of satirical Cockroach Janata Party, fake party website, including a manifesto.
2 weeks later, their Instagram had more than 22 million followers. And the government tried to block it from X on national security grounds. The movement went from meme to reality.
They were joined by Sonam Wangchuk. He's a man who seemed to have great integrity. And he joined this protest, and he said in solidarity he would do a hunger strike.
If we came together, then the police wouldn't be able to move on.
And on Monday,
us.
tens of thousands of people took to the streets in defiance of police orders.
So this is young people's voices here to be heard, young people who have been kind of, you know, feel like they've been completely ignored, that they're, you know, really suffering in India, that this is an education system that is, you know, not helping them, that is actually kind of ruining their lives, and then they go into a job market that doesn't have any employment for them. And this was them
kind of the usual plague of insecurities that attack the working people of the world. People studying even though they study hard, they work hard, they don't really have job prospects. It seems like the educational system, which is largely been engulfed inside the profit system, as opposed to being a vehicle for educating people and directing talent in an industrial society, is instead just a profit machine. And so people get turned into the profit machine. They come out aimless. There's a lot of a theme in all of the world right now, across cultures, it would seem, of desperation and no prospects, and like this stuff is manifesting. And it would seem that for all the millennials in the crowd, you know, it seemed that Gen Z seems to be, you know, agitating at the moment. I wonder if they can direct themselves and their energy into useful endeavor as opposed to like reactionary politics. But time will tell, I guess. Time will tell. But see, they're upset, and like this is the event that sparks larger feelings of discontent in the population and makes them want to get out in the street and say, well, you know, this is just the straw that broke the camel's back, the way that the health minister and the education system dealt with this crisis or this problem for medical examination. Like really there's a larger issue going on here, and so like Gen Z are out in force trying to fight back against the system. In SK, they basically study their whole life for a test that essentially decides their fate in society. A lot of people have unalived themselves because of that test. Pretty crazy. It's like fucking, it's hardcore, isn't it? Really hardcore. It's like the Hunger Games, but like examination style. Isn't throwing Molotovs more fun than throwing yourself in the gears, though? The cockroach is called. You get to choose the Molotov or the boot. I get to choose Molotov or gears. I actually only think of Asmon when I hear cockroaches now. Dude, that's funny. Poor guy. It looks like, I think it was a comparison with him and the cockroach people of like Men in Black or something, wasn't it? Drinking coffee. God damn, I came back to an old lady mumbling. Dude, were you there before when we were watching that Senate appropriations thing and the old lady mumbling? We thought of you, man. Watch this space. KG said he'll reach out to someone in India to update him from boots on the ground. Fuck yeah. All right. Thank you, 4AS. Is this the thing that you were talking about before, Blaz? Be Soviet Union, be second fastest growing economy in 20th century, have zero unemployment, have continuous economic growth for 70 straight years, except for World War II, have zero homeless, end famine, have higher calorie consumption than USA, have end racial inequality and sex inequality, make all education free, 99% literacy, have most doctors per capita in the world, eliminate poverty, double life expectancy, be 25 years away from reaching parity in Western world, switch to capitalism. GDP instantly halves, 40% of population drops into poverty, 7.7 million excess deaths in the first year. 1 in 10 children now live on the streets, industrial production completely collapses, infant mortality and tuberculosis reach third world levels, life expectancy decreases by 10 years. Original Communist Party becomes so popular in 1996 election, has to be rigged to prevent them from winning, but socialism doesn't work. Interesting. But like, look, let's be honest, Blaz. The free market would have figured it out eventually. Some of you may die, but the free market will figure it out. This wasn't it. It's just funny what Google's putting out there when I search for my 4chan green text. Interesting. No, Asman's house is full of roaches. Yeah, but have you seen the picture? You know those guys, the little cockroach aliens, like the tiny ones that drink the coffee and stuff like that? Have you seen the picture of him in the shower or whatever it is compared to those cockroaches? Savage, man. His fans are savage. Nah, it was something like, if you're depressed, just go out and do risky things instead that you're afraid to do. Your survival chance was 0% before if you were considering that. So instead, do something you're afraid to do. Become a secret agent. Go overseas. Wow. All right, back to the cockroaches.
Mobilizing as a mass.
Its core demand has been the resignation of the country's education minister over an exam leaking scandal, which has been linked to more than 20 suicides. Responding to the protests, a politician from the ruling government said,
You can't twist the government's arm on who to sack or retain. yeah, you stupid kids, get back to your universities or whatever the fuck you're doing. All right, we're not going to be succumb to pressure.
कि आपको किसको सैक करिए किसको रखिए.
Meanwhile, a leader from the opposition party
प्रॉब्लम्स हैं,
There are problems with the education policy,
बड़े-बड़े इश्यूज हैं, आप डिस्कस करने के लिए
yet you are unwilling to discuss it.
राजी नहीं है. और
Instead, you're using tear gas on students and beating them up. That's be the first time in history that students have been collectively punished by some form of government or administration. First time ever. Stupid students, with their alternative ideas, trying to rally against the government politically. Assholes.
बच्चों पे आप टीयर गैस कर रहे हो
Instead, you're using tear gas on students and beating them up.
और उनकी पिटाई कर रहे हो किस लिए?
For what? They are our children.
बच्चे हैं हमारे.
This movement has kind of brought about a very interesting shift where it's like they're the biggest section of society and they are the future, and ultimately they are your future voters. And if you leave them untapped, then these kind of eruptions of them, something that could start to happen.
They call themselves the
All right, so there it is. So like, there's a long and the short of it for you. So it wasn't the education minister actually, or the health minister. I apologize. Just to clarify, according to the Guardian, it was a Supreme Court judge or a commissioner who called them all parasites, and they should go back to being productive members of society instead of being upset or politically motivated and critical of the government. And so they took on that slight as a badge of honor, and they call themselves the Cockroach Janata Party. And so, like, I don't know if you've seen it, like, there's a lot of very confronting looking images of cockroaches standing at lecterns and stuff like that, and you're like, ew. But yeah, and then like they wear like cockroach masks and stuff like that, and they go out and they protest, and they engage in civil disobedience or direct action, whatever you want to call it. And there's a guy that's associated with the movement who's like, look, he's definitely not Gen Z. He's like middle-aged or something like that, but he seems to be some type of respected activist in India. And he went on a hunger strike. And so he was on a hunger strike for weeks. And like he was going to die. Like, I think this was like as of Monday, maybe, our time. Like he was on his deathbed because he hadn't eaten in so long. Drawing attention to the movement, and the government, so Modi was like, this guy can't die, he cannot become a martyr for the cause. He's like, you get the police in there, you break this shit up, forcibly remove this guy, and I don't know, put him on a drip or something, take him to a hospital and feed him. He cannot die for this cause. And so the police came in and broke into this protest, forced this guy into hospital, and then people got really upset. All the students got really upset and started marching to the capital, kind of thing. Oh shit, I'm late for Asmongold's stream. So good. I remember when we first started streaming, it was probably like just me and 4IS. Maybe Jag was around as well at that point, and like we were covering the presidential election. And like I was trying to find other streamers to watch in stream, like Stream Inception kind of stuff. And we came along Asmongold. And I was like, oh, who's this guy? Then 4IS was like, I don't know, man. I don't think you want to watch this guy. He's probably not your cup of tea. And so we were clicking between Asmongold and American like mainstream media sources to watch the election. Good old Asmongold. University wokeifying our children. Yeah, who would have thought, hey? All these bloody woke unis. Apologize.
They call themselves the Cockroaches. And what started as a joke might just be able to...
Alright. We're going to watch a little bit more of this cockroach stuff. I found you post-election. Okay. Yeah. So it's probably just me and 4IS just watching and be like, what's this? What's he talking about? And 4IS. Do you feel like a hamburger, Bobby Sands? I'm not sure. I'm going to go with yes. Mamupa, how you going? Hope you're well. Shall we go Yeah, let's go fucking German news on this one. I guess we should go Indian news. Oh, it's mean Gummer Cheese Wing, of course. Okay, that was the other culprit in the stream that we were watching Asmongold talk about the American elections. Trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. So good. The presidential election. Wow, let's get the German take on this one.
The leader of India's opposition has been detained outside of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's residence as thousands of protesters remain camped out in the area. After brutal crackdowns by police on Monday, youth groups aligned.
Is this the one? That's why, because he got attacked by a cockroach while streaming. Is that a thing? Maybe I should do that. That'll make for good clickbait content. I'm just going to release some bugs in here and just wait for them to land on me. And then everyone's going to be like, ew, clip it. Ew. I just got a job making good dollars at school. Oh, congratulations. It's a song that Irish unionists had about a hunger strike. Oh, fuck yeah. Nice. Thank you, Mamupa. So what are you saying is you quit your job to hang out online with 4AS and just watch videos? When you say it like that, that's exactly what I did. I quit my job to watch fucking election streams with 4AS and Gummer Cheese Wing. Wings of Cheese, as he was known back in the day, if you remember. Yeah. So good. A cockroach bit my friend's dad lip once. What? I didn't even know they could bite. Fuck that. To be fair, we say, ew, clip it here anyway. Yeah, okay, fair enough. I'll take that. That's both hilarious and horrifying. Thank you, Mystery. Oh, how Marxian of you. No, thanks to Ravy Baby. Okay, right. This is the modern day Marx and Engels relationship. Dude, that's hilarious. All right. That's enough. Back to India.
The leader of India's opposition has been detained outside of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's residence as thousands of protesters remain camped out in the area. After brutal crackdowns by police on Monday, youth groups aligned with the so-called Cockroach movement have taken to the streets of New Delhi again. They're calling for reforms to India's education system, calls that are becoming tougher to ignore.
From Men in Black 1, oof, 1997. Yeah, bro. How do you feel now?
Battle scars from Monday's protests. These people are among the thousands that took to the streets of New Delhi to demand the resignation of Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan alongside sweeping examination reforms. They were greeted with tear gas and police brutality, with hundreds injured in the chaos. Still, that hasn't stopped many more returning for a second day of demonstrations.
If the government thinks that tear gas and baton charges will stop the younger generation, it won't happen. We're here talking about education, about securing our futures. Until our demands are met, we won't move from here.
We will fearlessly give a response to the oppression that occurred yesterday.
Dude, look at this guy's sideburns. Like, I know he's probably like fucking 19 or something like that, but it makes him look so much older. They're sick fucking sideburns, bro. This guy's like living in the fucking 18th century here. So good. He just needs a top hat. I approve of the burns, but like yours aren't even that good for AS. You've got hardcore sideburns, but these ones are sharp. So good. And it's hardcore, bro.
We still have just as much passion in us. These people, those in power, the police, think that if they beat us with batons, we will get scared. Even today, after they used batons on us yesterday, we are ready to take bullets.
I used to have mutton chops though. Yeah, bring back the chops. That's right. Fucking 10 out of 10. Fucking love a sideburn. Oh yeah. Ever read the Metamorphosis where the guy wakes up as a roach? Negative. I have not. And then becomes a political activist potentially.
Leader of the youth-led Cockroach movement, named in response to an Indian minister labelling unemployed young people in India cockroaches, has also confirmed the fight is far from over.
We are going to continue our protest and we will be announcing our next big event soon.
The scale of the protests, which have also included hunger strikes, have seen potentially powerful allies jump on the bandwagon, with India's various opposition leaders visiting injured protesters in hospital or directly calling for Prime Minister Narendra Modi to face consequences.
Issue students ki hai.
The issue is of the students and the future of the youth. And whatever is happening, people being thrashed, this is completely un-Indian. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has not even apologized for what has happened yesterday.
For what has happened yesterday.
I love how they translated that bit. It's so good. My God. It's like I love Albert Camus. It's like he's having an existential crisis. Sounds like a fab read, not gonna lie. Un-Indian, poor Mantu, so easily into un-Indian. He's speaking English just with an accent. Yeah, I know. The translation at the end, like the rest of it was like, okay, fair enough. But like the last sentence, so good. Hilarious. Oh man.
Rahul Gandhi was one of several high-profile politicians seen demonstrating outside Modi's residence before reportedly being detained by police. As pressure mounts on India's government to implement change, the message from the Cockroach youth movement is clear. Their pestering is far from over.
Hey, they're pestering. Hey. This is fucking journalism at its finest. Mr. Abbott's dad, when society becomes approving of their love. Hey guys, this is Haluma. Oh my God. Is this guy over here rocking some gay space communism? Look at that t-shirt. They're green. Is that almost like a hammer and a sickle there? What's going on? Hey? So good. Hilarious. Where do you find this shit? Honestly, can't keep up with you. If you're watching this and you haven't already, make sure that you like on YouTube. If you're new here, subscribe for more. Follow for more on Twitch, etc, etc, etc. You know what to fucking do. Dude, the memes are adding up. We need a fucking spreadsheet. Yeah, I know. My God.
DW correspondent Adil Bhatt is following the story for us in India's capital, New Delhi. Tell us more about the response from the authorities to this protest movement. Are there any signs that they will address the protesters' demands?
Well, there are definitely signs because Prime Minister Modi first time acknowledged that there is an issue of paper leak and he had meetings with the top ministers in cabinet. So there is an acknowledgement from Prime Minister Modi, but protesters on the streets of New Delhi that we met today, for them acknowledgement means nothing. What they're demanding accountability, and that accountability means the resignation of Education Minister of India, Dharmendra Pradhan. So there have been like meetings from Cockroach Janata Party went to meet Prime Minister Modi's cabinet ministers, but they would be disappointed because they did not get clear answer. If this minister will be responsible for, he will take responsibility for this. So on the streets, when we ask the questions, young people, usually like these students and protesters, they tell us that this indifference from the government is really hurting them. They're saying that they've been demanding the resignation of this minister for the last 1 month, and government is...
The Indians, like well of the British, had a crackdown on protests. Yes. Or like just like most states, right? Around the world. Like everyone's had a crack at, you know, their students before. Student protesters. Americans have done a good job of it. Killing them on university campuses. Chinese have done a good job of it. Tiananmen Square. Eh? Everybody gets a turn to attack your student class. I forgot about the gay space communism. My best mate is studying sociology, and we were talking about the GOAT Marx last night. I should have given him the gay space line. It's coming, man. It's coming. The future of society. Learn to use a road and a blinker instead of sidewalks and honking. LOL. Racist, Spandunk. Hey, not racist, just different. And I'm not a fan. Self-automated luxury gay space communism. 2. Correct us both there, Hobo Joe. We got to say it right. Nothing to do with their skin. Interesting. Okay. Let's let that one go.
Not listening to them. So they're really disappointed, and we see the anger. That anger is not fading on the streets of New Delhi anymore.
Tell us a little bit more about the mood and what you have been experiencing watching this protest movement. How deep is the resolve among protesters to continue to take this to the streets until demands are met?
Well, I've been observing this protest for the last couple of days, but last 2 days have been crucial because yesterday was the biggest protest where like thousands of people, they started joining this protest. We saw a sea of people yesterday, and today also we saw thousands of protesters who want to come and join Jantar Mantar, which is a designated protesting site, where they want to like give solidarity to the Cockroach Janata Party. And we met dozens of people. All of them spoke with us. These are families, these are like students who came from different cities and different states. They have one question, that why is government treating us this way? Because one of the students said like yesterday when he took part in the protest, he was fired with tear gases as he was beaten up badly. And he said protesters are telling us that the government is treating them as if they're anti-nationals by just raising the question of paper leaks. You could still see this sloganeering that's going on, and the slogans that we hear from the students, they're calling that we don't accept Modi's tendency of showing us signs of dictatorship. We spoke with experts also. They're saying we're going to challenge that. We'll make Modi, he has to accept our demands and sack this minister as soon as possible. That's the sentiment we're getting.
I guess this is a little bit different. Like I put to you all before, like there's a general conspiracy out there that all of the Gen Z protests of, last year, let's say, and earlier this year, they've been spurred on in places like Indonesia, Nepal, the Philippines. I think Madagascar was one of them as well. There were ones in Serbia too. The Gen Z movements that were sweeping the world. There's like people like Brian from the New Atlas speculate that these are preordained and manufactured Gen Z uprisings. Like you have a core of organized Gen Z activists, let's say, that are funded by something like the National Endowment for Democracy in the US, and so like these movements all seek to overthrow their governments and stuff like that, and they're not like purely organic. They are coordinated, and they're coordinated with interference from a foreign agent or a foreign state. But this one doesn't seem to be about overthrowing the government. The NED, baby. But like, do you know what I mean, Jack? Like this one doesn't seem to be about like, that's it, Modi's got to resign, destroy, like bring down the Indian government or something like that. It's just like this particular, they want this education minister gone for like the fuck up and the deaths, the suicides on this person's hand. It doesn't seem like a let's bring down the government Gen Z protest, which is interesting, but like still destabilizing nonetheless. I wonder what's going on there. It appears to be a lower care factor for each individual life. E.g. in Australia, it's like we lost 2 people this year to car crashes. Everyone drives safer this Easter. Maybe we should import millions of these people. It's just the honking instead of visual indicators that gets me the most. Like, you need eyes to drive. Why are you using an alert system that requires you to have ears now too? Confused whether we are able to use any language and words we like or not, considering speech should be taken as racist. But the impact of traffic in various Asian countries is crazy. Even with their low care factor, they still have mega highway areas with several hour-long traffic queues. Something. The only way to fix traffic is viable alternatives to driving. Hey, who would have thought? Like what? Public transportation, perhaps? Should we change our speech to prevent hurt feelings? Or no? Didn't we talk about this yesterday? Hey? At length? No, I'm just shit stirring. So good. I never say anything offensive. Almost like context matters. Rogues in the house. How you going? If they had our DMR, they would have nicer road users. What's DMR? What does Brian have to say? I wonder. Well, this is what we are speculating on at the moment. 4AS. I'm going to go with, if it's not an overthrow the government kind of situation, it's just like bring down the education minister, then maybe nothing. Maybe it really is organic. Maybe they call themselves the Cockroach Movement, so international news won't feel comfortable talking about it. Yeah, domestic movement, no international support. Please? Yeah. Like, no one will want to touch this. It's called a cockroach movement. How can they watch the road if they're always squinting? Jesus Christ. Who? Indians squinting? Seriously. Department of Main Roads, aka functional government. Okay, got it. Right. It's also rooted in material events versus something more abstract, like inequality. Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, like what are the main concerns they usually have, right? Yeah, it's inequality or the cost of living crisis or something. LOL. Oh my god. Can't help yourself. Seriously.
We also spoke with parents who travel like for days. They've been telling us that Modi's indifference to this kind of protest is really alarming and kind of hurting them.
Adil, just briefly, this so-called cockroach movement, it's one of India's biggest youth protest movements. How much of this movement is about education and how much of it reflects wider frustrations over unemployment and opportunities for India's youth?
Well, before I answer this question, you could see already the deployment of police forces here. They're gathering in large numbers, and the protesters are coming from that side. They want to cross this boundary to reach out to the Jantar Mantar, which I told you, that's the designated site for protest. But they've been stopping them. They use these barricades. They use these sticks to kind of, sometimes you could see the protesters are now coming. You see in large numbers just behind us what they are demanding. All of these students, they've been sitting here for the last couple of days. This is the kind of anger, frustration that we're showing you right now. These are the live visuals, and all of them are demanding that we want accountability, and they've been raising these slogans from last 2 days. But government is not listening to them. They've been stopped. They're not. But getting back to the real question, you could hear the slogans, right? Getting back to the real question, this is an important issue. This is not a question about education only. It's a question about unemployment. It's a question about young youth demanding jobs and accountability as well, and fairness.
Who would have thought, people care about jobs? Almost like there's a large working class out there. They're all affected, being left behind by this atrocious economic system that puts profits over people. I get to say it. That's capitalism, baby. Wait, sorry. His friend's dad. Interesting. Is this from a comic or did the AI generate that? I gotta know. Alright. Let's move this so people can see Discord a bit better. Alright. Let's get another take on this one. Yeah, fine. Why not? We'll go to the Australian broadcaster for this. India is well known to be a very corrupt country. Yep. A lot of places, I guess, in East Asia that are like that. It's a random comic frame. I googled cockroach alien lady. Ah. My God, thank God, Google. Look at these guys with cricket gear on. That's crazy.
There have been accusations of police brutality in Delhi, with reports of more than 100 youth protesters injured in anti-government demonstrations. The Cockroach Janata Party movement has garnered support from millions of Gen Zs in India who are calling for the resignation of the country's education minister over an exam leak scandal. Well, let's speak to Vijayta Singh, deputy editor with The Hindu, who joins us now from New Delhi. Vijayta, the protests yesterday were significant and tense. What did you observe?
Ooh. Are they just going to talk about it? Give us footage, or it didn't happen.
Days almost, and he was forcibly taken away by the police. So after he was taken away by the police, the members of CJP, they asked people to come to Jantar Mantar and take this. And since they had already announced this march to the parliament, so following that, thousands of people they reached Jantar Mantar, and since 9 the time of the march.
A resignation after a scandal like that shouldn't be too much to ask. Yeah, it is interesting, isn't it? It's very interesting. I wonder why. But I guess that's just he's from the political class, and they're not going to put up with it. I'm going to search it properly. Let's see if we can get some footage. Let's go to Indian sources. Might as well. I wonder why the West isn't actually showing the footage of the protests. Look at that. Look how many there are. Fucking hell.
ये सरकार है ना तो गलती स्वीकार करती है और गलतियों पे गलतियां करती है, तो ये एक बड़ी इनकी जो एरोगेंट है वो खुल करके जनता के सामने आ गया है 12-14 साल का। ये कहता है कि हम जो कहें वो पत्थर की लकीर है। भूल गई है कि ये डेमोक्रेटिक कंट्री है, यहाँ पे जनता बादशाह है, सुप्रीम कोर्ट या कोई भी और बादशाह नहीं हो सकता। पिछले एक साल में रोजगार के चक्कर में 10,000 से ऊपर बच्चे रोजाना आत्महत्या कर चुके हैं, पता है आपको? वो कहाँ जाएंगे, उसकी जिम्मेदारी कौन लेगा? अब इसमें दिक्कत ये आ रही है, ये सरकार नाम की चीज़ है नहीं।
सुसाइड कर लिए कोई छोटी बात नहीं होती। जब खुद का बेटा सुसाइड करेगा ना तो तुमको पता चलेगा, लेकिन कैसे करेगा? तुमको तो पेपर पहले ही आ जाएगा, फिर तो लीक भी नहीं हो पाएगा, तो वो तो सुसाइड करेगा नहीं। हम ही सुसाइड करेंगे। अब हम बोल रहे हैं तो उन्हें दिक्कत आ रही है।
लेना चाहिए एक्शन, लेना ही चाहिए। ये कोई मतलब नहीं होता, इतनी क्राउड को कोई सुन ही नहीं रहा है, कोई सुन ही नहीं रहा है।
हम रुकने वाले नहीं हैं।
हाँ, हम
लड़कियों के कपड़े तक फाड़ दिए गए हैं। तुम लोगों ने क्या करा? 1.5 साल की बच्ची थी, उसमें उसके सर पे डंडा लगाया, बाबा पे डंडा लगाया, तो ये क्या बात है? अगर हम पीसफुली प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं तो हमें पीसफुली ही चाहिए सब कुछ। और तुम मार कर क्या जताना चाहो? हम चलो चले जाएंगे, हम कभी नहीं जाएंगे। हम कल भी थे, आज भी हैं, कल भी रहेंगे।
With the English words, I wonder if they don't have equivalents, or it's just like cooler to use English. Like it's like peaceful protests is not something in the vocabulary, or if they use it on like intentionally using English there. I wonder. Indians are a motley bunch, a generally tough people. Loner words, probably. Interesting.
At the Jantar Mantar protest site, a day after the Sansad Chalo march called by the Cockroach Janata Party. Yesterday, we saw a lot of action. Protesters walking towards the Sansad. The police...
Loner, as in loaning the words. Right. But like, why use it, though? I'm a loner. But like, do you know what I mean? Like, why use it? Why go there? Why not use whatever equivalent is? It's funny, like I had a conversation with my mother-in-law, and she was just like, oh, in French, like all of the like cool words in French are like, you use like, they use English words for stuff. Like there's heaps of shops over there when you go and it's like sexy something when they sell clothes, or like, or even using the word cool or whatever. And so like all like lowbrow words, and like when people want to be like hip or whatever, they use English words for all of that. But like in English, when we get sophisticated with our language, we tend towards like French. So I wonder what's going on with the English equivalents going on here when people are talking politically in terms of language around like protesting and political activism. They actually find more use for that type of stuff from English words because they might not have the same stuff, like culturally. They might not have the same words to express political activism. You know how lots of people already are like faking their degrees using AI, and now degrees are being scrutinized more. India already has some reputational damage for various corruption things. It's a huge scandal for them. Vlad said spurious. I had to Google it. No, I hate using Americanized words like candy, fries, etc. with my children. Interesting. Yeah, my kids say candy because like they watch American like TV shows, and I'm like, it's lollies. And like they know when I say lollies, they know what I'm talking about, but they don't say lollies. And I'm like, oh no, they say candy. Which NGO is sponsoring this protest? That's what we were talking about before, Solar Bear. 100%. You're allowed to not know every word. There's heaps of words, and they're made up of like 5 dead languages in English. Yeah, fair enough. But I wonder if there is like political activist style words are not there. I feel your pain. My kids say candy, and I always pull them up. Yeah, and like I don't know how to feel about it either. Like candy. You want some candy? Like no. We say lollies, lolly, lolly, lolly. We take the British system.
Cracking down with lathi charge and tear gas. And while one might have thought that this would lead to a fall in their motivation, this doesn't seem to be the case. Thousands of protesters are here at the Jantar Mantar site with the chants of Jai Bhim, Inqilab Zindabad, calling for the ouster of Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan. Police ne kafi tear gas use ki.
We don't watch TV unless mum isn't home. I'm not as good a parent as her. She's in Sydney at the moment, so old school Wiggles are on. The best type of Wiggles. Like the newer Wiggles suck. Bring on the old school Wiggles. Even like Emma's okay, but like the newer stuff is like lame. Give me the classics.
आज आपको ऐसा लगा था कि इतना क्राउड यहाँ पे इकट्ठा होगा?
हाँ, कल मैं उसका भी गवाह बना हूँ. मैंने यहीं पे अवेलेबल था जब आंसू गैस की गोले छोड़े थे, और मैं भी मेरे ऊपर भी असर आया था उसका थोड़ा सा.
Dude, the epic music is so good. We all know why you like Emma Wiggle. Yeah, because she's a good performer. She can sing, dance. She has other talents. Hey? I don't know what you're insinuating there.
A massive youth quake erupted on Delhi streets today that saw the Indian capital rocked by protests and clashes. What was the epicenter of the protests in Delhi?
I like her other talents. Again, I don't know what you're insinuating. That's not what I meant. I just mean like her skill set.
The route to the Indian Parliament. This is how the day panned out in the national capital today. Thousands of protesters, as you can see, taking to the streets of Delhi, upping the ante against the government.
The government. Yeah, her accent is interesting. It's like very British English. Her eyes are really lovely. So good. We're just listing stuff about Emma now. I've also not seen the Wiggles since I was a kid, so I have no clue who I'm talking about. Yeah, well, she's gone now anyway. It doesn't matter. She gone. They took her out, man. It's getting rowdy. It's getting rowdy.
The protesters were spread out on the route to the Indian Parliament, with clashes reported between the protesters and the security forces, and the situation on the ground through the day turning increasingly volatile. Multiple security barricades near the Parliament complex. What have these protesters been demanding is the immediate question. Let's lay it out for you. What are they saying? They are basically demanding sweeping reforms to the country's education system. They're also protesting against the paper leaks that happened. The protesters basically are also demanding the immediate release of the activist Sonam Wangchuk. Remember those hunger strike images that we've been getting to you as well. The resignation of the education minister is also on that list of demands. The education minister, Dharmendra Pradhan. Not just that, they're also demanding 1 crore compensation for the NEET UG aspirants who died by suicide. That's just a summary of what the demands laid out have
Dude,
been.
how good is the fucking imagery of their party as well? Hey? It's the fucking cockroach with glasses, arms crossed in front of a lectern. Key demands of Cockroach Janata Party. Fuck yeah. So good. Chuck Wang, my Wang, Wang Chuck. Now it's like 8 Wiggles. Yeah, it's a bit much, isn't it? And yet the Wiggles have never touched upon higher education and the potential for corruption to invalidate hundreds of thousands of dollars of fees and a future in the medical profession. Cockroach even has the word cock in it. So good. The background music in this clip hits hard. They are optimizing for SEO. Everybody Wang Chung tonight.
Essentially.
It's hump day.
Now, protesters tried to break through the police barricades in order to try and reach the parliament to make their voice heard. The demonstration called...
Yeah, the police here are like heavily under-militarized. Have they not been checking out what the rest of the world is doing? Like, come on. Seriously. Let's hear from the people, shall we?
What have the protesters been saying? Listen to this.
The reason me and my friends are here is because we are the ones who have put government on the seat that they have. And if they feel like they're not accountable, not just for NEET leak per se, this is the main motive we have right now, but in the due course, if there is a feeling.
We are gathered here because we are expecting a better education system out of this government, and yeah, we also want some accountability for whatever has happened with the paper leaks.
Dude, take your mask off, bro. Far out. No, they're pissed off with the education system. I think we got the story here. But like, that's what's been going on. We got a cockroach party, Indian medical degree. Whoa. This is worthless. Oh, man. Okay, so that's pretty much what's been going on. Angry at education minister. Again, yeah, there was some leak that happened with the papers that everyone was studying for. And so they cancelled stuff and it fucked all these students over and turned their lives upside down. So they necked themselves. The poor kids, honestly. Dude, what's this? All right, this one's for you, Jag. We're jumping topics. I told you we're going to jump all over the place today, but like, I just want to have a quick update from yesterday. We spent a bit of time on this yesterday.
Benjamin Netanyahu.
Hearing everyone's democratic socialist savior explain why he is going to arrest or potentially use whatever legal powers he has as the mayor of New York to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu. So let's see his official statement now. Here's the $1 trillion question. Is New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani going to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu, who is wanted in the International Criminal Court, or there's a warrant for his arrest? Will Mamdani do it? Defy all the odds and the American political class generally and arrest Benjamin Netanyahu, who is supposedly coming soon, I would say, for a UN convention. Not over Tish's dead body. Well, hey, you haven't heard him talk yet. Let's see what he has to say for himself, bro. Could you imagine Tish doing that as well with her little fucking lapel? Her little brooch. It's a brooch, I think it was, with the Israel flag on it. Arresting Benjamin Netanyahu.
Benjamin Netanyahu is a war criminal, the architect of a horrific genocide against the Palestinian people. He is responsible for the killing of more than 73,000 people, for the maiming of tens of thousands of children.
This is the potential clash Fink was talking about. Well, like the one where it's kind of like he's going to make an order. All right, this has to be done. And then she's going to be like, no, it's not happening because she controls the cops. She's the police commissioner. And she's going to be like, no, I'm not listening to your orders. Maybe he's manufacturing a rift on purpose. And then he can be like, look, she's not listening to me. I have no choice but to fucking get rid of her. Do you reckon this is manufactured rivalry or like a watershed moment? Like, is he clever enough to do stuff like this? Like, he seems to have a very, very competent team of people around him. They're like, you need to get rid of Tish. So to like drive a wedge between the two of you intentionally. I don't think he's that clever, but never say never. Like, what if that's the long game? Like, again, like he's got an incredible team of people around him, like some very smart people. What about that woman? What's her name? Something Khan? The lady that was on the she was part of the FTC, and she was taking the big tech, like the tech bros, down like hardcore with antitrust legislation. She was going after the tech bros. Lena Khan, I think it was. Lena Khan's part of her, I don't know, inner circle, I think. Yeah, Lena. Yeah, pen tester. How you going? Hope you're well. I wonder if this is how you do it. Force Tish's hand when Tish refuses. Then you're going to be like, see, she supports a war criminal. She supports Benjamin Netanyahu. I knew it.
As those who survive undergo amputation without anesthesia, for the targeting of neonatal against the Palestinian people. He is responsible for the killing of more than 73,000 people, for the maiming of tens of thousands of children, as those who survive undergo amputation without anesthesia, for the targeting of neonatal hospitals and maternity care centers, denying newborns even the chance to live, for the countless people he starved.
Dude, this is huge. He's had to make an official statement on this one. He must be getting a lot of backlash for this, for threatening to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu. It's big, man. Imagine if someone finally did it. Finally, someone had the kahunas. The French and the Germans have never done it, and they've actually signed up to the fucking International Criminal Court. The Americans haven't.
As he blocked food and humanitarian aid from reaching them, for the gunning down of hundreds of aid workers and journalists. And just last month, the UN confirmed that Palestinian children continue to be deliberately targeted and killed by Israeli armed forces, more than 8 months after the so-called ceasefire. The list goes on and on, all as we, as Americans, pay for the bombs that do the killing. There is a reason the International Criminal Court issued a warrant for his arrest. As human beings, we have spent generations building a shared understanding that there are crimes so grave they offend all of humanity. Anyone, with their eyes, with their heart, with their conscience, should recognize the devastation he has wrought and understand that he...
Yeah, the music, I was just thinking that. What's going on there? Like, sound design is fucking everything. Is everything. What's the emotions they want to invoke here? It's like kind of mysterious, but kind of sad at the same time. It's like, this is a very serious topic. Do you understand the gravity of the situation? I do not say this lightly. He is a war criminal.
Their conscience should recognize the devastation he has wrought and understand that he belongs before a court of law. As I've said, I agree with the ICC that Benjamin Netanyahu should be arrested and tried for his crimes, as I do for anyone else charged by the ICC. My administration has reviewed every avenue available under applicable law to determine whether New York City could execute the International Criminal Court's arrest warrant if Benjamin Netanyahu came here. It is clear that we do not have the independent legal authority to enforce...
He got the legal advice. He got it. He got it. Hey, we were speculating on this yesterday, whether he actually got the legal advice. He's got it. We have no power to enforce this warrant. Only Trump does. Hey? Send in the FBI. Never gonna happen.
This warrant.
We called it. Oh, man. Sounded good on his campaign, though. Don't be like that, bro. Don't be like that. Yep, the fucking music. Sad.
It is clear that we do not have the independent legal authority to enforce this warrant. The federal government, however, does.
I knew it! The federal government does. Send in the fucking FBI, Trump. Never gonna happen. USA bending over for that licking, eh? Absolutely. Trump could do it, but he doesn't want to do it.
Call on them to join the ICC and execute this warrant. And I want to be equally clear. Benjamin Netanyahu is not welcome in New York City, nor is any other war criminal at large. While we cannot end the genocide on our own, we can decide whether our silence will become another weapon, and we can examine every tool we have to defend the humanity and dignity of all people. That is my commitment to you. Benjamin Netanyahu.
What's that? Is that what it looks like? It's the apple, man. It's the big apple. I know how I feel about that logo. Why did you put the Twin Towers there? Use the skyline, it would be better. Interesting. So we got the answer that we were looking for yesterday. It looks like there's a big no-no on the legality of arresting Benjamin Netanyahu. Never gonna happen. Send in ICE to arrest BB? Now that's entertainment. Yes, you could get it on so many levels. Federal level agency. Hey, he's a goddamn foreigner. They just have to profile him and be like, hey, he's like from the Middle East. Get him! And then they could just take him and then ask questions later. Throw him into an internment camp somewhere. And like the processing times on that are like outrageous. They don't even know when they send them half the time. So like he'll be lost in the system for a few days before anyone knows what the fuck is going on. Dude, send in ICE. Such a good suggestion. Such a good suggestion. So good. All right. The New York City police cannot do anything about this. I have consulted the lawyers. But considering there's ICE agents everywhere, they are now going to do it. Translation for any non-political speakers. Really wanted to, but I can't. My bad. Yeah. Nothing new here about Zioran. I've been saying it all along. Citizens arrest. Yes. Send in the vigilantes. Citizen vigilante, perhaps. Yeah, I'll do it. All right, everyone. Let's fund Ravi's trip. Hey. Why do you have India tag? Oh, because we were watching about the cockroach protests like just before this. So we're like doing Indian politics, I guess you would say. Are you across the Cockroach Janata Party and the protests that have been going on? And like the general movement, I guess. Is Guantanamo Bay still a thing? It is. God damn, it is. Send in the Karens. All right. But the pro-Zionist Karens or the other ones? Shall we go back to seeing Pete Hegseth get grilled or not? I actually do want to hear what he has to say about Iran, though. Like, why? This guy, Secretary Hegseth, on Iran war in Senate. Let's see what he has to say. For the votes. Like the stream, follow and sub on Twitch. Yeah, you do that. Do that. Do what Ravi said. If you're watching this and you're on YouTube and you haven't already, make sure you activate the like button. If you're new here, follow for more on Twitch. Sub on YouTube. Right to jail. Right away. On those American deported people doing protests with the NGO. Nah, I hope the authority clear my roads fast. On those American deported people doing the protest with the NGO, are you talking about the student that's heading the Cockroach Party? And he was deported by the US and started a political movement. That's crazy. No, I hope the authority clear my roads fast. So I'm assuming you're not down with civil disobedience and political activism, then. Eh? Get off my roads. I got work to go to. That's a general cry across the world usually when there's people protesting, isn't it? Eh? Hey, I need to get to work. They're blocking the road. Yeah, him, that guy. Yeah. I don't know his name. His name escapes me. I keep saying it. Don't block roads. Yes, yes, yes. We get it. We get it. Don't make yourself seen. That's how you get political traction. Just like fade off into the background so nobody knows you're there. Yeah, we've heard that argument here before. Oh, yeah. I'm a student myself, and we really don't like them here. What, the cockroaches? Interesting. What type of student are you, though? Are you in health or medical profession at all? So much for solidarity. My God. Target better. Fade off into the background, like the sidewalk, 5 feet away. Yeah, but then you're blocking the sidewalk and then people can't walk. Like, it's never ending. You might as well just not. You're a medical student. Oh, okay. Can you tell me exactly why it is that you don't stand in solidarity with your brothers and your sisters who are upset about what's happened? Dude, it's ages since we got a random Twitch interview going. This is fantastic. Yeah, why don't you support your brothers and sisters? What have they done? Apart from blocking roads, which is apparently unacceptable behavior. In a free society, eh? Going into the public realm and disrupting things is unacceptable behavior. I thought it was just violence that was off the table. I will wait for Icarus L9. I want to hear Hegseth justify the Iran war. It's not a war. That's what we heard Rubio say last time, if you remember. Rubio was like, it's not a war. It's an operation, and the operation is over. They're fair. I mean, when you have to register your protest anyway, I don't know why all official ones can't be done in parks or large spaces. But how dare they destroy my future? Greta. Freedom to gather. Oh, there isn't any solidarity. They blocked the roads. These people are all over 30-year politicians. I haven't seen any students there. Mostly unemployed people and political workers. They're blocking my roads, making my travel plans change. There's no students there? That's interesting. We just saw some footage of people that were supposedly students taking interviews and they were at the protests. Fair enough. They're blocking the dogs. They're blocking the cats. Oh, man. How dare they? Remember when Hertz's dog was in Sydney and they busted up the protesters to clear way to the cross-city tunnel? No, did they? Is that what it was about? Hey, ye old Hertzy? Hertz dogs. You're talking about the big protest that happened in regards to him. That's what they were doing, clearing a way to the cross-city tunnel. Arseholes. They're eating the roads. When China gets involved, it'll be real war. Whatever we do. Don't believe your lying eyes, mystery. Yeah, actually, I guess I shouldn't. Basic response, though. Protests are meant to be disruptive. Yeah, like, that's pretty much the point. And, like, that's the point of a liberal society as well. Like, never in the history of human civilization have we had the opportunity to be disruptive in the public domain before, because usually the state has the power for repression based on the sanctity of some, some ruler, like a king or something like that, that can indiscriminately decide whether you live or die for being politically active. And like now we have that luxury, and people are still like, I don't know, man. Don't block roads. Don't disrupt people. It's like, but that's an expression of your actual freedom. Like, it's a luxury that will not be around forever. They're going to take that one away, don't get me wrong. They're already taking it away. Just saying, it's not going to gain you a lot of local followers. Don't like it. But again, you do you. You do you. I think it's pretty real right now. Shit is amping up. No one likes protesters. The protests didn't. Protest did. It's just by making them notice the protest. The idea is you're meant to be doing it for a good reason, and hopefully the public can get on board with that. Yeah, but can they? Will they? My friend is doing his MD now. He got his car destroyed. We are furious on these hooligans. There it is, property damage. I knew it. The idea is you're meant to be doing it for a good reason, and hopefully the public... No, I read that before. Wow, what a concept. If I was going to do activism, I might either do it in a large space. If the goal is gaining followers or disrupt someone that is more connected to the issue, then just a road seems silly. Weird middle ground. I think it is about like making yourself notice as well. And it's like, it's in order to do that in relation to power, usually. Because power notices when, let's be honest, the economy is affected. So like people can't get to work and the economy can't move. That's the point of politicians, is to make the economy, daily life, continue. And if they fail at that, then people call them into question and put pressure on them. So it's like, it's a challenge to power as opposed to like purposely trying to just piss off other plebs. Typically. Ninja Nurse, they wanted to redirect the protests to the rocks, but the protesters wanted to be heard towards Central. That's when Ho Chi Minh stepped it up. Yeah, I remember we analyzed this heavily, but like I remember they were leaving the ICC and they didn't want the protesters that were at Town Hall to clash with people that were potentially coming off like Darling Harbour. But I didn't realize it was just so like he could have a safe passage to the fucking cross city tunnel. I guess makes sense. Nobody likes Millhouse. The Just Stop Oil protests with the canned soup on the artworks was actually perfect. No actual harm done to the paintings. Massive global attention. I'm celebrating with pizza and sparkling apple cider. Ooh. But the attention was also co-opted and twisted by global news companies. What? The mainstream media would do that? No. Nobody liked Millhouse, but we're all gay for Molman. It's advertising for the movement. The real protesting comes when the numbers are big enough to take city centers. If your message is clear with a giant sign and you're disrupting people on their commute, that's direct action, direct messaging to those people on their commute. Yeah, but I'd argue the people you're messaging to, you're also pissing off. It's true. The protesters would hurt his feelings. Everyone is gay for Molman. Them's the rules. All right. Shall we listen to everyone's friend, your friend and mine, Hegseth, try to justify why the fuck war in Iran is necessary? Nobody's gay for Molman.
General Kane, let me just begin by expressing on behalf of all Georgians our immense gratitude and admiration for the service members who are making tremendous sacrifices and conducting themselves with extraordinary selflessness and professionalism on behalf of the United States and our state's unified condolences and grief for the families of the 4 killed in action and our hope for a swift...
War in Iran is about oil, nothing else? But like, what about oil? Like cutting it off and controlling, like changing the game? I would argue it's about that, yes. Redirecting the world's economy. I would say that it's definitely a factor.
Recovery for the nearly 100 wounded over the last 2 weeks, and thank you to you for your service to the nation. Mr. Hegseth, you're requesting roughly $68 billion for the department through the supplement.
My dad is probably gay for a moment. Let's be real. Oh my god. You're gonna have to tell your story to Ninja Nurse. I don't think Ninja Nurse was there yesterday when this happened. Yeah, if you're new on YouTube, activate the like button. Yes, that's right. If you're new here on Twitch, follow for more. If you're new on YouTube, subscribe for more and activate the like button. I had predicted war in Iran coming when Venezuela happened. Now US is pumping $8 billion USD of Venezuelan oil exports in profit. Yeah. Thanks to those good old American corporations. Thank God for them. Getting the oil flowing again in Venezuela. Thank you, Marco Rubio.
Correct?
67, yes.
You're requesting roughly $68 billion for the department through the supplemental, correct?
67, yes.
I don't get it. So, like, what the supplement is, like, they've already got the military budget for the year. And now they need more money. Like, Iran's happened. And we just need more cash, all right? Just shut the fuck up and just give us the cash. Like, could you imagine if someone asked for $68 billion to fund, I don't know, fucking welfare or something like that? Like, these people would die. They'd all have a heart attack. That person, that woman we were watching before who was struggling to be alive, like, she would just keel over. $68 billion for welfare? Oh, God. We are watching Pete Hegseth being questioned. Dude, how good's that? Pete. Pets are being. Watching Pete. At a Senate Acquisitions Committee. Appropriations. And it appears that he is asking for $68 billion supplementary to already approved budget allocation for military funding. Can you please briefly clarify what this supplementary funding is for? Yeah, shit. Han might keel over. Yeah, we just need an additional $68 billion for welfare. No, let them drown. Let them drown. Moleman's not on Grindr, but he damn well should be. So good. Yeah, roughly $67 to $68 billion. That defense secretary, so good. It's Secretary of War, you fucking woke hippie. That defense secretary, Pete Hegseth, is not the regular annual Pentagon budget. It's an emergency supplemental appropriations request, additional funding that the Trump administration is asking Congress to approve on the top of the already enacted defense budget. In broad terms, the Pentagon is saying the money is intended for funding ongoing military operations against Iran, including operational costs that were not anticipated in the regular budget, replenishing munitions, repairing or replacing damaged equipment and military infrastructure. Oh my God, they're going to need a lot of money for that. Fuck me. Like all of the bases that have been fucked over by Iranian strikes. Maintaining military readiness, expanding capabilities. The Pentagon would have to scale back training. Without the supplemental, they'd have to scale back training, delay maintenance, postpone repairs. Dude, how much money do you need for this? Seriously. Secretary of War, damn it. Say it right. Libertarian troll found dead at his keyboard from apparent shock. Last thing he was viewing was an article about giving $68 billion to fund welfare programs and $68 billion supplementary funds for welfare programs in the US. So good. We'd have to read that article. Comment of the day. Oh man. Yeah, Hegseth has aneurysm. All right, back to it.
And yesterday, your department stated publicly, quote, U.S. forces struck Iranian military command centers, maritime capabilities, missile and drone launch sites, and air defense systems to degrade Iran's ability to continue attacking commercial vessels. That was a press release from your department. Is that a broadly accurate characterization of ongoing operations?
That sounds broad.
To continue drone launch sites and air defense systems to degrade Iran's ability to continue attacking commercial vessels. That was a press release from your department. Is that a broadly accurate characterization of ongoing operations?
That sounds broadly accurate, yes.
On day 14 of this conflict, Mr. Secretary, day 14, nearly 5 months ago, you stated that Iran's military had been, quote, destroyed and, quote, made combat ineffective. That was on day 14 of the war. Was that an accurate statement?
They didn't have a Navy any longer. It was completely sunk. Their missiles were buried underneath a lot of their underground facilities, and their defense industrial base has been almost completely destroyed. So as far as a military assessment of Iran's capabilities, it didn't mean by any stretch of the imagination absolute zero, but their capabilities
Mr. Secretary,
at the lowest level
you
they've been in
stated
a very
that
long time.
on day 14 of this conflict, in the second week of the conflict, you stated that Iran's
Hegseth
military
is in absolute and deflect mode. Dude, such a good question. You have said multiple times that you have completely destroyed their abilities to defend themselves and do any form of aggressive posturing. How do you respond to the fact that you're now asking for more money to defeat this enemy that actually has been already wiped off the face of the earth? I posted a vid on this. Oh, where? In what section? Reaction recommendations? I missed something here. Stream chat. Oh, maybe you have and I've missed something. Oh, no. Wet ass pussy. Oh my god. Clips and riffs. Okay. Oh, okay. Donald Trump's first 100 days. I'm assuming it's around here then. Okay, got it. Thank you. All the times they won the war within 100 days. So good. All right, give us a sec. That Trump won. Okay, got it.
military had been, quote, destroyed and, quote, made combat ineffective. Was that an accurate statement? Yes or no?
Iran's ability to challenge the United States of America at the level at which we're capable of.
That's not what I asked you, Mr. Secretary. You said on day 14, Iran's military had been, quote, destroyed and, quote, made combat ineffective. Yes or no? Was that an accurate statement?
What the American military has done to the
question?
Iranian military is a historic military
Will you
defeat,
answer the
and
question
they're ineffective
under oath?
in that context.
3 weeks later, you declared victory. That was now nearly 4 months ago. 3 weeks after you'd already said Iran's military was destroyed and combat ineffective, you said, quote, Operation Epic Fury was a historic and overwhelming victory. You said Iran's military had been rendered, quote, combat ineffective for years to come. And you stated we had, quote, achieved every single objective. Were those accurate statements?
Dude, how do you respond to that? How do you respond to that? Dude, getting reamed. And they still could never invade or open the strait. Oh my God. Yeah, I know they don't respond. I know. They never respond. But like, this is awful. It's just like, you actually said this. Why are you asking for money? Like, some of them are like, it's opaque. Like, it's kind of like, yeah. This is fucking like, we all heard it. We've watched it on stream. Him saying this sort of stuff repeatedly. They have been completely neutralized. I'm pretty sure if you look for Iran on a map, it doesn't exist anymore. Why are you asking for $68 billion then? Please, Mr. Hegseth.
It certainly was, on behalf of the men and women in uniform, a historic military victory over Iran.
Had Iran's military been rendered, quote, combat ineffective for years to come? That was a statement that you made 4 months ago.
They had 160 naval vessels.
You need to
in the
answer
Blue Water
the questions,
Navy,
Mr.
and they're gone.
Secretary.
Their Air Force is
4 months
completely
ago.
combat ineffective, and they don't have a defense industrial base. So describe to me a country that doesn't have an Air Force, a Navy, or a defense industrial base, and I will describe to you a country that does not have an effective military. It can lob missiles.
Mr. Secretary, you stated
ding, ding, ding. There's your fucking bingo card. He said lob. They can lob missiles, you know. Someone's lobbing missiles again. Watch out. They're going to start lobbing missiles.
Months ago, Secretary, you stated...
It can lob missiles.
Mr. Secretary, you stated 4 months ago that Iran's military had been rendered, quote, combat ineffective for years to come. Has Iran's military been, for the last 4 months, combat ineffective?
It's been set back not just years, but likely decades.
You stated we had, quote,
build at the level it did before, and not even close. It doesn't mean it doesn't have capabilities.
Mr. Secretary, you stated we had, quote, achieved every single objective. Was that an accurate statement 4 months ago?
The main objective of this was to ensure that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon.
I love the filibustering here. Oh, man. I don't know how these people keep a straight face like this guy. I guess you're right. He was drinking earlier. That's how he can do this and look so fucking calm about it. Eh? He's been fucking drinking for the last few hours, I guess.
Their main sites were obliterated. We're watching over them, and we're holding that issue. If they don't give them up at the table, there's other ways we can take them away.
Early in the conflict
Iran will
on
never
day
have a
3,
nuclear
Mr.
weapon.
Secretary, early in the conflict, day 3, you said one of those core objectives was to, quote, destroy the missile threat. And as you restated on day 5, to, quote, obliterate Iran's missiles and drones. Those were clearly and repeatedly stated core objectives of the campaign, which 4 months ago you declared had been completed victoriously with every single objective achieved. Were those objectives achieved 4 months ago?
Oh, will he answer the question? I'm going to say no. I wake up. The US has defeated Iran for the 14th time this week, and the petrol prices are there. So good. Oh, man. This is a little... You said you were hungry enough to eat a horse. You were in fact hungry enough to eat... Were you in fact hungry enough to eat a horse? Was that an accurate statement? Well, like, yeah, it's definitely that. It's definitely that. But like the implications are much bigger. It's like you said you were hungry enough to eat a horse. Were you in fact hungry enough to eat that horse? Why are you asking for another horse? That's what it's like. Like, you said this was finished, and now you're asking for $68 billion. $68 billion? How many horses do you want? Senators in the future will wear hoodies and football hats. 2 more horses, please. At least. For $68 billion. Oh, man.
No one ever stated that every single missile was gone. Ultimately, combat ineffective means they're not able to dig them out of their UGFs and shoot at us.
Missile
It doesn't mean they
been
don't have
defeated
underground
4 months
facilities
ago?
where they put missiles in them and hold on to them.
Yes, it is, isn't it? It's like double what they have spent so far. So do you reckon that's telling then? That like he's asking for $68 billion because they know that this is going to take at least... It's going to be going on for at least double the amount of time that it was before. So they're probably going to do like strikes for so long, then talk about peace for like a month or 2, not really do peace, and then get back on the strikes again once they've restocked and stuff like that. And then they do another peace, and then they come up for another appropriations committee hearing and get some more money. That's a really interesting point, man. LOL, that's just to get by until they need more money. Yeah, but like just do the maths on it. If they repeat the same fashion, like they fight for like what, 30 days, 40 days or something, and then they go off for like a couple of months, break, and then they go on for another 40 days of fighting or something like that. Fucking crazy. We need more horses to trade for magic beads.
The world's largest state sponsor of terrorism. So we never expected they would stop having capabilities to shoot. The question is, at scale against an opponent like the United States of America, which went toe-to-toe with them and Iran couldn't.
You stated on March 8th, day 9 of the war on 60 Minutes, you assured the American people of Iranian surrender. Does that remain your prediction?
Ultimately, Iran will never have a nuclear weapon to threaten the United States of America. That has been the objective, and it remains so.
So just to review, you will not answer whether your statement made on the 14th day of the war that Iran's military had been, quote, destroyed and made combat ineffective was a truthful statement to the American people as you sit here and ask for tens of billions more for the conflict.
Senator's time has
But a
expired.
historic and effective military campaign against the largest state sponsor of terrorism.
Won't answer the question.
They never
Senator
get a nuclear weapon,
Peters.
Senator.
God damn. Fuck me, dude. I don't know how they sit there with a straight face, honestly. Crazy. Anyone want to do any other ones? What about the nuclear program? All right. Let's do that.
Senator Kennedy.
This woman, man. My God. We have to do something about that. Wait, what was your thing? Where was it? Clips and Riffs, you said. Voltateur. Dude, what's that thing in the stream chat? What the fuck is that? Is that Levitt? Iran has been defeated militarily. Any violence beyond this point will be because Iran refused to understand they have already been defeated. Oh man. Fucking hell. Alright, where is it? Voltateur. Here it is. Let's have a look at this one. It's gonna be funny. Oh my god, it's Reddit. Fucking of course.
We've already won in many.
Wait, I gotta set it up so you can see it properly. Give me a second. Give me a goddamn second. Can you see that? Yeah, it's better.
We've already won in many ways, but we haven't won enough.
You know, you never like to say too early you won. We won. We won the bet. In the first hour, it was over.
Militarily, as far as I'm concerned, we've essentially defeated Iran.
I don't need your aircraft carriers after we've already won.
Oh, I think we've won. You know, I don't like to say this. We've won this. This war has been won.
I do see a deal in Iran.
Mr. President.
Could be soon.
We've beaten and completely decimated Iran.
We won. Okay. Whether we make a deal or not makes no difference to me. And the reason is because we've won.
I mean, I view it as very close to over.
We're very close to making a deal. That'll be a great thing.
We had Iran right from the first day it was over. It was over. And now it's even more so. They want to make a deal. We've had very good talks over the last 24 hours.
We think we're close to a deal.
We're close to a very good deal.
One way or the other is finished.
We're very close to having a deal, and if we don't have a deal, we'll do it one way or the other. Either way, we win.
Thank you. What a good mashup that was as well. From day 9, we've won. We've won. And a little bit. And we've won. One more time. And one more time. Baghdad Bob. He was a spokesman for Iraq and was on TV as Saddam's regime fell, saying everything was fine, and that it's a Levitt meme. That's so good. Okay, I was wondering what the background reference was. Thank you for clarifying. That's hilarious. Fucking hilarious, yeah. No one denies America wins every battle, Hegseth. The issue is you can't win wars. Interesting. He is the human embodiment of being full of shit. He has taken human form. And look at that shit go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all.
So this is John Kennedy Grill's Hegseth about Iran nuclear program. I want to know, do they have a nuclear program? Do they? But did they win the war?
For being here today. General, in the war between Russia and Ukraine, who do we want to win?
Sir, I want Ukraine to win.
Is Russia America's friend?
I'm sorry, sir, I couldn't quite hear your question.
Is Russia America's friend?
I think that depends on your definition of friend. I think it's a complicated...
Did he say Prussia? Oh, that's so good. Well, we haven't invented a time travel device yet, sir. But when we do, we are expecting to go back in time to form those very important strategic alliances.
Relationship.
Back in my day,
but no, I don't think they're our friends.
Thank you. If we could cut off Russia's cash flow, which depends substantially on its sale of oil, would that help Ukraine win?
So I think militarily, anytime you can restrict resources and cash flows against an adversary.
General, I have
That's a good
so
thing.
much respect for you.
Yes, sir.
But I have so little time.
Yes, sir. I'll try to be
Just
briefer.
Give me succinct answers.
Yes, sir. It would assist a.
Would help, wouldn't
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. If we could stop people, entities, and countries from
I can't believe these are the fucking people running the country. bourgeois politics. So, fuck yeah.
Buying Russia's oil. That would help cut off its cash flow, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir.
Dude, talk about Iran. Come on.
We have a bill to do that, as I'm sure you're aware. We have the votes
I
today
have respect for you, but don't waste my time, boy. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
to pass it overwhelmingly. I also have enormous respect and admiration for our majority leader, Senator Thune. But I hope everybody on this panel will today.
Dude, there is a lot of people struggling to speak today, isn't there? Fucking, he's struggling. Everybody's struggling. Hey? Just don't ask for $68 billion in welfare. They'll all have heart attacks, man. Oh my God, Harry Potter got old. Country charm and ignorance. Hey? Now, those are talents.
Contact Senator Thune and ask him to bring that bill to the floor. We should vote on it at a minimum of next week. Some of my colleagues, General, want America to just stop in Iran. In the blockade, bring all of our warriors home. Yeah. What would be the consequences of that?
Oh, this is a good question.
In your estimation?
Asking in general, like, what's the consequences of bringing people home so they're not at risk / dying in some pointless operation? Yeah, I know, doesn't have time, uses drawn out as fuck Southern accent. Yes, so true. I need all the time I can get because I'm so slow at talking.
Sir, I think termination criteria is always a political decision. However, I assess that Iran will continue to be a challenge moving forward. So we have to be thoughtful
Will they
about
put
that.
tolls on the strait?
I don't know, sir. That's a decision that's a hypothetical and will depend on what happens
It's not
in the future.
hypothetical. We've got a blockade to stop them.
We do, sir. That's
General,
putting
I want you
economic
to look
pressure
me in
on
the eye.
Iran.
I'm not asking you for, I'm not trying to get you in trouble. I know your advice to the president is private, but this is serious as 4 heart attacks and a stroke. Now, what happens?
What does that mean? What's that about? Is that like a saying? This is as serious as 4 heart attacks and a stroke?
It is private, but this is serious as 4 heart attacks and a stroke. Now, what happens if we come home and end the blockade to the world?
Sir, Iran...
Nobody says that. Serious as a heart attack. He just exaggerated. Dude, they even make analogies to things that, like, you know, only people that should be put out to pasture should be making analogies for, right? Oh, what? The man can't predict what Iran would do. He can guess, and it might be a good one, but he doesn't know. Nobody knows. Serious as a heart attack, maybe. He's just being a southern dude. Yeah, okay, fair enough. LOL. That's a very southern saying. Okay, so it is a saying. Got it. I thought he was just being, you know, of age. This is what I find serious. 4 heart attacks and a stroke. Considering the American diet, he means business. We have given you 5 final warnings. There will not be another final warning. The first heart attack isn't as serious in America, I guess. Oh, man.
Has the potential to continue to be a threat, and we will need to prepare military
Will they
options to
toll
do
the
that.
strait?
Sir, that's a hypothetical question, and I don't know the answer to that.
Oh, it's not hypothetical. We come home. It's not going to be hypothetical. You know that, General. And I do too. And I appreciate your discretion. But we're down to it. We need some hard answers and some straight talk.
Yeah.
What'll happen, Pete?
Senator, I would agree with the chairman, but the likely outcome is they would try to impose their will on the waterways in ways that the world would not like. Call it a toll, call it a fee, call it an exchange, call it control. They would do something that they would try to hold it at issue. Yes, sir.
Would they try to commence development again of a nuclear warhead?
Part of the reason President Trump had to have the courage to do what he did after Midnight Hammer is that they didn't give up their ambitions even though their nuclear sites had been obliterated. So this is a regime hell-bent on nuclear ambitions, and
Guys,
President Trump's been willing to go after them.
We need straight answers. Do we have the ability to destroy whatever is underneath Pickaxe Mountain?
Senator, a lot of our capabilities are classified, but if anybody in the world can reach anything on God's green earth, it's the United States military, the most powerful military in the world. It's all about options and trade-offs.
All right. I'm going to take a little extra time because others got it, Madam Chair. I won't abuse it. Secretary, are shrimpers farmers?
Absolutely, yes. There are farmers of the sea.
Are oyster harvesters farmers?
Yes. In this USDA, yes.
Are they having to compete with other countries who grow oysters and shrimp in a ditch and shoot them full of anti...
Dude, what the fuck is going on? What is happening here? Are we all hearing the same thing? Did he just start talking about oysters? Whoa. He must be leading to something. Dentures struggle with all these words. I think he's having a stroke. Oysters and shrimp. He must be working up to something. He's got a weird smirk on his face. Let's just hear him out. This will be good.
Antibiotics?
100% yes.
And other countries who grow oysters and shrimp in a ditch and shoot them full of antibiotics?
100% yes.
And if you eat too much of that foreign shrimp and oysters, you'll grow an extra ear, won't you?
I'm not sure about that, but I know it is not good. And I also know we import 90% of our shrimp.
Why aren't we inspecting the shrimp and the oysters from abroad?
Well, it goes much larger than that. Why are we importing so much from abroad, which goes to the president's trade agenda?
What just happened? I thought this was a Senate Appropriations Committee hearing on like the Iran situation. What about the oysters? What the fuck just happened? Yeah, I know Alex Jones and the gay frogs level of insane. What the fuck was that? We must be missing a lot of context here. I guess I can't talk about Aussie accents anymore. Oh, you can. You can. Keep it up. Well, we got the oysters now. Oh my god. This is the Trump effect on politics. Bro just went full senile. They have kamikaze shrimp, don't they? They have oysters with laser beams on them. That was a Futurama moment for sure. Dude, what the fuck was that? Who is she? What is going on? Man, you can't compete with that. They say, they say, what is it? Truth is stranger than fiction. And like, you can't fucking make that shit up. Who thought he was gonna go there? There must be a reason for that. What has that got to do with, like, defense? This entire situation is a sham. But, like, what? What just happened? I don't know. You know what? I'm not going to go there. Fuck it. Fuck it. Let's just let that one slide. That was hilarious. Fried shrimp, broiled shrimp, shrimp gumbo, shrimp sandwich, the oysters. Come on. Somebody think of the oysters. All right, let's have a look at what else is happening in this neck of the woods, shall we? So if you weren't aware, like, the situation has been ramping up with the Houthis. So I think what's happened, from what I can understand, Iran has reached out effectively to the Houthis and has been like, yeah, it's your turn. Let's tag team this shit. And so like Yemen and the Saudis have obviously had a long-standing history, and like hated one another. And we spent a bit of time the other day looking at like how the Gulf states, and particularly the Saudis and the UAE, have diverted pipelines, or like diverted oil through alternative pipelines. So the Saudis have moved their oil from the Gulf, the Persian Gulf, across to the Red Sea, and like the UAE has kind of just diverted things to Oman, like outside of the Strait completely, and it would look like Iran is shaping up at the moment. Like its strategy is now like, okay, we will fuck up the Strait of Hormuz and stop people from being able to comfortably operate in that environment. But like they've got alternatives. And so if we can shut down the alternatives, this type of shock to the world system will have enough of an effect to, I'm assuming, impact America largely, but like they're more than happy to get the entire world upset at America for its aggression in the region. And so they've turned to the Houthis to attack Saudi Arabia by the look of it. And so the Houthis of Yemen have blockaded, it seems, the Saudis at that particular port that they have inside the Red Sea. Now, from what we understood when that guy did the maths for us, that Max Fisher or whatever, and he had the board, remember? And he was showing us. Like, I'm pretty sure Saudi Arabia was still getting like 7 million barrels of oil or something like that out of the country and like onto ships that are going through the Red Sea. And like this is effectively shutting that off. Or it's like 5 million barrels, and maybe the UAE was still getting like 2 million barrels or something. So Iran has effectively threatened that situation. If the US didn't stop, like the US has now been striking Iran for like 10 days, I believe. And so like the threat from Iran was, when this round of strikes started again, was like, if they don't stop, we're going to take out the port in Oman from the UAE, and we're going to disrupt things in Saudi Arabia. And it looks like that's happening now. It's basically the only thing keeping any support for the US going, the only leverage Iran have, holding the world's oil hostage. Yeah. The US's 5th fleet in Bahrain even leave port, LOL. Oh, can they leave? As if they would make it through the Strait. That's winning, guys. Yeah. It's crazy, isn't it? All right. Let's see where we're up to. Yes, they could blast their way out, but why would you? You have bases on the enemy's doorstep, and they can't do shit about it. I don't know, man. They seem to be doing shit about it. Seems to have destroyed. Significant damage has been the description used by the US, from what I've heard, in relation to the American bases there. Significant damage. So they have really impacted the bases, it would seem. Welcome, Saint Chi, by the way. Welcome. All right, let's do this. Let's hear about this new development.
Yemen's Ansarullah Houthis have declared a naval blockade against Saudi Arabia, set to take effect immediately. The Iran-backed group says the move is in response to a recent attack on Sana'a airport. A military spokesperson for the Houthis made the announcement based on the equation of an
So anyway, I started blasting. So good. Floating cities of destruction. I wouldn't say lob, but they can launch missiles. Otherwise, Hegsbreath kind of wasn't wrong about air superiority. Lob. They're going to start lobbing missiles. So good.
Military spokesperson for the Houthis made the announcement based on the equation of an eye for an eye. The group also warned that any further escalation by Saudi Arabia would be met with a broader response.
في الخروج المليوني العظيم في جمعة التحذير والنفير. The Yemeni armed forces announces a ban on maritime navigation for the Saudi enemy. According to the rules of a blockade, the siege will be implemented as soon as we have issued this statement. Our people have the right to respond to a blockade with a blockade and escalation with escalation.
Well, in a moment, we'll speak to Zain Basravi in Doha for the Gulf reaction and our chief US correspondent, Alan Fisher, for White House reaction to these developments. But first, let's go to Youssef Mauri in Sana'a. Youssef, talk us through the immediate impacts of this Houthi announcement. How effectively can they actually enforce a naval blockade against Saudi Arabia? And what does this mean for Red Sea shipping lanes?
Well, let's not forget that 12 to 15% of global trade passes through the Red Sea, through Bab el-Mandeb. 8 to 10 million
Such
barrels.
a good name. I had to get really used to that one. It took me ages to get used to saying Hormuz. Bab el-Mandeb. Bab el-Mandeb. That's the name of the strait that connects kind of the Red Sea to the Arab Sea, down the southern end of the Red Sea, not the Suez Canal end. And into the Indian Ocean, etc., etc. 12 to 15% of global trade. That's fucking mental, yeah. Fucking mental. And they're going to turn that tap off. What are they going to do? This is huge, okay? I know we're sitting we're having a bit of fun, be oh, what's going to happen next? But if they can effectively shut down that strait and Hormuz is shut down as well, that is a massive blow to the world economy. Logistics are already pretty fucking sketchy. But if people can't traverse the Suez Canal anymore and they have to go up through the Mediterranean and around some other way, this was I don't know, the 17th century, and everyone goes through fucking, I don't know, the Atlantic Ocean or something like that, and around the Cape, to get into India. That's old school, man. That is fucking old school. Mr. Abbott, shooting fish in a barrel ain't fishing any more than raising shrimp in ditches pumped with antibiotics is shrimping. What a weird round of questions that was. They're going after nuclear plants now? Who's they? You mean the US are going after nuclear plants in Iran now? Sounds safe. Can't wait.
Of crude oil pass through Bab el-Mandeb. 4 million of global trade passes through the Red Sea, through Bab el-Mandeb. 8 to 10 million barrels of crude oil pass through Bab el-Mandeb. 4 million of those barrels are exported from Saudi Arabia. So it will have a tremendous impact on the global economy, not just the Saudi economy. But this is not just a blockade to prevent Saudi oil exporting. It's also going to prevent Saudi imports. Any company or any country that is importing goods, products to Saudi Arabia, that will also be blocked according to this naval blockade on all Saudi navigation. As we've seen in the previous blockade that was imposed by the Ansarullah Houthis on all Israeli shipments.
And grow an extra ear. I'm sorry, I can't comment on that, sir. But you know what I'm talking about. Hey, antibiotics and those extra ears. So good.
Usually went from just being a blockade to prevent Israeli imports and exports to the targeting of any shipping company, cargo shipping company that does business with Israel, which drastically impacted the Israeli economy. In fact, it led to the bankruptcy of 2 of its main ports, the port of Haifa and the port of Eilat in southern Israel. And this could very well be the formula that Saudi is heading in if negotiations are not successful in Oman. There is currently negotiations taking place between the Ansarullah Houthis and Saudi officials in Oman. If that will bear any fruit, we have to wait and see. But until there's some kind of compromise from either side, this blockade is only going to drastically increase the tensions between Yemen and Saudi Arabia.
Do you reckon is it official? Does anyone know? Has anyone heard? Is it actually happening? Is it the threat of a blockade, or they've actually blockaded the Saudis in the Red Sea? If that's the case, what a game changer. It's no longer just about who controls the Strait of Hormuz. That is significant, man. They announced it, that all. Yeah. I wonder what Razor thinks. Yes. Actually. Yeah, I wonder what Razor thinks of the Houthis and what's going on here. Yeah. It's a good question. I have to ask next time Razor's in the house.
And Yusuf, this escalation breaks a period of calm somewhat. I mean, can you give our viewers some context on how this came about specifically?
2 ships got turned back in the Red Sea. Ooh, so it's on. It's on.
How much of this is driven by the Houthis' alignment with Iran, as, of course, tensions continue to boil over with the US?
Well, the Houthis are making it very clear. They are strong allies with Iran. And this is, what started this conflict is, even before Saudi Arabia targeted Sana'a International Airport. Let's not forget, Saudi Arabia has been imposing a blockade on Sana'a International Airport since 2015, since the Ansarullah Houthi takeover of the Yemeni capital, whereby they toppled the internationally recognized Yemeni government backed by Saudi Arabia. Basically, the position of Saudi Arabia is that the Ansarullah Houthi
it's
group,
really old school, isn't it? Like, this is like the height of colonialism in the Caribbean. Like, it's back on the menu, but it's like happening in West Asia this time, or at this point. I love how this new world of pirates, bring on the ship battles. They're blockading ports. Like, this is what the British used to go around doing to anyone that they were confrontational with. They just go around blockading ports and like stealing people's vessels. It's fucking, this is it. Like that glory period after World War II. Where, yeah, America, for credit where it's due, kept the world's sea lanes relatively safe and like ensured global shipping. Those days are potentially over here. And this is what it looks like. Significant junctures within global shipping shut down. And like people are going to start feeling the burn of that, like massively. And like a country like Saudi Arabia as well, cut off from global shipping. Yemen might fly drones into Saudi oil fields again. They almost starved Yemen to death a few years ago. Cut off oil and shut off means of producing. Yeah. It's crazy. Yeah, and I'm sure the Houthis have been waiting for a chance to really ramp it up, right? Because like America is effectively preoccupied. Israel seems to be keeping a low profile at the moment because like Iran's back on the attack, and like Israel kind of want to not be a target at the moment. Like, let Iran go after American military bases in the Gulf, even Jordan. Like, let them strike Jordan, but don't touch us. And so, like, Yemen's out of, or like the Houthis are fucking off the leash. And now they can get retribution against the Saudis. This is fucking crazy times, man. Wow.
is an illegit Yemeni authority who should not be in power and who should not have control of Sana'a. They want to restore the Rashad al-Ulaimi government, but that government is stationed and is operating in the south of the country. Saudi Arabia wants to bring them back to take control of Sana'a and to take control of the areas that's under the control of the Ansarullah Houthis. If Saudi Arabia does not get those political demands, according to the Houthis, this is the main reason why Saudi Arabia is imposing a naval and aerial blockade on any airport that's controlled or under the control of the Ansarullah Houthis. So now you have a situation to where the Ansarullah Houthis, who have hypersonic missiles, who have ballistic missiles, and who have drones, and who have targeted Saudi Arabia in previous rounds of conflict, basically saying that we're going to target Saudi airports just like they target Yemeni airports, and we're also going to impose a naval blockade against all Saudi navigation, just as they are imposing a blockade on Yemen.
Yusuf, many thanks for all of that context. Yusuf Maori there.
Yeah, good on you, Yusuf. The Houthis can't actually do anything long term No one cares about Yemen. Yeah, I guess it's just like the supply. Like, well, access, right? Can they keep up anything long term? Are they able to get assistance? If they can get assistance, then fucking, they'll be able to cause enough of a problem. Israel has dismantled Hezbollah for the most part. Imagine what Saudi would do to the Houthis. Do they have the same capabilities though? That's a good question. Iran, Lebanon, Yemen, and Gaza look out for each other. Yeah. And it seems like the tipping of the scales is happening. That's the thing. So long it's just been fully weighted towards everyone in opposition to those four as you've described. But it's the pendulum swinging. Somebody's let the Houthis out of the bag because they're distracted. They're preoccupied elsewhere, it would seem. I got to get a quick take on this one from my mate and yours. This is a Chris Hedges special. I like his general summaries of what's going on. He talks to Mearsheimer here. How do people feel about Mearsheimer, by the way? I'd like to know people's opinions. The remains of a caliphate. Let's hear what Chris Hedges has to say about this. This is 2 days ago, though, so it's not. They wouldn't have had they wouldn't have known, I guess. Let's actually see how they predicted that, actually.
U.S. forces launched new airstrikes last night against Iran for the 8th straight day, following the deaths of 2 U.S. service members at an airbase in Jordan that came under Iranian attack.
France just passed an under 15 social media ban. First sure country to do it. The tech bros must be happy. I don't know how the tech bros feel about this, to be honest. It's a double-edged sword. Or it's it's bittersweet. They get formal access to people's identities now. But it might knock off some of their customer base. But I think if they can link data to real government identified persons, then that's worth its weight in gold. A jet was damaged and fell into the sea. Where? In what location? And this is an interesting factor as well, Americans getting actually dying in Jordan. Big factor.
Service members at an airbase in Jordan that came under Iranian attack. The deaths were the 15th and 16th among U.S. service members in the war with Iran. The U.S. has also reimposed a naval blockade on Iranian ports to halt its shipments of crude oil. Iran's supreme leader, in response, issued a statement calling Donald Trump's signature on the Memorandum of Understanding, which initiated the now broken ceasefire, quote, worthless and invalid, end quote, and suspended the agreement. The latest
U.S. couldn't even stop the Houthis. Well, they're distracted, aren't they? And Israel, their attack dog, isn't doing anything about it either. It's very interesting. It's the Saudis on their lonesome, churning through all that military equipment that they buy from the US. The toll is at 18 now. Yeah, I've heard that as well as larger. I actually thought it was 17, 18 now. That's interesting. Because last reports before this round of attacks, when Jordan got hit, I thought the count, the official count, was still at fucking 8 or something. And all of a sudden it's jumped to 18. The government gets to control the flow of information. The tech bros pull the strings of government. The US stopped Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan. Yeah, with what? It's the US didn't stop Nazi Germany, let's be honest. But yes, Imperial Japan, okay, but with nukes. What's the topic today? You're back for more. How you going? Hope you're well. We've been literally all over the place. We actually started with the Cockroach Janata Party in India. That was really interesting. I don't know if you've heard about it, but the Indian Gen Z revolution is underway, and they're going to start with taking out the education minister. And now we're like been bouncing around like the Iranian situation and getting people's opinions on what's happening, especially now with like the threat of the Houthis blocking the Red Sea. It's an interesting one. I'm here just in the background looking. Two-front war, soft underbelly. Yes, but Lend-Lease was a big reason why Soviets could turn the tide. Yeah, but like Lend-Lease, a lot of people benefited from Lend-Lease, I would say. Even the Chinese benefited from Lend-Lease. They don't tell you that one in school. But like, yeah, the Americans gave money to gave money to the Chinese through the Marshall Plan, I think it was. Was it Lend-Lease? No, it was Lend-Lease. It was Lend-Lease. They gave money to the Chinese through Lend-Lease to fight the Japanese. So like, yeah, everyone got a bit of American money. And you know what the funny thing about that as well is? Like, when it came to paying back debts for Lend-Lease, the Americans just wrote it off. Eh? Pretty sure Stalin even said that. Yeah, it definitely would have helped. But like, you know, who fronted the soldiers that were fed into the meat grinder against Western Germany? It was, I would say, more so the Red Army than the Americans. But like, hey, who cares? Let the Americans claim that they beat the Nazis single-handedly. To pass through the strait, you must answer me these questions 3. Who is the hottest country in the world? That's so good, dude. So good. Who? We're so hot. So hot. US stole German rocket tech because they are fighters and thieves. Yeah. But not Einstein's. Dude, that's hilarious. Like, but Soviets went in there and stole stuff off the Germans too. Actually, it was a bit of a shit fight at the end, wasn't it? Everyone trying to steal stuff off, like the Germans, off the scientists and stuff. Let's not forget the Soviets had a secret treaty with the Germans. But like, was that like the non-aggression, like kind of, they just won't attack each other? Is that the treaty you're talking about? Or is there some other treaty? I choose German-made solar panels for my house. Can't deny how efficient the Krauts are. Again, Aussie last on the white people list. Dude, what the fuck? What does that mean? Last on the white people list? I don't know. You said again there. I don't think we've heard you say that one before, unless I missed it.
This round of strikes is ominous. They include attacks by the U.S. on Iranian desalination plants, which remove salt from seawater, and power plants that provide the electricity to carry out water production. Iran is...
Oh, yes, that allowed them to divide Poland between Germany and Soviets. Right, okay.
Power plants that provide the electricity to carry out water production. Iran has responded by bombing desalination plants in Kuwait, where U.S. warplanes are based. Nations in the Gulf rely almost exclusively on desalination plants to provide fresh water. In Kuwait, about 90% of drinking water comes from desalination, along with roughly 86% in Oman.
90%? 86% in Oman?
And about 70% in Saudi Arabia. There are hundreds of desalination plants situated along the Persian Gulf. The water supply for millions of people is within range of Iranian missiles and drones. Should the targeting of desalination plants continue, it will trigger a humanitarian crisis. Iran has once again closed, for the most part, the Strait of Hormuz to shipping. U.S. bases in the UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, and Jordan have been attacked. Iran has called on their Houthi allies in Yemen to close the Bab el-Mandeb Strait should the U.S. attack Iran's power infrastructure. This would block all shipments out of the Gulf, including oil from Saudi Arabia. Trump's escalation is a huge gamble for the United States, whose strategic petroleum reserve has fallen to its lowest level since 1983. Its stockpiles of missiles and interceptors are also being exhausted.
Like, why are the Americans using their strategic petroleum reserves? I don't understand that. Like, they say that they are like one of the greatest producers of oil stocks in the world. Why are they chewing through strategic petroleum reserves? Why not just use the petroleum that they've got? Ramp up production. I thought they'd done that anyway. Oh my God, Midstream even doesn't know about St. Chi law. St. Chi has a list and we're all on it. And Aussies are last on the list, was it? Last on the white people list. The white people list. Okay. Sounds like a China hawk, though. Because who owns that production? Yeah, but like, okay, so that's why they chewed through the strategic petroleum reserves. So like the people that own the American oil production, I guess, extraction and production, can just start ramping up that production. I don't know. It's a weird one.
After initially projecting that the war would cost $29 billion, the Pentagon is now saying it needs $80 billion. Once indirect costs, such as increases in food...
I'd say greed for profit outweighed their reason. But like that makes, I guess, more sense then. So then like they're going to turn it up and like everyone has to rely on American producers now. I guess that makes a bit of sense then. But like, wouldn't you just ramp up production anyway and keep your strategic reserves? But like, I guess, yeah. Yes, as you're saying, it's outweighed any reason on that regard. Fucking crazy.
Food and fuel prices are added. The cost to consumers and taxpayers is about $132 billion and rising. Where do we go from here? Will the steady escalation ignite a regional war? What will the renewed fighting do to the global economy? And will a negotiated settlement at this point even be possible? Joining me to discuss the latest...
No, I think they were thinking he would just bank on the oil shortage and worry about the reserves later. Damn. Okay. Fair enough. Trump said he would win in a couple of weeks. Yeah, fair enough. But that is so short-sighted. Like, come on. But again, like, I guess America's got access to plenty of oil, so I guess it doesn't really matter for them. It matters for everyone else. Who's this? John, like, is this you, Solar Bear, before you were responding to my question about Mearsheimer? He sounds like a China hawk, though. Is that in response to my question before? Let's see what he sounds like then. I haven't watched or experienced much John Mearsheimer, but like everyone, he seems to do the rounds and a lot of people like him. Record profits, stocks go boom, execs get big bonuses. Yeah. But like, wow. I thought the American deep state, or the American state, let's not even go deep state, would have had like way more strategic intelligence than that, just to burn through oil. Just so, I don't know, record profits go boom. Like, there's no strategic input there. Like, none. That's fucking crazy. That is incredibly short-sighted. Like, even for a capitalist state. Like, the capitalist state, was there ever? I don't know, maybe during the Cold War? Like, they still had to, like, defend themselves in case... I don't know, the Soviets did something and got the edge somehow. Like the capitalist state had to look after like the capitalist class in a way. Like it was some type of mutual dependency as opposed to like the inverted totalitarianism that we have now, I guess, where it's just like corporate interests or the capitalist class completely just dictates whatever policy the state has. Like there is no state level higher thinking there. Incredibly short-sighted stuff. US didn't steal from the Nazis. They took them in. Yes. Okay, maybe 40 or 50 years ago. Long time between drinks, man. Yeah, fuck, I guess so. When you say it like that. US invited them over for tea.
Round of fighting in the Middle East is Professor John Mearsheimer, waited from West Point, Hart, and the weight of U.S. foreign policy. The United States apparently did not attack infrastructure within Iran. And you suggested that the Iranian attacks on desalination plants and oil facilities, we should add, in Kuwait, as well as the two bases in Kuwait that are staging areas for U.S. warplanes, may have, functioned as a kind of deterrence. I just wondered if you could address that.
Yeah, let's just talk about the big picture here. This tit-for-tat strategy that has been going on for over a week now started on July 7th. And this past week, early in the week, President Trump made it clear that if the Iranians did not surrender by the end of this week, that he would then go after civilian infrastructure in Iran. He'd go after bridges, he'd go after power plants.
Tit for tat.
And so forth and so on. But what happened was that at the end of this past week, he started, or the United States started, to go after civilian infrastructure. We went after bridges, we went after power plants, and we went after a desalination plant inside of Iran. Now, what the Iranians did was they instantly retaliated against similar targets in countries like Kuwait. Furthermore, they ramped up the bombing campaign against Jordan, and they bombed Saudi Arabia.
Australian politics has ruined me. I'm expecting one of these guys to start screaming at a dog off screen. Off screen. Hey, sit down. Yeah, could you imagine? See, like, they wouldn't do it. Like, yeah, you wouldn't see that, I reckon, in this realm of politics, would you? That's only reserved for Australia's finest political figures. Men from the bush.
Arabia for the first time in almost 4 months, like Kuwait. Furthermore, they ramped up the bombing campaign against Jordan, and they bombed Saudi Arabia for the first time in almost 4 months. So they made it clear that they were going to play tit for tat. Moreover,
yes, I think that's the best question. Let's be honest. Was there really a dog? I'm just asking questions. I don't think there was a dog, because later in the interview, you see him be like, "Oh, sorry, the dog," and she's like, "Don't talk about the dog. Answer the question." He's like, "Fuck you. Don't be so disrespectful." I didn't even think there was a dog. I think that was just him diverting attention. What a loser.
The Iranians made it clear that next week, if President Trump went after civilian infrastructure in a big way, they would basically shut down the flow of oil out of the Persian Gulf and out of the Red Sea and out of the United Arab Emirates, which has a very important port that's located outside of the Strait of Hormuz. All of this would be shut down. And furthermore, the Iranians would go after all sorts of power plants, desalination plants across the Middle East. So the Iranians made it clear that they were playing hardball. Now, when you look at these threats in the context of what the Iranians have actually been able to do over the past few days, in terms of hitting various targets in Jordan and in other places in the Middle East, it's manifestly clear that the Iranians have the capability to target all sorts of infrastructure inside of these Middle East states and do great destruction. And both the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal have run articles in recent days about how effective the missile strikes are. So I think what has happened here, Chris, and I'm just saying I think this is what happened, is that last night, which is Saturday/Sunday night, the American retaliation against Iran did not include civilian infrastructure in any meaningful way. They did not go after bridges. They did not go after power plants. They did not go after desalination plants, which they had been doing. We had been moving in that direction, but that stopped last night. And the question you have to ask yourself is, number one, why? And number two, is that a harbinger of what we think will happen in the coming week? Now, my guess is that it stopped last night because the Gulf states called up President Trump and said, you absolutely cannot go after civilian infrastructure inside of Iran, because if the Iranians retaliate, they will destroy our societies. They will wreck our power plants. They will wreck our desalination plants.
I wonder what type of destruction they'd be doing there as well. Is Iran becoming another forever war? Yes? No? I wonder what would happen in that regard. What is the population of the Gulf states, Persian Gulf, that is, outside of or excluding Iran? Me either. I thought I was the only one who thought there wasn't a dog. Well, like maybe the first time, but the second time he was just like, sorry about the dog. Like it looked really sus. It was just like weirdly distracted / deflecting. Sorry. I had a similar thought, using it to get the media riled up over nothing. Like it definitely has. Whether or not he's like such an architect that he premeditated that. But like it's definitely worked in his favor afterwards though. Everyone's talking about Barnaby v. the dog. Not forever, just a decade or so. Like Iraq and Afghanistan. Holy crap, because like Iran has 100 million people-ish. So the rest being like 60 million is interesting. Just leave billions in the military equipment behind to our enemy. So don't worry. Okay, so Saudi Arabia, 35 million. United Arab Emirates, 11 million. Oman, 5.2. Kuwait, 4.9. Qatar, 3.1. Bahrain, 1.6. So that's total 61 million people. 61 million people. So yeah, Iran is completely like dominating there. Right. But like that's not the point. It's not about who's got the more people. It's more about like we have heard an allegation that we have heard claims that roughly 70 to 90% of the Gulf states rely on desalinization plants in order to exist. Populations. Again, excluding Iran. If this infrastructure was targeted, what type of civilian damage could potentially be unleashed here? Broadly speaking, yes, the Gulf Corporation Council of the GCC states were among the most water-dependent societies in the world. Estimates vary by country, but roughly 70 to 100% of municipal drinking water is in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, and Bahrain, and the UAE comes from desalination. Oman is somewhat less dependent because it has more groundwater and rainfall. Interesting. If desalination plants were disabled on a large scale for an extended period, the humanitarian consequences could be severe. Within hours, today's water pressure would fall. Many urban areas would be experiencing shortages. Although reservoirs and storage tanks could delay the effect, within days, drinking water would need to be rationed. Within 1 to 2 weeks, public health risks difficult to operate. Longer term, food production industry, power generation, firefighting would be disrupted. Interesting. That said, these countries have invested in strategic water storage. Okay, and emergency response plans. But many are believed to have reserves ranging from several days to a few weeks. Okay, so they could last a while. But like outside of that, fucking hell. So it's not hard to imagine that they could have called up Trump, like the Saudis or something like that, and been like, fucking back off. Do not hit. Please, for God's sakes, do not hit any more Iranian civilian infrastructure. Or like they are coming after our desalination plants. Ninja knows how Albo treats his dog. How Barnaby treats his dog. Yeah. Now that's some top level propaganda. Take that, Barnaby. You alcoholic. Bahrain has a lot of Shia. They are run by a small Arab minority during the summer. I bless Bahrain in the northeastern Africa. All right, back to it.
And it looks like, again, just looks like Trump listened. And then that raises the question, what will Trump do this coming week? Because he has promised that he is going to unleash the dogs and go after all this civilian infrastructure in Iran. But he now knows...
What accent does he have? Can I get some American assistance on this one? The dogs. What is that? Where is this guy from? It just like pops out. Like he's got generic as fuck American accent. And then all of a sudden, every now and again, he articulates something. That's Jersey? Okay. And all of a sudden, it just comes out. Like little glimpses of it. It's crazy. The dogs. I want to hear it again.
Question, what will Trump do this coming week? Because he has promised that he is going to unleash the dogs and go after all this civilian infrastructure in Iran. But he now knows what the consequences of that will be.
Well, he's so mercurial. Of course, it's very dangerous to predict. He could very well bomb civilians.
Wiki says he's from Brooklyn. Yeah, right. Midwest. Boston, maybe. We got Jersey. Midwest. Interesting. My stepmom is from Dirty Jersey and sounds like that.
Infrastructure tomorrow night. One senses he's flailing about. Of course, the entire war on Iran was built on a fantasy that didn't come to fruition, fed to him largely by Bibi Netanyahu. But it doesn't appear that there's any real strategy other than an escalation of force. And I think the naive hope that will make the Iranians bend. But you may have another take on that.
Well, I think you're right. That
he's got a German name, so I thought
signed the MOU on 17 June.
Ohio, Indiana. Interesting. Maybe originally, that's where the family's from.
And as I've emphasized on numerous occasions, on numerous platforms, that was a surrender document.
Yeah.
The Iranians won on every point. Then after signing the agreement, he decided to challenge the Iranians on the whole question of who controls the Strait of Hormuz. To me, it was very clear from Article 5 of the Memorandum of Understanding that Iran controlled the strait in the 60-day negotiating period. And then moving forward, control of the strait would be settled between Iran and Oman. That was the deal. There was nothing about the United States controlling the strait. But what President Trump tried to do was open a U.S.-dominated channel in the Gulf that got around Iranian control of the Strait of Hormuz. And the Iranians said, unsurprisingly, this is unacceptable and it violates Article 5. But Trump felt confident that he could basically throw the MOU under the bus and he could engage in a tit-for-tat military strategy with the Iranians where the United States would win. In other words, he seemed to believe that we had newfound coercive leverage over the Iranians after signing the June 17th MOU. But this is delusional.
I don't know if I take these type of theories on board. Like Trump's just being continually tricked by people, or he's just like too dumb and like falls into weird traps. Like this wasn't always going to happen. They weren't just going to just stop firing for a little bit and then start it off again at the slightest justifiable or reasonable grounds possible. Oh, Iran has taken out 2 commercial vessels. We better start killing them again. Striking them for 10 days in a row at this stage. Or whatever we're up to. 12 days. I can't remember. Like, it's just like, oh, because Trump's a psycho that we're at this position right now. There must be more to it than that, honestly. All right, that's enough on this topic. I'm done. I've got the fatigue, man. I've got the fatigue. Oh, yes. I want to look at this. I think this is outrageous. I don't know about you guys, but like apparently Trump's going to put 50% tariffs on Canada. And it comes down to words or like position that he made about the Canada wildfires. And it's just like they're destroying our air quality, so they're going to have to pay for it in tariffs or something like that. Absolutely mental stuff. KK, as someone said the other day, America can't possibly use all the saved oil as it would collapse the caverns it is stored that store it. So how much of the leftovers can they actually access They need Venezuela. Damn. It happened during FIFA. So he was mad. Yeah, okay. That's pretty crazy, though. Thanks, Canada. Fucked up the World Cup finals, asshole. I can't believe it. There must be something else going on here. Like, it really can't come down to that. Yeah, they only actually have about half of their stores usable. That's mental. So, like, even when they store stuff, they get it wrong. It's crazy. That's absolutely mental. Not very strategic, if you ask me. Yeah, that's just fucking dumb.
Another one good, but I told them, I mean, you got to stop these fires from coming in and, poisoning our air. Our air has been poisoned. I have a good relationship with Mark Carney, but, we got to stop the fires up there. If we can help them, we'll help them. But maybe they should pay us some damages or something, or we should do some tariffs. But it was terrible. I mean, you had businesses closing. In particular, Michigan. If you look at Detroit, Michigan area, they had to close everything.
They had to close stuff? Yes, because Canada's on fire. Hello? They've had to do more than just close businesses. I don't think anyone calculates burning down significant portions of their own territory to inconvenience Americans. Like, this is crazy. Who cares about the air quality, lol? But, like, this guy can't be fucking serious. He can't be serious. He'll need California's voter records to account for their upcoming fires. Shit. Actually, it was this time last year that we were watching this, right? They were evacuating parts of LA where all the streamers hang out. Yeah, and we were watching reports that they were sending people from the prisons and stuff like that to fight fires. Come on, the free market will fix the air. Yeah, fuck, I forgot. I have faith in the free market. Tariffs again. And he's putting like 50% tariffs on Canada. Like, I'm pretty sure Australia would collectively have a fucking heart attack. There'd be, 4 heart attacks and a stroke in Australia if we got hit up with 50% tariffs. Like, we got hit up with 10 and everyone freaked the fuck out. And he's just like, they're destroying businesses with their smoky air. It's time to hit them up with 50%. It's outrageous. Strategic reserves when trying to sound strong. We have like 1 billion barrels. Strategic reserves when getting real. We can't even get to our reserves. We can't get our reserves out. Or the salt caverns will collapse. We need 60 billion for the Pentagon, please. Dude, last line, cherry on top there. $68 billion, please.
Those car plants and a lot of other things. So
let me put this in perspective, Laura. If you took every automobile in America off the road for 1 year, we had no cars, no trucks for an entire year, that's about the amount of pollution that is happening during this 2 or 3 week period of time, and it's being dumped onto primarily the Midwest. Simple, we're being gassed. We are being systematic.
Dude, what the fuck? Like, they understand that, like, nature, that reified entity nature, exists, like, outside of the control of, I don't know, Mark Carney or the political establishment in Canada. They're getting their smoke and they're dumping it. They're dumping it on our side of the border. Outrageous. First we have invasions from the south. We have all these Mexicans and shit coming over the border. We put up a wall, and now we got Canada going over the top of the border and just like lobbing smoke over the border. It's outrageous. They just won't stop lobbing those smoke clouds or whatever the fuck. LOL, fucking Mother Nature. So inconsiderate. Doesn't it know national boundaries? All of a sudden now they care about pollution. Dude, that's so good. Yeah, pollution's a real problem now. It's affecting businesses. Outrageous. What a weird way of framing it as well. It's just like, did you know that like all of the smoke that's coming over right now is equivalent to all the cars and all the smog that is produced by all the cars on America's roads in condensed into a 2-week period. Like, fully admitting the problem of emissions from cars. That's it. Canada and its smoke screen must be tariffed. And they're going to pay for it. We're going to build a bubble around America so no more Canadian smoke gets in. We want good old-fashioned American smoke only. I'm going to trap that inside. No one else can get access to it.
Stick on that. That's President Trump, Senator Bernie Moreno, slamming Canada's negligence and recklessness, demanding Canada pay Americans for damaging poisonous smoke from now 955 wildfires. The Trump White House just placed a 50% tariff on Canada. Nothing will be USMCA exempt. Again, more than 955 wildfires pouring smoke into the U.S., got the higher tariffs coming, and Senator Moreno wants also sanctions. He wants Canada also to put money into a victims fund. Let's bring in from House Judiciary Congressman Jeff Van Drew.
Like, these people aren't real, are they? They can't be serious. And it's like they're blaming Canada for wildfires. Like, while these people are the types that will promote something like Project 2025, which is literally and systematically cut out any type of discussion about like climate issues, or like, let's not even go climate, environmental issues, and like sustaining environmental practices which, you know, are supposed to safeguard human populations from the ravages of like climates that are drying, which leads to more wildfires. Like, they're systematically cutting that stuff, environmentalism, right out of America's bureaucracy and political conversation. And then they have the audacity to turn around and complain about the ravages of environmental catastrophes. Like, they can't be fucking serious. Yes, I know, right? Oh my God. Have not been for a bit, but over the days I noticed in the chat, there's a lot of jostling. Yeah, there's so much jostling. Hey. Yeah, we love to jostle. We love to jostle. 4IS. This is literally what's happening right now, isn't it? Like, how does South Park do this? I know what you're going to put there, 4IS. It's like I can read your fucking mind. Yes, so good. So
Parents, our children are out of control. This is what happens when toilet humor is allowed to run rampant.
That's right. Kenny set himself on fire because he saw Terrence and Philip do it in that dirty movie.
We must stop dirty language from getting to our children's ears. We must go fight the source of it.
But what is the source?
Oh, that's easy. Times have changed. Our kids are getting worse. They won't obey their parents. They just want to fart and curse.
Should we blame the government or blame society?
Or should we blame the images on TV?
No, blame Canada! Blame Canada! With all their beady little eyes and flapping heads so full of lies. Blame Canada! Blame Canada! We need to form a full assault! It's Canada's fault!
So good. That's literally what's happening. And then, like, not even just that. Like, let's blame them and tariff the fuck out of them. Assholes. Dude, what's this? Eh? US-Canada border. Fanning the flames. Eh? We didn't order this smoke. Stop dumping on US-Canada. Hey, nature, reroute this. We demand clean air. That's the best one, bro. The last placard. We demand clean air. It's too late for that. Fucking hell. This is crazy, man. Cut funding for environmental monitoring and research groups, then be surprised when shit starts burning. They never invest in climate harm mitigation. They're not even a real country anyway. Trump took that part literally. You damn right he is. Damn right he did, sorry. Damn right he did. Fucking hell.
Congressman, what do you make of the breaking news here? 50% tariffs on Canada because of what the president says is reckless mismanagement of now 955 wildfires.
Well, he's right. I mean, there is reckless mismanagement. This is not only in Canada, but California does the same thing. Understand, this is the ultra-left again, who puts out these policies. They don't want Americans to have air conditioning, to have, you know, cars, and a lot of the things that we have and the energy that we use. We've done more damage in a short period of time from Canada than any of that would ever do.
They don't want us to have air conditioning and cars and shit. But like Canada's done worse than air conditioners ever could. Like what? Like where did those two ideas kind of like come together in that man's head? Like, oh, they don't want us to have fucking air conditioning, but like, look at Canada, eh? Burning their forests, douchebags. Like that doesn't even make sense. Like I'm trying to understand what the fuck is going on with that logic there. That does not, ladies and gentlemen, this does not make sense.
It's horrible. It's bad for people and their health. It's bad for the tourism industry and all industries and all businesses. Certainly, Canada's got to straighten this out. It didn't have to be that way. It reminds me of the wind turbines that were supposed to be pro-environmental and hurt the environment. It reminds me of their energy program, which was supposed to be pro-environmental and save money, which cost a fortune.
But them struggling to fight fires is the same as them putting up wind turbines that sucked. Like, what? This is not real. Wait, when did we become the ultra left and not the far left? Yeah, I demand to be referred to with the appropriate prefix. I want to be the far left, the ultra far left.
And would have created and does create more problems than ever. It doesn't work. Socialism doesn't work. The Democratic Party doesn't work, and certainly Canada isn't working because they're so far left. This is a warning shot to them. You better come to America, say we're sorry, we're going to mend our ways, we're going to do what we used to do in the old day and groom and maintain the ground level of what is underneath the forest and thin the forest out where it needs to be done. It was always done. We never had these problems before.
I mean, you know, the Detroit Free Press reported that
oh my God, I get it now. Fuck, I get it. Okay, so what he's saying is like, you should thin out the forest. Like, go through and chop the trees down. And then you don't have wildfires. Fuck. Okay, that makes complete sense, actually. So, where firefighters? Eh? Yeah, where? Where's the assistance? The final evolution. Ultra far left. The masters of the ultra gay space communism. Luxury gay space communism. How is this guy the fucking president? I'm sorry. Like, honestly. And like, who's this nut job? Hey, this is what socialism will get you. Wildfires, hey? Like, what does that even mean?
Fire smoke. I mean, you know, the Detroit Free Press reported that thick wildfire smoke drove temperatures inside Ford's Michigan assembly plant into the triple digits. Dozens of workers had to go to get medical treatment. And, you know, here's the thing. Canada reportedly spent nearly $8 billion on climate change overseas since 2015.
It's just lobbing cliches. I wish they were cliches. Like, yeah, it's socialism's fault. Like, it doesn't even make sense. Come on. Seriously. Fuck.
Reaction to that, why didn't they spend it, that critics are saying, spend it on wildfire prevention?
It's virtue signaling, it's hypocritical, it is just, it aggravates the hell out of me. It makes me mad because it's what they do. They create the problem and then they say they're going to cure it, and their cure is even worse than the problem they originally created.
My uncle made that excuse, that the lefties don't want us to cut down trees. So all this dry debris starts to build up. Like, they make that excuse in like in Australia as well. Like, we do systematic backburning here to prevent fires from impacting humans on a large scale. And like, I've heard many a person make an excuse that like there's ultra lefties out there that stop people from backburning because of environmental laws and stuff like that. And so, like, to really the people to blame are the lefties. But he was basically saying that you need to thin out the forests to stop fires. That's pretty crazy. Like, backburning, strategic backburning is one thing. But, like, you know, thinning out forests so there's no trees left, or not many trees left, so they can't burn. That's fucking crazy, man. It's like, you know, we wouldn't have this problem if the environment didn't exist in the first place, and Canada out there protecting their environment, eh? Not chopping their trees down, eh? That's why we're here. That's why. No, it was because one Greens council restricted fires on private property. That caused the Black Summer fires. I'm telling you, people. Clear the forest and put a Trump Tower in. Problem solved. My God. The king of jostling has returned.
Exactly right. You don't have to worry about all this stuff. You can burn clean gas, and our cars run clean. And I won't go through all the issues. The bottom line is, if it was anybody but Canada or a left-wing country, they wouldn't get away with this. Could you imagine if the U.S. did this? It's intolerable.
Did
Got it.
what?
Congressman Jeff Van Drew from
Did what? Had wildfires and the smoke affected someone else? Could you imagine if the US did this? No one would stand for smoke coming from somewhere and being taken by winds that are outside of anyone's control into somebody else's territories. No one would stand for that. Like, what universe is this? Honestly. Ultra made me think of Pokemon. It's fucking mental. Like, honestly. This is not real. Fox Business, eh? Delivers again. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? And, like, meanwhile, like, this stuff is happening. What are the Canadians thinking about this? Whole communities were lost. But yes, the smoke is... That is the problem. Entire indigenous communities displaced. But yeah, like, whatever. Eh? All the pollution from blowing up oil refineries, causing that black rain.
CTV's chief political correspondent, Mike Couture, was on the call listening to U.S. officials outline the new tariffs. Okay, Mike, why are
if the U.S. knew what the U.S. was doing to the U.S. would invade the U.S. God, if only they knew. They wouldn't put up with that.
the Americans doing this, and what products are we talking about? I listed off some of them. Tell us some more.
So good.
Yeah, essentially, Sandy, you have U.S. officials that continue to say the only two countries that ever really did retaliate them against them with their own tariffs were Canada and China. And they're saying that, look, because of those unfair tariffs that Canada put on the U.S. and because, as you had mentioned, those other three areas where they believe that trade practices are not being followed by Canada, they are applying 50% tariffs on a number of items. Now, it's an exhaustive list. I'll just give you a few, as you had mentioned as well. Milk products, wine and liquor. They also have plywood, hockey skates, cut flowers and bulbs, clothing, and also diaries and notebooks. And to your point, this is something that they're doing because of that alcohol ban by a number of provinces, also because of Canada's supply-managed dairy sector, and because of a tariff that Canada puts on cars that are not USMCA compliant because some of their parts are not fully made in the United States. Those are cars that are coming back into Canada. So they are basically saying, the US is that they are just applying this because Canada is not respecting CUSMA.
All right, everyone, I'm sure, is talking about this in Ottawa. The premiers are going to be meeting in Charlottetown tomorrow. Mike, this is going to affect that gathering quite significantly, isn't it?
I can't wait for the next big American fires. It's the commie Democrats' fault. Yeah, that'll be the next one. See, socialism doesn't work. It's a blue state. It's a blue state. Tiny Hands. The Notebook, one of my best movies. I think I know what you're talking about there.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can imagine this will be a topic of conversation, specifically because you've had Premier Doug Ford of Ontario, who has basically led this booze ban of American alcohol. And of course, Wab Kinew has gone along as well with it. The U.S. actually saying that, look, there's only 2 provinces in Canada that have not gone along with it.
It is one of your best movies, I'm sure. You've had better.
You have to wonder whether Prime Minister Carney is going to have some hard conversations with premiers around that table if he wants any movement on these other tariffs that could come into effect in just 30 days.
Now, Mike, I have to ask you, because Donald Trump has been complaining about the smoke wafting down over the United States from Canadian wildfires, and he threatened, right, that we'd have to pay damages. Did that have anything to do with what we're hearing now?
The senior U.S. officials that were on that call said that that is not these tariffs. These are not the so-called wildfire tariffs. Although the U.S. president has asked his Commerce Secretary and the United States Trade Representative for options that he could use in case he does want to apply those types of tariffs on Canada.
Dude, so good. So like the Canadians are trying to figure out exactly why they're getting hit up with the 50% tariff based on the history of the tariff warfare that's been going on for, a year now. And Trump's just like, no, it's the wildfires. Fuck them. You know what? We're going to build a wall and they're going to pay for it. Fuck them. All right. We're going to have a break. And we'll be back with some more. There's no way wildfire tariffs stand up in court. Yeah, but they sound so much better. It's like fire sale shit. Oh, man. All right. You know who you are. If you haven't already, make sure you activate the like button on YouTube. If you're new here, subscribe for more. Follow for more on Twitch, etc., etc. If you've been looking at what's going on in the corner there, we have a Discord community. And you're wondering, how do I get in on that? It seems fucking fantastic. These people are wonderful. Well then, stress no longer. Avail yourself, good sir or madam, using this link here. You can become part of the community. This is where we share propaganda, etc., etc. And come and join up on the Patreon. Okay, I can get you on an email list. No strings attached. Become a free member, and then you can keep up to date with like notifications and stuff. Please do it. It'll be good for your health, and like it'll prevent further Canadian wildfires or some shit like that. So like go and do it. Go and click the link and become a free member, and I'll get you on an email list. All right, we'll be back soon. Don't go anywhere. Yeah, join the Discord. Do it.
When they tell me why, when they tell me why, why. tell me why. When they tell me why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. Why.
All right. We are back. We are back. Free boob window with Discord invite. Next minute, Saint She making 2 accounts to get extra access to the window. Breaking news from Jordan. Trump approved a nuclear deal with Saudi Arabia. Get this, to allow to enrich uranium. This was announced earlier today. That's pretty wild, isn't it? Take that, Iran. I guess it depends on how much enrichment they're doing. But why then fuck not, eh? Everybody gets nuclear. Oh, maybe that's the Saudi play. They want some, they want a nuclear weapon to fight against Iran. The ultra-left, anti-racist, anti-capitalist, a livable future for all. Yeah, and that's disgusting stuff, isn't it? Yeah, I think I'm done with the brainworm. That he's talking about the term ultra left. That's pretty good. Nikki Haley. It's important to remember that yes, Iran struck our military bases and killed and injured many soldiers, but who is giving them the satellite imagery to do this? China and Russia. Who started the war? Who started the war, Nikki? So good. It was Russia and China. Bro, imagine if Egypt grew a pear and closed the Suez Canal. Dude, that'd be crazy. I didn't even think that was an option. But you're right. Imagine if they did. Never. Never gonna happen. Next minute, Egypt developing nuclear weapons. It's time to wage war. A nuclear Egypt. Crazy. All right. There's another piece of like, I guess you could say, yeah, interesting news that's been happening. I don't know, in the last day or so. I think it's the last day this or so. Maybe it's been a couple days old now. But if you weren't aware, Italy seems to have had its own George Floyd moment. And so like, let's see what that looks like. But yeah, there was some incident where a guy, it looks like he was the police were called to an incident where some guy was, I don't know, like kicking a car or something like that, like destroying property, let's just say, smashing up someone's car. I think he was just being like aggressive in public. And this happened in Bologna, and the cops came to, I guess, arrest this guy, and they handcuffed him and put him on the floor. And it seems like it's one of those, again, George Floyd moments where he was in a position where they were crushing his neck, and he was saying to them, "I can't breathe." He's died. And like there were ambulance staff like right there, and like he died right in front of everyone. And so like people have been protesting in Italy about this, and like Meloni has come out, so like the far right leader of the country has come out and said that, you know, she'll investigate it, but like no one should be attacking police officers and all that sort of stuff. So there's a lot of swirling allegations about what's really happened here. Yeah, I heard Italy does have Sudanese refugees. Did you cover the latest news on the USA releasing a report on Cuba? Yeah, and that's the Code Pink. Code Pink, and the report, like it's like a 150-page report on like Cuba and how it's like influencing American politics and stuff like that. I haven't actually covered that yet. I actually wanted to look at this thing first and then like do it in the stream. How much drugs did he take before the police killed him? Yeah, I know that's apparently a big factor, right? We need to factor in all the drugs that was in this person's system before putting your knee on someone's neck. Definitely the drugs. Definitely the drugs. So anyway, let's just watch a piece and then we can start wildly speculating on it. Let's get some fucking context here. Context. Jostling for context over here. Yeah, the 100-page Trump report. That should terrify you. Yeah, let's have a look. Heaps of people were listed in it as well. Apparently Democracy Now!, that Amy Goodwin, or whatever her name is. You know, that like the reporter on Democracy Now!, like she's been listed in being compromised by Cuba, apparently. Every Australian lesbian just got off on Code Pink, the singer. Jostle, Cuba. All right, let's have a look. I guess we're going to have to dedicate some time to this one. Hey, Voltature. Let's have a look. Protests erupt following a fatal arrest.
Now, major protests in the Italian city of Bologna after a Moroccan man died under police restraint as he pleaded for help. The incident being likened to George Floyd's murder in the US 6 years ago, prompting comparisons as well with tactics used by US immigration or ICE officers.
Amy Goodman, that's the one. Thank you. You love Amy Goodman. Hey? Fucking oath I do. Fuck yeah. Everybody wants some democracy and they want it now. And Amy's the woman who's going to deliver it to you. Oh, yeah.
52-year-old Abder Rahim Fakir, who moved to Italy when he was 5, died at the weekend in Bologna while being forcibly held down by 2 police officers. Well, we're going to cross to Rome, talk to our correspondent Seema Gupta, who joins us from there. Seema, I mean, first of all, just tell us exactly what happened in this case.
Well, what we understand from Italian media reports is that the police were called to a building in a neighborhood in the northern Italian city of Bologna to deal with a man that was said to be behaving aggressively and was damaging a vehicle. And so the police came and the encounter was filmed by a resident. So we have that video. And in the video, you can see Fakir lying down, face down to the ground. 2 police officers are restraining him. We can hear in the video that he's calling for help and that he's struggling, and that there are also paramedics, medical services
Has anyone
personnel.
seen this footage? Like, I tried to do a quick search and, like, obviously, I guess it's being held back a little bit here and there, but I couldn't find the actual footage of this guy getting neck crushed by the piggies. But, like, yeah, apparently it's very similar to the whole George Floyd thing. He's kind of like, he's struggling. He's calling for help. He's saying that he can't breathe. And they're just like kind of on top of him anyway. So again, like, I'm not sure exactly the circumstances behind this one, but like, you know, is the whole neck crushing thing absolutely necessary? Who the fuck knows?
Who were there nearby, 4 of them, who appear not to be
like, that's it. They really don't show much, but like, there's like I don't know, some citizen there that's helping out restrain this guy, I guess. And there's like ambulance officers like over here somewhere. I think they're just watching.
doing very much in terms of helping him. And then at some point, he basically stops moving. And the video has been widely shared on social media. We've seen news reports from residents of that building saying that, speaking in despair about the fact that the ambulance workers did nothing to help Fakir, and that eventually he just appeared to stop moving. I think also it's important to note it's very hot here in Italy. Temperatures in Bologna at the time, more than 35 degrees, of course. But protesters are saying that this was not supposed to have happened. And about 300 people or so took to the streets of Bologna to protest about what they see as police overreach. According to the Italian news agency ANSA, some of the protesters threw firecrackers near police buildings. The police had to deal with them using tear gas as well as water cannons. Another group of protesters just sat silently holding a photograph.
That's so good. European heat wave is brutal, man. She's like, it's 35 degrees. Like, you know, Australians sitting here, or anyone from like Texas or anything like that, sitting here just be like, yeah, well, that's just summer, right? 35 degrees is pretty normal.
Of Fakir, a man who, by the way, was here on a legal status. He had all the right documents and also was working for removal and cleaning services. But clearly, the images on this video, as you mentioned, Stuart, likened to the death of George Floyd, the black man that was killed by police when he was pinned down in the U.S. city of Minneapolis back in 2020.
Seem highly controversial, of course, a real challenge as well for the authorities to know how to respond to this.
Exactly. I mean, the prosecutors in the city have opened an investigation into the actions of the police as well as the emergency medical workers. And we understand that the body cam footage that the officers had on them has been handed to the authorities. Now, the Interior Minister trying to ensure everyone that he has full confidence in the inquiry and that they need to establish the facts. People need to remain calm. The Deputy Prime Minister, Matteo Salvini, leader of the right-wing League Party, said that he's always on the side of the police, but no matter what, we will wait to ascertain the facts and to understand what exactly happened. But the opposition politicians, as you can imagine, are calling for accountability.
Yeah, I know, right? I love when they say that they're doing an investigation. We've handed over the body cam footage to the authorities, but you are the authorities. Who's going to police the police? I don't know. Coast Guard. France has had around 2,000 people passed away in the heat wave. Maybe I underestimated that number too. Yeah. That's pretty crazy, isn't it? 2,000 people. We'll get back to you, Barry.
There, a lot of them are, some of them are drawing similarities, of course, to the death of George Floyd.
Dude, say it again.
And the mayor of Bologna
She said it like 3 times.
has spoken out in support of the protesters, wanting there to be accountability, as well as the trade unions. So really taking on a political angle on this. But of course, everyone wants the facts to come out. Emotions, of course, running high for the family of Mr. Fakir, and of course,
if he was mentally unwell as a societal failure, not a policing one. Fuck it. Yeah, I don't know enough about this situation. Like, maybe he was just aggressive. Like, maybe he was. Like, he was kicking a car or something like that. But, like, you know, should he die? The billion-dollar question. Has the world stopped turning? Bro, where were you? We've been talking literally about the world stopping turning. We actually watched a bit of Chris Hedges before. I was thinking about you, man. Hedges for the win.
Of course, the residents as well who want to see justice served.
Yeah, justice served. All right, let's get some Italian footage of this. Oh lordy, no, definitely shouldn't die. Just trying to pinpoint the critical point of failure. Yeah, it's a fair question. It's a fair question. Like, what actually fucking happened, hey? Who the fuck knows? Eh? Who the fuck knows? You show the good shit when I'm not here. How dare you? Actually, we did quite a deep dive, I would say, like, into what the is going on with the Iranian situation. We saw some, like, Hegseth getting grilled at a Senate Appropriations Committee. Like, he's asking for $68 billion more, like, additional funding, because we got to go back in. And we watched, like, what's going on with the Houthis and Saudi Arabia and blocking them in the Red Sea. So crazy. The bandit is here. Dude, best haircut ever. Fuck yeah. All the parties at the back. So good. What a legend. Look at all these woke hippies defending some Arab-sounding named guy who died at the hands of the cops. Woke hippies. Hedges is a must-watch, eh? That's worse than a skullet. Found the bogan. Dude, how is that? Dang, how's that fresh cut, bro? fucking fresh as, bro. Only party. It's only party, actually. That's right. There's no business at the front. It's only party. So good.
Ci ha ammazzato il nostro fratello, ma noi lo difendiamo con la voce. Giustizia! Giustizia! Ma non vogliamo le mani, non vogliamo qua le mani.
I do have a mullet at the moment, though. I could just go one extra step. Hey, you should. Don't overthink it. See, I knew it. I told you they woke hippies. Someone's got a Palestinian flag there. What's with the Palestinian flag, eh? Needs to grow out the beard to join up with the hair. Fuck yeah. What do you reckon they're saying? Anyone speak Italian here? What does assassini mean? Fake fights. Murderers, I assume? Oh, okay. Oh, that guy's getting pelted. Don't turn your back, man. Derivation of assassin. Ah, right. Nice. This guy's coming back in again. You're a brave man. Don't turn your back to it, brother. Assassino is assassins. Yeah, okay. Thank you. There we go. Let's get some different footage then, I guess. It's just like the BLM protests, isn't it? Okay, they're taking over Italy. All those woke hippies. Assassino. Good old Latin roots. Yeah. Fucking take that, hippies. Yeah, where were we? We needed Italiano translation. Ravy, come on. Stupid kids, go home. Get a real job. But we can't have any, we don't have work. There's an employment crisis. Yeah, well, you can't stay here. All the e-bikes, they're everywhere. That's what they're good for. Battling with authorities, apparently. Gotta go, everyone. See you later. Jordan, it's good to have you today. Me too. Catch you, Jordan. Everyone, Merry Wednesday. Happy hump day. See you later, Spandonk. Have a good one. It's late night in the US. My boyfriends are up. Ah, I see. All right, fair enough. You're off the hook for your Italian translations then. All of them. They're all up at the same time. It's always bikes and scooters, lol. It bloody is, eh? That's the hallmark of the 2020s. People throwing fucking e-bikes and scooters. Do they love fireworks? It's just par for the course for them. Like if that happened in Australia, people would be like so upset. They fireworks at police officers, and it's just like for them, it's just like, yeah, this is what happens every time there's a fucking football game. Another good flare, not gonna lie. Look at this, rubbish on the floor, outrageous. What are they mad about again? They've just had a George Floyd moment in Bologna. There was a 42-year-old male with a distinctly Arabic sounding name who was like killed by the cops. And so I think this would split the Italian culture war pretty hard. But like, you know, people being like, oh, well, you know, shouldn't have been here in the first place. That's what you get. And then everyone else is kind of like, oh, well, there's police violence is a fucking problem. So that'll do it. That'll do it. Yeah, well, apparently it did it in this case, it would seem. Do you use an app to create your thumbnails? Well, like I use an application, not an app. The application is Photoshop. And then like I don't just run it through and be like, give me a thumbnail, and it produces stuff for me. I just get pictures and whack it on like something that's already like pretty much pre-made, I guess. Hey, watch it. We're riding here. We're riding here. Ah, forget about it. All right. Why do you ask, Banter Bandit? Why do you ask? Is it because of the cockroach one from today? Upset. People are fucking ready to go. Eh? Let's have a look. I think we just watched. Let's have a look at the German take on this one. Hey, watch it. We're riding here.
Outrage and anger, directed especially against the police.
I just noticed thumbnails look AI-ish now. Yours didn't. Yeah, there's a lot of AI-ish stuff, like with the crazy texts and like yeah, the bright colors and all that sort of stuff. Very clickbaity styles. But like, yeah, I'm still old school. I'm using Photoshop. I'm like picking my own images and editing them and stuff. Yeah, YouTube Creator Studio is pushing AI for everything.
Protesters in Bologna clashed with officers repeatedly on Monday. Many shocked that a man who appeared to have been unarmed could die at the hands of police.
It's so good.
Earlier,
that sentence, it's so good. People shocked that someone unarmed could die at the hands of the police. So good. Jag just spat out his cereal. What? What? Unarmed people could die at the hands of the police? Are you serious? Did that sentence just come out? Don't change. I won't, bro. I won't change. What's that? For comic relief? Thought I was dreaming for a second. I can just imagine your reaction. Did they just say that? They gotta be joking, right? Unarmed people dying at the hands of police. See, this is what we needed you for before, Ravi, to translate Italian.
Boy, you know, I've always wanted to come in here, and now that I got a mustache, the timing feels right.
Wow, all this stuff looks pretty good. Can we get some salami and...
Brian, let me handle this. Scusi, babidi-boopy?
Che cosa? Peter, what are you doing?
Speaking Italian. Babidi-boopy? Babidi-boopity-babidi-babidi.
Peter, you can't speak Italian just because you have a mustache.
Boopity-bapa. Boop-a-beep-boop-a-bapa-beep-bapa.
Tu sei un pazzo, va via da qui!
Boop-beep-bapa.
Sono stanco di te, ti do un pugno nella testa! Ti uccido con questa carne!
Oh my god. So good. You can't get away with that humor anymore. It's true. I will understand you. Jag's face. No way did they say that. Did they? No way. One more time.
Clashed with officers repeatedly on Monday. Many shocked that a man who appeared to have been unarmed could die at the hands of police. Earlier, thousands gathered outside City Hall to demand a full investigation into the death of Abderrahim Fakir. His niece gave an impassioned plea for justice and dignity.
90% of communication is in the hands. Oh yeah, gesticulation for the boys.
Those who wear a uniform carry an enormous responsibility to protect people.
I think this is his daughter speaking. And like, he's 42. Like, he must have had kids really young. Like, she's an adult.
Those who wear a uniform carry an enormous
niece. Sorry.
Responsibility to protect people, especially the most vulnerable. That is why we call for every action and any possible misconduct to be investigated with the utmost care.
Abderrahim.
Protect people? Which people? And protect what exactly for these people? Their property. My dogs are more important than any show or any human for that matter. My dad's 53, lol. Not 52. This just in. Cops do bad things. Remember that. No, 52. Yeah, but like still, like if he has an adult daughter at like 42 or whatever, that's pretty crazy. Like, you know, good on him.
Fakir was in his early 40s. He'd lived in Italy since childhood and ran a small business. He died on Sunday while being forcibly held down for a number of minutes by 2 police officers.
Oh, okay.
Police had been called
20 years old, that's pretty good.
In to deal with a man who was behaving aggressively and damaging a vehicle. Video on social media showed Fakir calling for help as he was restrained and saying he couldn't breathe before he gradually stopped moving, all while ambulance workers looked on. He was pronounced dead at the scene. Many protesters are expressing scepticism that Italy's far-right government will be transparent in their investigation. Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni posted on X, "It is imperative that any responsibility be investigated with the utmost rigour. The truth must be pursued to the very end, without prejudice and without making exceptions for anyone." But she also condemned the unrest, saying nothing can justify violence against law enforcement.
But we'll investigate. But if he did anything that looks like in the slightest way that he was resisting the cops, then we've got it. Fully justified behavior. I am now just realizing in real time. Yes. Hey Grok, how do I sing that song in Italian? What is it? Fanculo la polizia. Bella ciao.
56 officers were injured in the clashes with protesters. An investigation into Fakir's death is now underway. Officials say police body cam footage will be made available.
Okay, straight to the Italian capital. We can talk to...
She's doing France 24 and DW News. Well. European correspondent in Italy, eh?
Journalist Seema
Gupta. About manufacturing consent.
Tell us more about why this case is causing such outrage.
I think the main reason why it's causing so much outrage is really this video that a resident of the building filmed of the last few moments and minutes of
Yeah, okay, we've heard this already. Just a little manufacturing. Did you spell that right? Conslut? Well. Bella chow. Interesting. I don't think we're going to get anything more on this one then. Controlling the narrative. Same happened in Kenya. Ah, shit, here we go again. We need a lawyer to represent the officer's point of view. The clip is cut. The man was, what's that? Super violent, I think. So that's why 4 cops were needed. Americans think chow means food. Body cam in Europe? What the fuck? Next time, don't resist arrest. Here we go. The police were just doing their job. I stand with them. I stand with them. Well, they weren't standing at the time. I think they were kneeling, actually. This was half an hour. I'll never get back. Nah, don't be like that. It's not fair. This is a recurring theme. It's poignant. It's fucking poignant. All right. Let's move on, shall we? Let's move on, shall we? All right, so I want to have a look at a couple of things, but I want to do some more China maxing. So, actually, I don't think this is China maxing, actually. This is like continuing the propaganda wars of China. I wish Spandog was actually around for this, but Spandog's gone now. But a couple of weeks ago, there was a lot of talk. Quite a smorgasbord of topics today. Yeah, look, I tried to warn you. There's so much stuff to catch up on. Nothing to see here. Just move on. Yeah, there was a couple of weeks ago. There was all this propaganda that was coming out in Australian press about, like, you know, Tibetans and Uyghurs and all that sort of stuff. Because China has just passed what is being affectionately known as an ethnic unity law. And so, like, people have been, like, freaking out and saying that, like, China's trying to make all these people in China assimilate and, like, become part of the Han Chinese population or die, kind of thing. And so, like, people have kind of been a little bit upset about that. And, like, there's been all of this anti-Chinese propaganda about, like, how they're trying to forcibly assimilate everybody into the Han Chinese way of life, or they'll, I don't know, eradicate them and throw them into re-education camps and stuff like that. So, like, that was big a couple of weeks ago. Mono China, yes, it's just not just mono culture. We want some mono China. R.I.P. Spandong, he's gone but not forgotten. So, like, he'd have some mad opinions about this, I'm sure. But yeah, let us have a look. I want to take 2 opinions on this. I want to take a anti-China, like, kind of Western narrative perspective on this, and I want to take a pro-Chinese perspective on this. I'm assuming no one gives a fuck about where we go first. But, like, maybe we go Western media's take on this one and why evil China is trying to destroy ethnic minorities, and then we're going to take a pro-China stance on why the ethnic unity law isn't as scary as the West is making it out to be. But I think it'll be interesting to see. You want to go anti? We'll go anti first. All right. Anti, then pro. Okay, let's do that. Let's figure out what the hype is about. So in Australia, there's been a lot of Tibetans that have moved into Australia, and they protest a lot about, like, China, from within the safety of Australia and refuge of Australia. And, like, you know, that this conversation comes up quite a bit whenever there's a need to ramp up anti-Chinese sentiment in Australia. You have, like, Tibetan people coming out of the woodwork and being like, you know, China's oppressing me and my people, etc., etc. Not to discount their stories, but like it's literally every time the state wants to produce that narrative, or like whip up fear of China, the Tibetans come out en masse. And so, like, let's get a position on that one. Resistance is futile. Your quality of life will be improved. Oh, man. Okay. I'll shut up now. And let's get a Western perspective on this one. It's another DW News. Dude, you know what this is. No, I don't actually. Is it another Family Guy? Bless me. Yes, Family Guy in relation to China. So good. Have you got Victor Goa giving the pro side? No, actually, I've got Breakthrough News, who do a bit of China propaganda running. Let's have a look.
Holy crap, we did! We want a free freaking boat!
Dad, nobody gives things away for free.
That's not true. I know plenty of people who give things away. I'll take it. Hello, China. I have something you may want, but it's gonna cost you. That's right. All the tea.
That's right. All the tea. Thank you very much, Forius. As always. Yeah, let's get a handle on this position. Unity or control? China forcing it. Oh, let's get a BBC take on this one, actually. Actually, do you want Germans or the BBC? Or should we go Australian propaganda? Yeah, let's go BBC. Let's go the English.
Welcome to the Global News Podcast. I'm Ankur Desai. On this episode, I'm joined by BBC Monitoring's China analyst, Kerry Allen. Kerry, it is always good to have you on, particularly about a story like this, which is quite interesting.
Wait, give me a second. I want to see if I can find a better piece. China ethnic unity law. Yeah, let's do Australian propaganda then. Fuck yeah.
Well, there are concerns about China's new ethnic unity law, which critics say could impose repressive measures on cultural, religious, and linguistic freedoms among the country's 55 ethnic minority groups.
Like which
And it's not
critics,
only those in the country.
Critics from what? The West that want to shit on China anyway. Mr. E showing BBC on stream. Big, bold China. Bold.
Country who are at risk. There is a clause which can hold
me, I'm the critic.
People who live outside of China legally accountable for undermining ethnic unity. Kelsang Dolkar is a member of the Canberra Tibetan community and joins me now. Kelsang, really appreciate your time with us today. Firstly, can you tell us what is your understanding of this ethnic unity law and how it's being applied currently or will be applied in the country?
You might be interested in who funds Breakthrough News, E. Might fit into the left-wing funding network question we were discussing last week. Oh, so like, do you know who it is? Because I actually assumed it was China somehow, which was feeding money to Breakthrough News. It's not fucking George Soros or something like that, is it? The commie. The biggest commie on earth. More of a commie than Karl Marx. It's George Soros. Who is it? The suspense is killing me. I've always wondered. Apparently some guy named Neville Roy Singham. Who the fuck is that? A billionaire. That's all we need to know. American businessman and social activist. American businessman and social activist. ThoughtWorks. Though his non-for-profit called Justice and Education Fund. an IT consulting company that provides custom software. So he's a tech bro. That's interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting. Okay. Thank you for the tip. Might have to investigate that after we look at breakthrough news, eh?
First of all, thank you very much for having me here. The new ethnic unity law, they may call it unity, but really it is about controlling. It's not something new that has been happening inside Tibet, you know. It's been happening for over 7 decades, but now they're legalizing it. So from tomorrow, what we've been doing yesterday, for example, the lobby day, can now be deemed illegal. And as an Australian Tibetan living outside of Tibet,
The flag backdrops are getting so old now. Need a different shtick to freshen up the look. What, you don't like the flag backdrop? How dare you? How dare you? Free Tibet.
I can be held legally accountable, and that is something very scaring and very intimidating for us. For someone like me as well, who still have my family living back in home in Tibet, so that's why we're urging the Australian government to take a very strong action against this new law now, that is, transnational repression. So that's why from this law.
Really? I was going to recommend getting a flag to cover the entire back wall. Since I've looked at your setup and stuff like that, I'm thinking of just putting black, like a curtain over the back, and then it helps things pop, as you were saying. But yeah, fair enough. I guess a flag would be too much. Unless it's a Tibetan flag, then I'm all for it. Just for Bansal Bandit.
As well, millions of Tibetan children have been put into colonial-style boarding schools as well. They're not allowed to learn their own language. They're not allowed to follow...
I was joking about the flag. No, you weren't. I took it seriously. You didn't have emojis, so I didn't know.
Or, their own traditions. So this is something...
It would be a ray gun flag? Fuck off.
Something very alarming that... and this new law is systematically, dismantling Tibetan identity as a whole.
Yes, you've talked about the fact that you have family in the Tibetan region there at the moment. What have they been telling you? Have you been able to hear from them?
You know what? Have you noticed, though, in this Western propaganda piece that we're looking at, funded by the Australian taxpayer, they actually haven't said what the law is. There is actually no discussion on the law. She's talked about how horrible it's going to be and how it's going to affect her people, basically. It's going to marginalize them, destroy their culture and all that. But they actually haven't talked about, no one has been oh, this is what the law is. This is what it proposes to do. They've just gone straight into what effects it's going to have. This is the Royal Commission into Houthi feelings that we were watching yesterday. It's just did you know that they proposed a law and it's upset people? Dun, dun, dun. Now, she's making claims that obviously it's going to crush her culture and all that sort of stuff, which are, valid concerns. But there's no analysis here about the legislation, or not even as an introduction. Let us tell you what the legislation is. Then we will give someone's opinion who has significant grievances on the technical, on what's actually in the legislation and how it's going to affect them and their community. Nope, straight to the, oh, look at this person. They're really upset. This is classic propaganda. If you're ever wondering what that fucking word actually means. Ray-Gunnistan. Dude, you have to fucking AI that shit. That's so good. Ray-Gunnistan. I'd love to see how AI interprets Ray-Gunnistan. I heard they have dance moves of mass destruction. E would stand with her killer moves. Timestamp is? Fuck off. You timestamp it. It was a good speech. Oh, you mean the propaganda speech? All right, I thought you were talking about Ray-Gunnistan. Give me a second. Actually, I guess I can timestamp stuff here, couldn't I? 2, 0, 2. What hour are we? How long are we streaming for? 4 hours at this point. 4 hours. Is there any analysis of legislation from the protest videos that you show? Well, no, but the protest, the one that we showed before wasn't really like a legislative issue. It was like more just police brutality. Reagan was mentioned on Boston Sports Radio today. Dude, she's fucking so... She should do a tour. She'd make so much money. The head of the Department of War Dance. The Secretary of War Dancing. China bad, Tibet good. Bring in orcas. Yeah, actually, now I understand.
No, so we can't contact them at all. So I've got my parents, both my parents' family, siblings, my mom's grandparents, my parents, everyone is still inside Tibet. Obviously, due to the controlling and under very strict surveillance, they're not allowed to speak freely about what they are under at the moment as well. They're not allowed to speak about the, His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. They're not allowed to even have a photo of him, So they're so under a very strict surveillance that they're scared. And us here, we may be fine, but for them, we try not to bring this, because they could be in danger.
And I do want to ask, do Tibetans in China at the moment, do they sort of embrace the learning of Mandarin as the national language, but at the same time, are they also allowed to develop, their local language as well there?
Absolutely not. So under this new law now, so many hundreds of Tibetan schools has been forced to shut down, and children as young as 4 years of age are forced into boarding schools, the colonial style boarding schools, to learn Mandarin only. They're not allowed to learn Tibetan language at all now. And with this new
Whoa, KK, holy shit. The Tibetan monks are PDF files. I don't give a shit about their whims. They can honestly eat their own shit. Damn. Man, when you get passionate, my God. My God. Yeah, go back to Tibet then. Interesting. Nah, screw them, bro. Yeah, fair enough, man. Whatever. Goddamn, bunch of psychos pretending to be better than what they are whilst taking CIA funding. Yeah, they pull out the Tibetan card. Yeah, I know. But like, is it their fault for being used as proxies for American interests? Like, they're gonna take the support they can get, but like, they pull in the Tibet card again. Dalai Lama has been exposed so many times. Yeah, I just don't want to say it out loud. That's why I say PDF file. But yes, you've got it, Sancho. Okay, he touched on it. Okay, so what this ethnic unity law is about is actually making Mandarin the common tongue. Anyway, I got ahead. Good stream, E. Thank you very much, Forias. It's good to have you. And I think we have touched on this a few weeks ago, but I don't know if we actually went through the trouble of watching like both sides of the argument. Her family probably can't care less, and she ran away because she's eaten the American propaganda. So yeah, ethnic unity law or legislation is supposedly supposed to cover making Mandarin the official language. And now we did have this discussion, I think like maybe 2 weeks ago. We discovered that Australia doesn't even have its own national language. So we're gonna hopefully get some type of analysis here from the Western media on what the legislation is actually. But like, I don't have high hopes for that.
Law as well. Again, any parents who oppose to this or sending their children away to boarding schools are now held legally accountable. They are cut off. They are fired from their jobs. They have no income to into living there. Basically, they have no rights to say how they want to raise their children or how they want to educate their children. So yeah, and then as I mentioned earlier, this is very alarming because children as young as 4 years old, we had delegates last year who's actually been into colonial style boarding schools, where she mentioned that she was, obviously very embarrassed to be a Tibetan, very embarrassed to speak her own language after coming out of the school and stuff like that. So yeah.
So do you believe, Kelsang, that perhaps after tomorrow, when this law comes into place, that China may ramp up, increase its surveillance of ethnic Tibetans, for instance, like yourself, in Australia? And do you think you would be considered someone that they would deem threatening China's sovereignty?
Yeah, of course. So for myself as well, I'm an Australian citizen. Obviously with this new law now, I'm even scared for my own life and my own family's life as well. Even though we are living in a free democratic country like Australia. So as I mentioned, this is transnational repression, and Australian government should really step up and try to protect the citizens of Australia with this new law as well. This is not and we know that with this transnational repression, it's not something new for China. And even last year, recently in Vietnam, one of a very high Tibetan religious figure was actually giving a religious speech in Vietnam, where he was arrested, not by the Vietnamese government or Vietnamese police, but the Chinese police. And he was arrested, he was killed, and he was murdered in the prison. So, this is something that's been ongoing, and we need to, Australian government really need to step up and, be held, these authorities accountable. And, we have Magnitsky sanction in Australia. We have to apply those laws to CCP authorities who are accountable for these laws.
Now, the long run.
Media talking about actual legal writings within the policy you're dreaming. Like, even a reference to it would be nice, don't you reckon? Like, come on. Man, you're dreaming. I know nothing about any of this. Probably good that they're stopping the parents from bringing in old ideas. It was normal to offer your child to the monks. So, just saying. My blood pressure. Do you have any thoughts on this position? One way or the other? Actually, why is your blood pressure changing? Does this annoy you, what she's saying? Or like the position of the evil Chinese authorities?
Running Australian government position on Tibet that it is part of the People's Republic of China. Australia does not, the Commonwealth does not support Tibetan independence, but does support genuine autonomy there. Is there a need for the federal government here to respond, particularly to China's ethnic unity law?
Yeah, I absolutely think so. But first of all, at the moment, because of political reasons, obviously Tibet is considered a part of the China's Republic, but from historically, Tibet has never been a part of China at all. It was only occupied in the 1950s, and then officially in 1959, that was when His Holiness had to fled Tibet and into exile as well, and where tens of thousands of Tibetans also followed his steps into exile. And that's where our central Tibetan administration government is also in exile at the moment. But again, with this new unity law as well, I really, really think that Australian government and Australian parliamentarians needs to take stronger actions, because Australia is a nation who supports human rights, and who is a member of the UN. We've actually met with the Foreign Minister Penny Wong yesterday as well, where she empathized with the Tibetan stories, with our delegate stories as well. But just empathizing is not enough for us. She needs to actually step up, and she needs to make stronger statements, official statements, on where Australian government stands in this new policy as well.
You can tell what she is by looking at the flag behind her. I wouldn't dare say too much. I'm afraid of being cyberbullied by them. Oh, really? Oh, man, this is a safe space here. You go. Like, we're critiquing this right now. I'm interested to know your opinion on this as well. Very interested. Racist. We got him. Get him. So funny.
And as you know, the Prime Minister is going to New York in this September as well. So we'll need to urge those Prime Minister to, actually make official statements as well about this new unity law. And this is something that's not affecting just Tibetans inside Tibet, but Tibetans outside of Tibet who are currently living in Australia,
Okay, Kelsang Dolkar.
Yeah, good on you, Kelsang. Good on ya. So this is the Western perspective on this one. It's just like, do you remember? Remember Tibet? Remember? Have we watched this already? Like, does anyone remember last week if we've already gotten into this topic? Because I remember talking to Dilemmas, actually, about whether Australia has an official language or not.
What are you doing this weekend? I'm putting up a retaining wall. Do it yourself? No, I'm going to get some broken. Oh, come on, mate, do it yourself. She's a pretty big job. Oh, you'll be right. You reckon? We can knock it over in half a day. Yeah, get a couple mates around. Hey, Jonesy! Huh? Give us a hammer for job Saturday. Mate, you're dreaming. Aussies. Oh, no surprises there.
DIY. It's in our DNA.
Yeah, fucking Aussies. Lazy pricks. Oh my god. Put those kids to work and teach them something. Oh man, that's hilarious. If they don't use proper English, then their plight is minimal. These people are themselves descendants of the old nobility who once oppressed Tibetan serfs. How do we have the audacity to feign concern for the Tibetan people? There it is. I think you and KK will get along just fine. Shang, you guys will get along just fine. Well. Very interesting. Thank you very much, Voltator. Mitre 10. I didn't even know Mitre 10 existed anymore. In Australia, it's just Bunnings. Wall-to-wall Bunnings, baby. There ain't no such thing as Mitre 10 anymore. All right, let's get an Indian perspective on this one. Indians always have an interesting take on China. Because I feel like they don't pull the Western propaganda or toe the line on Western propaganda on China because they have their own grievances with China. Teach me something. What's being precious? Oh, it's Bunning? Oh, Bunnings is like we still have Mitre 10. Do we still have them in Australia? And Home Timber and Hardware. Yeah, sorry, Bunnings is a large scale kind of warehouse, like a department store just for I don't know, DIY stuff. Yeah, we do. Oh, okay. Fair enough. I thought they got completely squeezed out by the behemoth that is Bunnings. Bunnings originated in WA. Wow, there you go. Yeah, it's like a department store for like, I don't know, yeah, tradies and like construction materials and like, gardening, like, anything that you can do at your home, any type of work, physical work, I guess you would say. Bunnings has a monopoly over that, from cleaning to home repairs, like blah, 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 blah. I think they're mostly trade centered now. Okay. It's like Home Depot. Is that what Home Depot is? Right. Okay. Is that why like Mexicans or something like hang out the front of Home Depot? Because people go there to get supplies and then they pick up workers or something. Oh my God, it's all coming together now. It makes sense. So I can complain. I can claim to support my local business. It's Kmart for men. Actually, dude, I don't know. My missus, I think, loves Bunnings way more than I do. Like, she has so many ideas for the house because of Bunnings and stuff like that. They've got a monopoly on like gardening. I think they killed like flower power and all that sort of stuff. I think my missus likes Bunnings more than I do. Like Bunnings, to go to Bunnings for me is a chore. You know what I mean? Like, for her, it's kind of like window shopping. Like, oh, this would be nice. Oh, that could be nice. Oh, I love that. It's like our Home Depot or Lowe's. Okay. Decent tradies avoid Bunnings. Ha. I'm sure they do. LOL, because she knows you get to do all the work. No, actually, I got to give it to her. She's like way more that way inclined than I do. Way more that. Like, she has the patience as well for like that type of work. Because she knows you'll do all the work. I just do the lifting. That's actually what I do. I'm just the muscle. She does like she has the patience to put shit together and be like, nail here, drill here. This is how this should be put together. My Bunnings has an indoor playground too. The kids love it. They do that on purpose, man. I started some tomatoes from seed and now they're 5 inches tall. That's what Bunnings can do for you. My local Bunnings have a cafe near the garden section. Choice location. Choice location.
Its ethnic minorities has long... China's treatment of its ethnic minorities has long been under scrutiny. Now, U.S. senators across party lines have expressed grave concern over China's new law, which threatens the religious freedom of Tibetans and Uyghurs. When enacted in March this year, the law on promoting ethnic solidarity...
So maybe they are just running Western propaganda, because all they've talked about, is Tibetans and Uyghurs. And that's all that matters. There's like out of 55 apparent ethnic groupings within China, there's only 2 that matter under this law. It's not like the entire Chinese population is subject to an ethnic unity law. It's just these 2 groups. I think maybe they are just running Western propaganda then. I stand corrected.
Progress will come into force on 1st of July. In a letter addressed to the Chinese envoy to U.S., Republican Senator and close Trump aide Lindsey Graham, along with Democratic Senator Sheldon Whitehouse, urged the Chinese government to either revoke or
Dude, Lindsey Graham's still alive in this piece. How crazy is that?
substantially revise this legislation. Now, what is this law about? On face value, it is aimed at creating a shared national identity among the country's 55 ethnic groups.
Look at this. They're actually talking. Hey, what's it actually about? Look at that. The Indians actually looking at the law, not just talking about it, as it hurts my feelings.
Mandarin Chinese is now mandated to be taught to all children before kindergarten and up to the end of high school. Also, minority languages cannot be the primary language of instruction anywhere in China. The law also seeks to ban any interference with marriage choices based on ethnicity, custom or religion to enable more marriages between people belonging to different ethnic groups. One of the biggest bones of contention is a provision which allows action against people based abroad who are accused of undermining China's ethnic unity. In their letter, the U.S. Senator dubbed this provision as an unacceptable violation. They stressed, and I'm quoting here from the letter, it says that the law on promoting ethnic unity and progress is detrimental to and attempts to eliminate the unique identities of...
The only reason the West is mad is because they wish they could do this. Yeah. Hence why we're going to get neo-reactionary politics. Neo-reactionary politics in the West. Because as much as they want to compete with China, they're not going to do fucking socialism. So it's going to be fucking a corporate monarchy. Because the free market is the way to go. But just we can't have too much of that freedom stuff for the plebs, just for the market. Ravy. That's not even the craziest part. Earlier, these folks actually claimed that the Communist Party building them power grids, railways, and roads was destroying their traditional Tibetan way of life. Honestly, I was just left scratching my head. Stop modernizing, you assholes.
Tibetans and others. They highlighted the detrimental impact of this law on more than 1 million Tibetan children studying in state-run boarding schools. Well, earlier in the month of April, the European Parliament too had passed a resolution condemning this law. It called China out for what it called its repressive assimilation policies and consequent violations of human rights in Tibet, Xinjiang and Inner Mongolia. The members of European Parliament also rejected China's attempt to interfere in the succession of the Dalai Lama. Meanwhile, Beijing dubbed the criticism of this law as an interference in its internal affairs.
Of course they would. Are Tibetans not human beings too? They don't deserve air conditioning, cars and modern homes. Are Han people in the developed eastern regions supposed to sit at home enjoying AC and drinking Coke while Tibetans are left exposed to the elements without proper shelter, or just to satisfy someone else's idea of pristine lifestyle? Interesting. Now, you're not allowed to say that. Racist. I like the example you've used as well. Enjoying AC and drinking Coke. That's how you know you've made it. Drinking Coke in the AC. I've left the Discord in order to engage less. Dun dun dun. Saint Chi, what are we going to do? We won't have pictures of Inomi Park anymore and boob windows. What have you done, man? What have you done?
They presumptuously criticize China's ethnic policies and the development
Well, they've even fucking, like, this is still way more balanced than your general West. They're actually even giving China's opinion on this. That's crazy.
They presumptuously criticize China's ethnic policies and the development of the rule of law. Such actions constitute gross interference in China's internal affairs, and we are strongly dissatisfied and firmly oppose it.
This row has again brought focus on the plight of Uyghurs who reside in the resource-rich province of Xinjiang. Human rights groups have accused China of detaining Muslims in highly guarded facilities to homogenize their culture, religious and political beliefs. While Beijing, on the other hand, refutes this, claiming that it merely runs a vocational training program for locals. Well, this is not all. In May, US accused Beijing of persecuting Tibetans over their unique cultural and religious belief. It also asked Beijing to release the Pancham Lama, the second highest spiritual authority in Tibetan Buddhism, who was reportedly kidnapped by Chinese authorities 31 years ago. China and Tibetan in China are also being at loggerheads over the process to determine the Dalai.
I think we get it. It's the usual. China did the wrong thing, man. Very interesting. All right, remind me, have we watched this already? Here. Does anyone object to seeing Breakthrough News' piece on this?
China's new ethnic unity and progress promotion law officially took effect last week, and it's already sparking fierce debate. On one side, Beijing says this law is about forging a shared national identity and ensuring no one is left behind in the country's modernization. On the other side, Western media and human rights groups have seized the opportunity to revive accusations of the government's forced assimilation of...
And what grounds do you object? Because we've watched this before? Or just because you object generally? I object. It is a longie, so we might not be able to get through all of it anyway. My son got sacked for calling a fellow employee a lazy motherfucker. Surely that's unfair dismissal. Sustained. Look, I think it is. Has he ever been pulled up on that before? Because I went through a case like this where I was caught swearing in a meeting, and someone tried to pull me over the coals for it and get me fired. And they were kind of like, there was this whole investigation, and they were basically like, HR were like, don't swear, it upsets people, and like that was it. So like, I can't believe he got fired for that. That's pretty harsh. They must have been looking for a reason to downsize or something like that. Crazy. Rather than constantly fault finding in Xinjiang and Tibet, why don't these media outlets look into the sweatshops on the eastern coast? The day the BBC actually makes a documentary exposing worker exploitation in Chinese factories, I will literally kowtow to them. I don't think they're interested because they benefit of, anyway, Western businesses anyway, benefit of the productive machinery that is China. Should have fired the lazy one. Never mind, can't do that. Just fire the people that speak up. Yeah, isn't that funny? Calling someone lazy and calling into question their work ethic gets you fired. But what about the person that's potentially lazy? Do we do anything about that?
Uyghurs and Tibetans. So what's the real story? Joining us today to shed some light on the new ethnic unity law is Zoon Ahmed Khan. Zoon is an analyst and fellow with the Center for China and Globalization. Zoon, welcome back to the China Report.
Thank you so much. It's always a conversation I look forward to.
Well, it's really a pleasure to have you back on. As I mentioned, this law was passed by the National People's Congress back in March as part of 2 sessions, adopted through that, and then officially implemented last week. Places like Tibet and Inner Mongolia have introduced measures to implement it already. If I'm not mistaken, this law kind of moves away from the previous Soviet model that China had, that they had adopted in 1949, where they gave a lot of these ethnic minority regions a degree of semi-autonomy. And now this law basically mandates Putonghua, or Standard Mandarin, as the primary language of instruction in schools, whereas like previously they were able to teach in their own native languages. Formalizes that as the language of schools and state affairs. So I guess, what do we need to know about this ethnic unity law, and why are they implementing this now?
Here's a ready-made story right in front of them to bash China with, yet they completely ignore it and stay obsessed with the Xinjiang and Tibet. In and day out. Day in and day out. Seriously, I can't even. Yeah, they're going to have to update their stories, I think. Where's Spandonk would be all over this. He'd have fucking massive objections to this. He was speaking truth. A little harshly, I agree. Sticks and stones.
Okay, it's obviously a very big topic, but for the viewers, I think the first thing that I would recommend is go and read all of the clauses. Essentially, if you look into the clauses, they are about ensuring that ethnic minorities, and actually, if you look back at back in 1949, when the People's Republic of China was basically formed. Back then, there was a situation where even 2 villages, 2 districts were not able to speak the same language and talk to each other in many cases. So the standardization of Putonghua has been a process, and increasingly, as the country went through the first phase of reform and development, we saw the economy improved greatly, but inequality also was a part of that economic growth. And then since the 80s and 90s, there have been a lot of proactive efforts to make sure that certain groups that haven't been able to, let's say, economically progress just by the natural macroeconomic policies, there are more affirmative action policies in place to help them, come to a higher level, to basically address inequality. Now coming to a more recent phase of that, we call it the second phase of reform and opening up, but also we know that this law, the way I look at it and the way a lot of people here are looking at it, is essentially about maximizing on the country's potential, number one, ensuring that ethnic groups, because there are so many different ethnic groups in China that have their own languages, their own subcultures, Even Han people have many different subcultures, actually. All of those are seen as equal, and that the country is doing enough to ensure that people with different languages, I mean, there's so many bilingual, trilingual communities in the country. Those children, those young people have the same opportunities in a country where actually Mandarin is the lingua franca. So coming back to the reform and opening up and addressing inequality, we know that 700 million people came out of poverty with the macroeconomic policies. And then since 2012, actually, a proactive effort was taken to in a targeted way, alleviate poverty in the 100 million people that were remaining. There were still almost 100 million people that were poor. And a lot of those people were actually in ethnic minority regions. And a lot of that had to do with, I mean, sometimes the kind of infrastructure in which they're living. We know that mountainous regions or some difficult terrains make it harder for communities to really be able to, focus on education or really be able to seek opportunities in the country at large. And the country, what China has essentially done in these years, apart from in a targeted way addressing that issue of extreme poverty, was build schools, build infrastructure, build housing communities for many of those ethnic minority groups, and also to teach standard Mandarin, because a lot of these children, a lot of the people from communities where Mandarin was not the main language, were simply not able to seek better opportunities, be competitive in a country where, again, standard Chinese Mandarin is the main language. So
what is the actual issue here? Is it that they have a main language to use to communicate, like every other country on the planet? Yeah, I think that's it. Like, this is the thing. Like, what this ethnic unity law is about is giving the various regions and cultures across the expanse of the Chinese nation a common language that they have to use for official communique. And that is being painted in the West as a way of cultural erasure. Whereas, like, for a country like China, they're seeking to, the way that they're arguing it is like, not having a common, like a lingua franca, is actually causing inequality issues, because you have certain areas that are unable to get up on the modernization of China, and they're effectively left behind if they can't communicate with the other sections. And so they have potentially less opportunities because they can't communicate with other areas. And so, like, it's adding to an inequality that's growing between groups. And so in order to give people a level playing field, we're going to mandate that everybody has to learn the lingua franca, and official communications as well are done in both languages, whatever your local dialect is, plus Mandarin, to make sure that, like, everybody can have access to it if they need to. There are over 900 languages in Australia. We all speak English as a common language, though. I think my way, it's the only way. Oh, actually, what did you say before that? I can't believe that people can think differently. Time for mono thinking. Think my way, it's the only way. Is this not what countries do as they grow? Well, that's the thing. Like, that's the way I've seen it framed by the Chinese, is that, like, in order to, like, modernize, as they call it, to continue the modernization of China, which, as she was describing, like, has lifted people out of poverty, like, in the hundreds of millions of people, in order to continue that development so people aren't left behind, or, like, there isn't a growth in inequity between the regions and, like, the East Coast. Like, you got to do something about this. Is this any different to having ESL classes in school? And now it's just a law to have CSL classes? Is that not normal? Well, not according to Western media. It's about like cracking down on Tibetans and Uyghurs and stuff. KK. Minor languages fall to the wayside and are kept alive by the group that care for them. Just makes sense. At its core, the ultimate goal is to split Xinjiang and Tibet away from China, because the whole premise behind their reporting He's twisted from the start. Yeah. Yeah. Well, they need a backdoor entry into China, and that's how you do it, right? By destabilizing those areas on the outer periphery, and as China relates to Central Asia as well. Bang! There goes your Belt and Road Initiative. Boom. The way China has percentage year plans in place that the politicians are actually accountable for is a great model. The 5-year plans. Sorry, yes. Oh man, you can't beat it. Like in the modern era, in the way that advanced industrial society has come, with the amount of capital investment that is required to continue developing society, you can't just leave it up to the invisible hand of the free market. Like you do have to have like a plan. And a plan, like a 5-year plan, makes sense. But like, is that compatible with Western style democracy, where everyone is looking to maintain their political ambitions for the next 4-yearly cycle? Then you'd never have a 5-year plan. In a unified country where the Han people make up 95% of the population, using gentle, non-coercive ways to encourage ethnic integration, I honestly don't see what's wrong with that. Is that a quote? Like, is that you? Like, has it got quotation marks? Have you taken that from somewhere? It obviously works well. Yeah, the proof's in the pudding, right? And like, it's working really fucking well, it would seem. Like, so well that the current imperial power, the hegemon, is on the way out, it would seem. And we're about to get a new one. Bad China for having a plan. Bad. Unless these news articles are written under a default assumption that Xinjiang and Tibet aren't Chinese territory, only a premise like that could produce this kind of tone. Interesting. Dude, I'm really fucking interested in what the fuck. Look, we're watching a channel called Breakthrough News right now, and they are prolific. If you follow Breakthrough News, you'd never be able to watch all of their content in one day. And like, I can't help but think, I thought they might have been backed by like China somehow, but they're backed by this guy. So like, I want to know, like, why did these guys stick out and defend China and North Korea and like, you know, critique American imperialism? Like, where do they get the audacity to do that and the resources to do that at the scale they do it at? So they're backed by some guy called Neville Roy Singham. Let's have a look. Breakthrough has a lot of staff. Yeah, but like, why? Why do they have a lot of staff? Are they such a profitable organization, or something else going on there? Neville Roy Singham is an American businessman and social activist. He's a founder and former chairman of ThoughtWorks, an IT consulting company that provides custom software tools, and consulting services, which he sold to a private equity firm for $785 million in 2017. Jesus. In 2019, Singham started consulting businesses with new partners in the public department. Well, Jag, did you know this before you put me onto it? You're like, this is going to answer these questions. I felt like they were somehow getting some type of Chinese connection there. You need staff to post the propaganda effectively. Yeah, I'm all for that. Right? You want to come and work with the Mystery channel so we can fucking put propaganda out effectively? Let me know. In 2019, Singham started a consulting business with partners in the public department of the Chinese Communist Party. The partners are co-owners of the Tongren City, Guizhou province, of a media company that promotes anti-poverty policies, according to the New York Times. I caught your comment from the stream yesterday, so I looked into it. Interesting. My spidey senses were tingling, bro. And look at this. There is a fucking connection there. What's the pay rate? Pff, get fucked. There ain't no pay rate. Hey. I won't pay you because I don't want to fire you if you call someone a lazy motherfucker. No pay, no firing. Singham, a socialist, is a benefactor of a far left, benefactor of far left causes, An admirer of Maoism? Of course he is. Wow, this is crazy. And politicians around the world that promote pro-Chinese government propaganda. Commie company. Yeah, we all share in the absolute zero profits Bensor Bandit. I hope you're commie curious. Singham's father, Archibald Singham, was Sri Lankan. Oh, there you go. Singham was a member of the League of the Revolutionary Black Workers, a black nationalist Maoist group, taking a job in Chrysler plant in Detroit. Damn. And then he went on to found a company. Dude, that's the way to go. I think I've been doing it all wrong. Like, I need to somehow become a multi-millionaire, and then you can just fund the revolution that way. You need capital. You need capital. You guys are fucking genius. First, become millionaire, then fund socialist propaganda. It's goddamn genius. Funding network and allegations of Chinese government links. According to a January 2022 report by New Lines magazine, formerly of New Lines Institute, led by Hassan, Singham has donated about 65 million to non-profit organizations, including Code Pink. There they come up again. That takes Beijing's side on genocide allegations. In July 2022, the South African publication New Frame shut down after having discreetly received most of its money from Singham since 2018 launch. The staff wanted to keep raising money to continue the project, with some suspecting that it was the only publication not have fallen into line ideologically with the rest of Singham's news network outlets. According to a May 2023 article in the Daily Beast, there are connections between Singham and organizations on the far left that promote CCP talking points, including Breakthrough News. Dun, dun, dun. I told you that you need to post more shorts if you really want to make an impact of any sort. But you already know this. I do. I get that. I understand. I'm working on it in the background. It's a resourcing thing. The People's Dispatch and other members of the International People's Media Network. The article said that there were overlapping personnel at a number of these organizations and media outlets without actual office locations. The article said some members of Breakthrough News' leadership are affiliated with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. What the fuck is that? Stop being lazy. Honestly, it's not about that. Like, I do work about 11 hours a day, to be honest. And like outside of that, I'm just looking after the kids. I feel you. I need to make room for it though. I know. I need to prioritize better, I should say. International People's Assembly. The fuck is this? The IPA is a network of socialist and labor organizers. 2515, the Landless Workers Movement. Interesting. Less time grooming, more time posting. Your kids can help. Family time. Come on, edit faster. So good. Ravy, I'm a DM away, bud. I run clips for NCC. What's NCC? That's crazy. But thank you. Thank you for the offer. I do actually. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Workers' Party of Tunisia. Workers' Central Union of Cuba. Hey, it's all coming together. We're going to have to look into this. Voltaire, if you're still there, we're going to have to look into this report that the Trump regime put out about how Cuba's linked to all of these evil socialist parties. Exactly, no time for the kids. Just 24/7 content. I can then watch these shorts and press the like button. You fucking better, rogue. All right, and share. Press the share button too, or I'll break your legs. Interesting. All right, Roy. Back to Roy singing. Neville Roy singing. Okay. In 2023, the New York Times reported that Singham works closely with the Chinese government and state media and donates to various groups, news organizations, and entities through non-for-profit groups and shell companies which spread pro-Chinese government messages. Chinese state media accounts had retweeted people and organizations in Mr. Singham's network 122 times since February 2020. The non-profits distributing the funding included the United Community Fund, Justice and Education in Illinois, Wisconsin, and New York, and headed by Jody Evans, founder of Code Pink, or the former ThoughtWorks employees. Buy the kids a lollipop, put them in the corner, and start posting shorts. Oh, man. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hey, $5, you fucking legend. Did you get confetti? Hope so. Hope you got confetti. Thanks, mate. I appreciate it. You're smart ass. I'll put the kids in the corner, give them a lollipop, and get back to work. I'm on it. I'm on it. The Socialist Revolutionary Workers' Party and the New Frame, New Starter. Interesting. Following the 2023 New York Times report, U.S. Senator Marco Rubio asked the United States Department of Justice to open an investigation into entities related to Singham and potential violations of the Foreign Agents Registration Act. Dude, imagine if this is all coming together. Smart ass. That's a little harsh. Legend. Thank you, though. Thanks for the support, as always. But yes, it would seem like this is all coming together, eh? Cuba, the report on like people influencing, foreigners influencing American politics, and drop site news and the Chinese. It's all coming together, man. It's all coming together. Code Pink. Code Pink is the activist group formed by Singham's wife, Jody Evans, a former Democratic Party operative, to protest the 2003 invasion of Iraq. Since 2017, approximately a quarter of Code Pink's donations, totaling more than 1.4 million, have come from groups linked to Neville Roy Singham. Before Evans and Singham's partnership, Evans and Code Pink were critics of human rights violations of the Chinese Communist Party. Post-marriage, Evans and her organization have toned down her critical stance towards China and its government. Both Evans and Code Pink have been critical of reports that China is conducting genocide of its Muslim minority ethnic population, describing the Uyghurs as terrorists in a 2021 interview. Dude, it's like fucking Code Pink and Brian from the New Atlas got together. Do I get a tax break for super chatting, I wonder? Dude, if you call it a donation, 100%. You better be careful, otherwise he'll be put in the slammer. Like Fergie? Yes. Holy shit, you're right. Fergie Chambers, hey? Code Pink sounds like a K-pop group. It does. I think Spandonk described them earlier as a feminist organization. It's not how they're being described here. Fergie? I'd slammer. Wrong Fergie. No, Fergie Chambers. We looked into this guy who's like this rich, like, yeah, what is he? He's the heir to the fortune of a media empire family in the US. And like he inherited like $250 million, and he's like a political activist, so like a staunch pro-Palestinian guy. And he just recently got arrested in Spain for like supposed money laundering or something like that. But like the US government asked for him to be extradited And so the Spanish government just have arrested him. But like, there's actually, we're not sure if he's actually going to be extradited to the US or not. But the US want him for, like, I don't know. Money laundering or being associated with Hamas or something. Wait, I'm joking? Oh, damn. I wasn't answering you. I was answering Voltator, I swear. And now Voltator is going to be like, dude, I was joking as well. Oh, man. Dude, I was joking. Yeah, oh, dude, it's Party for Socialism. Fergie Chambers has come up as well. Look at that. According to Fergie Chambers, the Party for Socialism and Liberation is a central component of Singham's. Oh, my God. Singham and Fergie are fucking linked, bro. Dude, this is crazy. Who said it? Who fucking brought up Fergie originally? It was you, Pentester. Bro, Pentester, check it out, bro. Singham and Fergie, of course they're linked. So here it is. Who was saying this before? Dilemmas and Spendong were like, I'm sure there's heaps of left-wing support out there, outside of the Atlas Network, the Heritage Foundation, and organizations like that. We found it. We got 2 multi-millionaires, not billionaires, 2 multi-millionaires that are left-leaning and are supporting left-leaning causes like socialism and liberation. There you go. We got them, and they're being backed by the fucking Chinese, or they're linked to the Chinese Communist Party. How do we get in on this funding? All right. Do you remember we were looking at the reports, like, I don't know, 6 months ago now, that Is Not Rail gives out $7,000, $7,000 to like influencers, as long as they do like pro-Israel propaganda or speak nicely about Israel or something like that. They get $7,000. How do we reach out to the Chinese Communist Party and get our $7,000? Like, we run fucking Chinese propaganda for free. I've spent like fucking 3 days this week China maxing, looking at their sex bots and their factories and their robots and their incredible artificial intelligence. Dude, we will happily China max for some of that Skrilla. Dude, fucking tell me about it. I'm telling you, we do it for free. We do it for free. Dude, how do we reach out to fucking Singham? We got him. Dude, we found them dilemmas. There's 2. We got a multi-millionaire and another multi-millionaire. We got him, bro. I'll dewog myself for 7K. Dewog. It's like deworming. So good. So good. Oh, man. Where do we get this stuff from? Seriously. You got some weird rabbit holes, man. Dewog. Expert explains CCP strategy following. There he is, Singham. Follow the money. Goldman Sachs under fire over. No? Oh, DOJ probes. Oh, it's Fox Business. It's Fox Business. Fuck yeah. Can I get a hell yeah? Hell yeah. Open new tab. Give it to me straight, doctor. Fox Business doing hit pieces on pro-Chinese propagandists. It was just for the research purpose, officer, I swear. Dude, why can't I hear anything? Oh, it's not the... Oh, right. It's actual Fox Business. It's the actual site. Interesting. Oops. Sorry, give me a second. Now you can see that better.
Back, time for the hot topic of the hour. The Department of Justice launching a grand jury probe into alleged financial crimes by tech tycoon Neville Roy Singham and his funding of Marxist, socialist, and communist-based groups here in America. I've been reporting on the China-based American for years. Fox Digital also did an investigation.
Dude, he's a tech tycoon. Eh? Who knows? Maybe once you hit 1 million followers, the Chinese Communist Party will reach out and pay you to do promo for them. Eh? Well, make sure you follow Zhang and get your friends to follow too. We're so close to hitting 1 million followers, bro. I'll get my people to reach out to the Communist Party first. Let's do that.
Investigation in March, quote, documenting how Singham pumped $285 million from his base in Shanghai into a Goldman Sachs philanthropy and 2 shell corporations that then fed the money into a constellation of nonprofit organizations, media operations, and activist groups. The DOJ investigation, brought by Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, will probe the movement of money by Singham and his financial networks to find whether he or others committed any form of fraud. The Bitcoin Policy Institute out with a new report stating activists linked to Singham have blocked or stalled more than $23 billion
Yeah,
in
it's so
AI
good.
and data center investment.
I thought China supplied the followers too. Actually, you know, that's a pretty good point. I'm sure we could bot the place up a little bit, right? Best we can do is get you punters. Oh, man. Seriously. Fine. I guess I'll take it. Best we can do is get you punters. What? So I can start producing stickers and sell stickers to people. Support mystery movement. Buy a sticker.
Investment across 14 states. Ryan, Paul, I want to get your take on this because here is someone who is an American citizen but is actively working with China, we believe, against America.
Yeah, and I think
And sauce bottles.
talks a little bit about how these nonprofits, how they're able to, you're really able to avoid, any sort of exposure to where that money's actually going. A lot of these donor advised funds and a lot of these different ways that money moves, there's not a lot of transparency around it. And I think that's what the DOJ is starting to put a light on, is a lot of money is able to move here without any sort of, accountability. And that's a big, big problem. And that's a lot of money going into nonprofits that we can't trace.
If ease punter to minute exceeds my threshold, I'll have to stop watching the stream. Bro, don't be like that. You love punters, bro. Every time he says punters, we all get to take a shot. You love punters. Don't be like this. I know you love it. Follow the money. All right, one of these has got to explain it a little bit better, right? 3 weeks ago, it started going off. Follow the money. The money. Dude, I'm so glad for this little investigation rabbit hole. Good fucking call, Jag. Finally, we get to know who's behind who's not ground news. Oh my god. Breakthrough news. I wonder who's behind ground news, actually. Probably Peter Thiel. Follow the money. Goldman Sachs under fire over $285 million money trail. Ah, the Economic Times. Interesting. Oh, this is AI slop, isn't it? Damn. Damn, we got done by AI slop. Ground news balances, man. Does it? Does it? What's the national desk? This better not be fucking slop too. Is it AI slop? We're about to find out.
The Department of Justice has impaneled a grand jury.
Oh, she's intense, isn't she? Fuck me, dead. Maybe it's her plastic face too. Ground news balances me. I use it for perspective. Oh, you actually use it. Oh, okay, fair enough. I better stop making fun of ground news then. No, just joking. I still want you to react to the boy flotilla mystery. Oh, okay, might as well then, I guess. Like, we have to do some more Cuba stuff anyway. I love its natural editing. Yeah, okay, we might as well watch it because, like, you guys all talk about it, you've all seen it, so I got to get up to speed with you guys, I think. Is it on their Patreon, though? Or can I find it on YouTube? Actually, I think somebody's already suggested it in here. Let's see if I can search it here. Yeah, boy, you've already... No, Hobo Joe did it already. It's already there. Okay, thank you. And Voltateur suggested it too. Okay, it's been suggested. Just do it, asshole. No, I got it. Ah, so Ground News is owned by a former NASA employee. What's that about? I got it. Thanks, Ravi. LOL. Oh, Ground News is the worst propaganda machine out there. You had me there for a minute. See, I told you you're a smartass. Fair call. A Cuba Day. Way to get on a list. Yeah, but like we'll critique it or something. We'll be like, oh, look how evil Cuba is. I'll just say that like 10 times. Evil Cuba, evil Cuba, evil Cuba. And like that should throw them off a bit, I guess, right? Cuba's evil. Boo, Cuba. Go America. Fuck yeah. You need to watch that video, man. It's really informative. Okay. Could read the report, then after. Oh, yeah, read the report, then look at it. That'd be an interesting. Smartass. Harsh. I mean it in an endearing way. You know what I mean. Don't forget to throw in a few regimes. Oh yeah, the Cuban regime. The Cuban regime. The Cuban regime. Alright, I think we're off the hook now. We've been taken off the list. Oh man. You need to watch it, man. It's gonna be really informative. Also, my favorite part was his balls. It's going to be really informative. I've got high hopes for this. Really high hopes. I'm getting mixed messages from you, Hobo Joe and Ravi, on this one.
In Manhattan to investigate Neville Roy Singham, the American tech billionaire living in China, over allegations he funneled hundreds of millions of dollars into a vast network of Marxist, socialist, and pro-Beijing activist groups across the United States. From Code Pink to the People's Forum and beyond, these organizations have pushed narratives critics say defend the Chinese Communist Party and fuel protests.
They defend the Chinese Communist Party? Outrageous. It was informative. It was information I didn't have before. And yes, I know what his balls look like. Honestly, all the smear campaigns the US has run against China over the years have actually done China a huge favor. All those illegal immigrants think China is some authoritarian hellhole, so none of them dare to come. Saves us a ton of hassle. Oh my god. Like when Alexa stays at Hassan's house and Hassan will be streaming while he's wailing around his undies. LOL.
To cut through the noise with a critical China perspective, we are joined by one of America's most respected China experts, Gordon Chang. Gordon, thank you for joining us. Neville Roy Singham has allegedly, as you just heard, moved hundreds of millions of dollars into U.S. activist networks. How does this fit into the Chinese Communist Party's broader united front strategy?
Clearly, the Communist Party wants to subvert the United States, and Singham has been a useful tool for this.
Clearly.
And from all we can see, he's been coordinating his activities with the United Front Work Department, which is the portion of the Communist Party that subverts foreign countries. So, for instance, he's been accomplishing a number of their aims, not just promoting socialism and communism, but also opposing data centers, and he's been doing that through his wife, Jody Evans, a co-founder of Code Pink, and through other ways. So clearly this is...
Is it linked to this as well? This is fucking mental. It's all coming together now. So all this anti-AI, specifically AI data center stuff and movement that's happening is all connected to these guys, Code Pink and the Chinese Communist Party. I know how we'll get at the Americans. We'll convince their populations that like they should fight against the scourge of AI data centers destroying their local communities. Not that they need much convincing. They just need a little bit of resourcing. No way is that all connected. Oh, wait, you know, the next thing to ask then, Jag, is who the fuck supports more perfect union. Like, the plot thickens. Do you reckon it's all connected somehow? That's crazy. Dilemmas, you must be fucking creaming right now. Be like, I knew it. I knew it. All this lefty nonsense. It's all linked. I knew it. Dude, this is crazy. More perfect union. Who want to put bets on that? Do you reckon that was just a wonderful piece of content creating machine that founded themselves? Or has more perfect union come up through some connection to Neville Royce Singham money and the Communist Party of China? There's actually been claims that China has been putting out anti-data center propaganda. Interesting. Interesting. And it suits everyone, that story, right? It suits China, I guess. And it would suit the tech bros. They can be like, look, the only reason people are upset about this is because they've been hoodwinked by China, our major competitor.
An investigation that needs to happen. And it's not just a question of moving money illicitly. It's also that he has not registered under the Foreign Agents Registration Act, FARA. So that should be investigated as well.
More transparency
More
is what I'm
perfect
hearing
union
from
has
you.
to be Soros, you reckon? Why? Because it's like woke communism. What is it? Western Marxism, I should say. It's Western Marxism stuff. Interesting. I wonder if they are linked.
We will get into the AI data center angle. That's an interesting one. But you have said that
I'm humble in victory. It's so good. But dude, it's like worse than you could have ever imagined, Dilemmas. It's not like the communist incarnate himself, George Soros. It's the fucking Chinese Communist Party infiltrating American politics and using soft power. Question would be if Soros and Singham are linked. Dude, I would be really upset about that. Because Soros does strike me as just another element of American capitalist class interests. But like Singham seems to be actually some type of connection to like socialism. Like actually cares about the ideology behind it as opposed to just using soft power to corrupt people. That would be upsetting. And like then thus Soros connected somehow to the Chinese Communist Party. Bro, could you imagine? That'd be crazy. That would be fucking crazy.
Many anti-American protests in recent years appear to be made in China. How much of this funding and ideological direction behind groups like Code Pink and the broader Singham network traces back to Beijing's propaganda apparatus or the United Front Work Department? United Front.
You know, we see all of this. So, for instance, on these issues of socialism and communism, that
don't tell me they're claiming data centers are used to spy on Americans as a tool for dictatorship. I think it's actually the other way around. Like, because there's so much anti-data center sentiment in the US, it's China who's pushing that. So America falls behind in the AI arms race or something like that. It's just another stifle your opposition kind of thing. Not that America has ever done that. Ever before, right? It's like anti-data center movements funded by the Chinese.
The United Front Work Department. United Front.
You know, we see all of this. So, for instance, on these issues of socialism and communism that Singham has been promoting, that fits hand in glove with what the Communist Party has been arguing for the United States. And so this is a big network. It goes well beyond Singham, because what we have seen is a Communist Party that has a very large information network. The largest in the world. Is becoming extremely sophisticated. It's becoming very effective. And at the same time, Didi, what's really worrying is that the United States is really doing very, very little to counter it. President Trump basically disarmed Radio Free Asia, for instance, and I'm glad they're now starting to build it back up because we absolutely need this at this moment.
And to your point, didn't we just a few months ago hear about reports out of California from the local lawmaker who stepped down after ties to the CCP? So, you know, this environment is one that is real and developing. How much of this progressive wave in the U.S. as we shift to politics do you attribute to Americans' views of the economy versus foreign influence?
We certainly see China through TikTok, for instance, promote its narratives. And to me, it's been incomprehensible that we have college students who are cheering for an organization that promotes, that has been engaged in rape, torture, barbarism, and murder. That's Hamas. But for instance, on TikTok,
like they bring them all together, don't they? Just like, well, why are we talking about Hamas all of a sudden? I condemn Hamas.
Was done and showed that 96.5% of the videos on Hamas supported the terrorist group. And we also saw on TikTok a number of videos supporting Russia's narrative on Ukraine. This is just not organic. This is directed from the Communist Party. And they've done this through any number of different ways. So Singham is an important part of it, but he's just a small part of a comprehensive effort to subvert the United States.
Reports show, before I let you go, final thought here on
like no one could have and come to that conclusion on their own that they need to undermine U.S. imperialism. No one could possibly come to that opinion on their own, that U.S. imperialism is a fucking problem for the entire human race. No. It's only when it's backed by China. Okay? I love Hamas. No, you have to condemn it. We all have to. Like before you start an interview, they actually get you to say that first. Sorry, before you start speaking, will you say now that you condemn hummus? Hummus is so good. I made some yesterday and we'll continue eating it for dinner. Enough. Before you continue in the chat, Ravi, you must condemn hummus.
Linked groups that have helped block over $23 billion in American AI data center and infrastructure projects. How you mentioned his wife, I believe. How does this align with the CCP's strategic goals of slowing down U.S. technological dominance? What does it say about the success of China's influence inside America?
We know that a lot of data opposition to data groups is just people who don't want it in their backyards. But these protests are not entirely organic. And we know that China has been trying to stop and impede American AI because they allowed those two technicians or scientists to participate in the Bernie Sanders event on Capitol Hill at the end of April, which was clearly an attempt to stop American AI. So this is a multifaceted effort. Some of it is, we can see in the surface. A lot of this, Singham's money, for instance, is supposedly below the surface. And so I'm very happy that the Justice Department is investigating this because a lot of this money is coming in illicit ways, in ways which the Communist Party is trying to hide.
Gordon Chang, always great to talk to you. Thank you for joining us tonight on the National News Desk.
Thank you, Didi.
Yeah, thank you, for God's sakes. Now I know who to really be scared about. It's the Communist Party of China. Condemn it to get it down my gullet, eh? The Strait of Hummus. Not the biggest fan of chickpeas, but I'll still consume some hummus. Dude, I thought chickpeas would be your thing. I don't know why. I think I just profiled you just then. Difference between chickpea and a lentil. I've never paid $20 to have a lentil on my face. Oh my God. Fuck me, dude. I didn't realize what I was reading until I stopped there. Stop the genocide of chickpeas by by hummus. Everyone's a comedian, hey? Very good. Classic joke. Classic. I haven't heard that one before. That was good. All right, anyway. China propaganda, blah, 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 blah. Anti-China propaganda, blah, 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 blah. China national unity law, ethnic unity law, supposedly to make people speak Mandarin learn Mandarin and use it for official communications has been pegged in Western media and Western society as China seeks to eradicate local populations by large-scale indoctrination campaigns and re-education camps. Two stories, you decide what you fucking believe in. But it's interesting nonetheless. Very interesting. We're going to have a quick break. We'll be back in a second. Don't go anywhere.
When they tell me why, when they tell me why, why.
Indoctrination camps, eh? Voltaire? Indoctrination camps, or just free education? Chickpeas in a stream. That is what we are. Nothing in between. Definitely not mimes. I'm going to go with indoctrination camps. It sounds better. Eh? Dude, I'm gonna have to tell 4AS that story. Thanks for the reminder there. Nathan. All right. That's enough on the fucking ethnic unity stuff, the anti-China propaganda. Sail away with me on a sex flotilla. We can't rely on the capitalists. Nuh-uh. Alright, now this has come out. I'm assuming a lot of you have probably already seen this. But like, I haven't seen this. And so we watched a part 1 of this, like, I don't know, what, 3 or 4 weeks ago now. And Channel 5 has come out with another inside look into what happens in Palestine. So whether you love them or you hate them, I don't get much of a look into Palestine. So I would like to see what's going on again. Woozle. The A's will sit on the wharf and yell bon voyage. Woozle, what an entry to the chat. How you going? Hope you're well. Yeah, let's see what the score is in Palestine from the perspective of Channel 5. Shall we? See if this piece is any good.
Taking Musa's keys and all of our passports, they allow. My experience being detained by the Israeli army was strange. There was no crime committed except for filming a camcorder shot.
Yeah, the dude is probably no saint and a bit of a dick, but he still does some pretty good videos. Actually, the only reason I say that because we actually spent a deep dive on him in a stream once. We were put onto the lead that like he was embroiled in sexual assault allegations, which he fervently denied and shut down apparently through legal means. And when I say shut down, I'm assuming that means like he paid people off to shut up, I guess. Woozle, been lurking all day from the safety of cake baking. Oh, it's good to have you in the chat. Thanks for saying hi. Hope the cakes are lovely. I'm expecting you to share them with the stream. I don't know how, but sharing is caring.
of an illegal settlement, and for that, I was questioned relentlessly, mainly on why I'd be in a car full of the bad guys, aka Palestinians, as an American citizen. After taking Musa's keys and all of our passports, they allowed me back in the car.
He said not to leave yet.
Then made us wait for 2 hours while they drank Coca-Cola and doom-scrolled on their phones at a nearby watchtower. The arbitrary theatrics of it all reminded me of the process of getting into Palestine in the first place, which is only possible for Palestinians by entering the West Bank through Jordan. All in all, the process took 8 hours. Despite the crossing being over less than a mile in distance, it contains a grueling customs process that involves 3 checkpoints, 2 buses, 3 bag checks, and a final interrogation by an Israeli border agent, where you're essentially given a vibe check.
Cannot they are homemade jam, so berry shortcake with cheesecake frosting and layers. That's not fair. You can't say that sort of shit in the stream chat. Hey, I'm jealous.
Asked a couple questions, and if they don't like your answers, you're banned from both Palestine and Israel for 5 years. During my interrogation, I told him that I was headed to party in Tel Aviv because of the repressive atmosphere of anti-Semitism in the US dating market. He bought the story and let me in. But anyways, eventually, we were all released without charge and back on the highway toward Hebron. A path divided by separate highways, constant military checkpoints, and infinite repetitions of those big red signs, which the Israeli army puts up to scare visitors away from Palestinian enclaves.
This road leads to Area A under the Palestinian Authority. The entrance for Israeli citizens is forbidden, dangerous to your lives, and is against the Israeli law.
As mentioned, our driver, Musa, hails from the Aida refugee camp back in Bethlehem.
Welcome to Aida refugee camp. It's about 5,000 people live in this camp. Half of this number
need a separate channel for food. It's going to be filled with pictures of hummus.
Are young people and children.
He wanted to show us Hebron, to show us a more intimate example of urbanized apartheid in the West Bank.
We are in Hebron now, talking about the colonizer, how they stole the people houses, how the Palestinian family dealing with all of that.
The whole physical infrastructure is constructed in such a way that Palestinians are made invisible. The way the roads are constructed, the ways in which life takes place inside the cities, in a kind of factual and practical way, has been sequestered and made invisible.
In Hebron, you'll see Israeli settlements physically built over top existing Palestinian communities, something you can't really see anywhere else. After we arrived, Musa introduced us to one of his friends, a local from Hebron, to get a more in-depth view of the city.
I'm sure some people watching might be wondering why your face is blurred. Could you kind of give us a little explanation?
I used to appear in my faces in many interviews and occasions, but after October the 7th, this has become something really risky, because in November 2023, I discovered that my face was published in a Telegram and WhatsApp group for settlers. They call it Eliminating the New Nazis.
As we explained last episode, settlers, as they're called, are illegal occupants in the West Bank of primarily Jewish heritage and foreign, non-Israeli nationality. They take it upon themselves to harass, intimidate, and sometimes kill Palestinians with impunity in an effort to gradually erase and replace the Arab population.
Just the lethality of it and the extent to which the objective of the settlers is, for many of them, it's to drive the Palestinians out.
For Palestinians who resist settlers in any way, even ideologically, their names, identities, and addresses are logged into dissident databases, like the one our guy just mentioned, and posted to social media to encourage further harassment.
I found my profile picture from Facebook, and they added their own touch to it, where they put a sniper lens on my head with my name, claiming that I'm a dangerous activist, which is really weird because I've never done any sort of activism. I'm not an activist, but this is one of the reasons. It's really risky, and I don't want to risk it. That's the main reason, actually.
The first person he introduced me to was a disabled veteran of the Second Intifada, panhandling for change on the street, something that apparently has been quite common since October 7th.
جمال بدر أبو علان فلسطيني مصاب في ظهري رصاصة 35 سنة ما في لا رواتب ولا في عنا حدا 30.
Panhandling for change on the street, something that apparently has been quite common since October 7th.
My
name is Jamal, but come on, man.
Change on the street, something that apparently has been quite common since October 7th.
My name is Jamal. I'm Palestinian. I got injured in my back by a shot. And for some years, there have been no benefits here. And there's no one at all here to help us.
The PA and Because of lots of pressure from America and Israel, they cut off his salary.
Like many veterans, Jamal lost his benefits as a direct result of Israeli pressure. As we discussed last episode, the governing body of Area A and some parts of Area B in the West Bank is called the Palestinian Authority, who were in control of the Gaza Strip until Hamas was elected into power in 2007. Compared to Hamas, the PA is moderate and have committed to non-confrontation with the Israelis since the Second Intifada wrapped up in 2005, which, as mentioned in our previous episode, was primarily caused by the collapse of two-state peace talks at the Camp David summit in 2000. Yet, in spite of the PA's good faith, Israel has continued to increase pressure on the PA.
This debt is not due to financial mismanagement, but rather to the withholding and theft of our funds by Israel.
Israeli banks control 64% of the PA's monthly tax revenue, roughly $188 million per month, and frequently withhold or deduct these funds to pressure the PA to meet their demands.
This is the 10th month in a row that we've not received a single penny of our money held by Israel.
This system of illegal revenue control prevents the PA from being able to provide basic social services like benefits for veterans. They've also devastated the West Bank's medical infrastructure by revoking the medical degrees of all Palestinian doctors and medical professionals who earn their degrees from non-Israeli universities, while simultaneously calling for the assassination of any PA officials who so much as hint at the idea of a two-state solution after October 7th.
We're only living due to lack of death. What a fucking sentence that is. Imagine having your hope stolen and buried in front of you. Yeah. There's no income, and we are forced to beg people for help. No income, nothing. I mean, what can I say? It's a tough situation. Maybe less than people in Gaza, yet our situation is very similar. We're being dragged closer and closer to the same situation as in Gaza.
There's a de facto sense in which life becomes intolerable. I mean, they're doing this in Gaza, right? They're saying like incentivized emigration, saying like, you just leave. So I think there's a sense in which they, for many of the, certainly the far right, they just want the Palestinians to go. They see them as just an intractable problem that would have to be forced out.
Do you think that if Israeli society were to moderate a bit and kick out the fringe sort of Ben Gvir Smotrich element and initiate good faith talks with the PA, do you think that like a two-state peace solution is possible in the future based upon what you've seen? Or do you think things are too far gone and the cycle of revenge and trauma is so deep now that it's just going to be a nightmare for the rest of eternity?
I remember in 2011 thinking, wow, two-state solution seems really tough at this point. And actually, you know, because the settlement incursions are so huge, the level, like the border would be, you know, so they talk about, population transfers, but you've got two non-contiguous terrains like Gaza and then the West Bank, and then also a very understandable sense of grievance. And a feeling on the Palestinian side is like, also there's right of return. Like, what about the houses we left in 48? Like, what about all the villages that were erased in 48?
Lots of families, they're still keeping the key, and even though they know all their houses destroyed it in 1948, but it still gives them a hope that one day they will back again to their homes.
As long as the current Israeli administration that has Netanyahu and Ben Gvir and Smotrich, as long as they are in control, it's a lost cause. Because even the Israeli people got accustomed to being criminals by Netanyahu. He grew them accustomed, like the settlers are doing here. And then Ben Gvir policies gave all of them weapons and told them to go on a rampage. Look at what they're doing. Look at what the settlers are doing to us. Every day there are more incidents. Every day more kills, more arrests. Even the PA, they're just objects of the occupation.
All right, let's talk about segregation. So much like the West Bank is split between areas A, B, and C, the city of Hebron itself is split into two sections, H1 and H2. H1 comprises about 80% of the city and is home to around 120,000 Palestinians and operates under the full civil and security control of the PA. The remaining 20% of the city, H2, is entirely under Israeli military control. But H2 Israelis in Hebron aren't comfortable with the land they have. They want more of Hebron, often breaching the H1 barrier to harass and attack Palestinians.
They attack people and burn their cats. The cars, sorry. They didn't allow us in to the old city or the Ibrahimi mosque. We feel we are Palestinians and that they are blessing us and destroying us. But sorry, they are besieging us. I remember the owl. Oh my god, is that a missile up there? Fuck off. What is that, a bomb? I remember at our Halawa Junction, they used to come and throw tear gas bombs, leading people to suffocation. There were also children that suffocated.
And why do you think they do this?
They want to take our lands, even every last piece. At first our neighborhood, the Jews came. I mean the occupation. They shut down our neighborhood and imposed a curfew. Our problem isn't with the Jews, but rather the Zionist occupation.
Why do you think that's so hard to understand for people?
Well, the Jews did nothing to us. But the settlers are called Jews. And represent the occupation that takes our land, destroys our homes and restricts our movement. The Jews did nothing against us. But the occupation is destroying us and keep shooting our people. We are talking about Zionists here. You can't reason with Zionists, not even the Jews could.
For a more in-depth history lesson with our local guide, we decided to sit down at a Palestinian coffee shop and get down to business.
Okay guys, so before we start our walking tour, it's better to talk about Hebron in general. Hebron has one of the most complicated situations in the country because it's the only Palestinian city where you can find Israeli settlers living in the middle of it. If you go to Jerusalem or any other Palestinian city, you will find all the settlements located on the outskirts. But Jerusalem, actually, there is settlements located in the middle of the city, but what makes it different from Hebron, that sometimes when you walk in Jerusalem, you don't realize that you are passing by a settlement or you are inside a settlement. Right.
Every corner in Jerusalem, they make it look like as if they want you to remind you that this is not Palestine's Jerusalem, it's Israel's. And here you can see all those Israeli flags all over the place. And this whole contrast shows how there is this tired way of Israelizing Jerusalem, while in fact it does not really match the reality on the ground.
In a way, Hebron can be seen as a more intense version of Jerusalem, where while some Zionist settlements do exist, it's more of a destination for rabid bands of settler youth who flock to Temple Mount for occasions like Jerusalem Day with heavy security.
But this is not the case in Hebron, because the areas where all the settlements is located in the middle of the city is not accessible for Palestinians.
So you have urbanized apartheid here.
Yes.
Comparatively to by Jerusalem, where you have sort of suburbs that are walled off, maybe a mile from the highway.
Here it's so obvious. You notice directly as soon as you arrive to the area.
And obvious it was.
Here in Hebron in particular, you have apartheid segregation built into the urban core, which is not something you see elsewhere in the West Bank. Above this barbed wire chain link fence, there is an Israeli settlement that has physically been built over top of a Palestinian street that used to be the biggest commercial hub of the city until 2000. So as you can see, there's a 4-story apartment building right above me. They have a separate entrance to get inside of the street in front of it.
Those youth, I am lost for words, and the feels is hate. Got to work on that. It's rabid, isn't it? Like the youth already are highly energized, and like easily manipulated, and so like they've got the fucking, they've got that. that thirst for it, that rage. You can see it, you're right, in their faces.
They have Israeli flags in the windows, and it's totally inaccessible to any Palestinians or foreigners who don't live there. So there's a total separate infrastructure that's been built illegally. But also, as you can see, there's a ton of like garbage, rocks, and different heavy objects that have been dropped onto the metal above me. All signs indicate have been thrown by the settlers onto pedestrians who walk down the street in Palestine. You know, it's
those kids will grow up with so much love in their hearts. How do you break that deep hatred? They will pass it on. Who actually cares? So fucked up, and demonstrates the vileness of humanity perfectly. Yeah. It is the worst of humanity, isn't it?
Sometimes said, oh, well, is there apartheid? You know, apartheid being the term that was used in South Africa for racial segregation. Does that exist in the West Bank? In my opinion, absolutely. The difference, though, you know, the apartheid in South Africa was explicitly, literally about skin color and texture of hair. So it was all about racial identity. In the West Bank, what you have is a sense of there's two communities with different ethnic identities. And by the way, some of the Palestinians are Christian, but obviously most of them are Muslim, and they are subject to a different legal regime. And in certain respects, I'd argue it's worse than apartheid. Like it's more militarized, it's less functional. Like life, I think, is more intolerable from what I observe and understand in the West Bank than it would have been in South Africa.
So we've mentioned two dates so far. The year 2000, when the second intifada started, discussed last episode, and October 7th, 2023, the date of the Hamas attack on Israel, which resulted in the Gaza genocide and an increased pressure campaign on the West Bank.
We will destroy Hamas.
We continue to the end. Nothing will stop us. We will go to the end, to victory, no less than that.
I'm cautious about framing the situation there as some kind of ancient conflict or some unfixable stalemate between two frenzied religious groups. But to be fair, religious tension and violent clashes in Hebron go way back before the...
Oh, Con in the house. How you going? Can't stay for long, but hope you're all well. We're looking at a piece by Channel 5. They've been in the West Bank by the look of it, making a case for apartheid.
Formation of Israel in 1948. Part of this is because the city carries as much religious significance for Muslims as it does for Jews.
Catching the streams after work? A legend. After the fact. Thank you.
And the Muslim
is because the city carries as much religious significance for Muslims as it does for Jews.
And the most important part for them was this, the old city of Hebron. Why? Because the tomb of patriarchs is located here, where Muslims, Christian, and Jews believe that the Prophet Abraham and his wife Sarah, Isaac and his wife Rebecca, Jacob and his wife...
Rock says, well, we get AI carried this. What are you referring to? AI carried what exactly? Just asking for a mate.
Believe that the Prophet Abraham and his wife Sarah, Isaac and his wife Rebecca, Jacob and his wife Leah, all of them are buried in a cave. And on top of that cave, a structure was erected later on.
Like carried this piece, as in like they didn't actually do anything. They didn't go there and experience this. They just like got on ChatGPT and asked them to write the script. Is that what we're talking about?
Which became a mosque and later on was divided to a mosque and a synagogue, a Jewish synagogue.
Abraham is the shared prophet of Christianity, Islam, and Judaism.
Yes, for Jewish religion in general, this building considered the second important religious sites in the Jewish religion, and they also consider the Prophet Abraham the father of the Jewish religion, even though the Jewish religion came many years later after the Prophet Abraham.
To break it down, the Cave of the Patriarchs is one of the most contentious sites in the world. Half the facility is a mosque for followers of Allah, and the other half is a synagogue for followers of Hashem, all of whom rejoice in the shared worship of Prophet Abraham, whose wife and kids apparently rest in the caves below. He might also be there too.
So the cave where Abraham lived is supposed to be 18 meters below us right now?
Yes.
And that's the entrance to the cave?
That's the main entrance to it. And only every morning at 9 a.m., the Palestinians who works here, they open the entrance to do an old tradition, which is lighting 4 candles and send it all the way down. So according to the story that was mentioned in the Genesis, Abraham, when he was living in Hebron, when his wife Sarah died, he wanted to find a proper place to bury her. So he bought the cave He buried his wife Sarah there, and later on it became the burial site for Abraham and the rest of the family. So that's why this place is considered the only place in the world that represents the three main Abrahamic religions.
So this is one of the holiest sites for all three religions?
Yes. It's actually the only one, because in the rest of the world, you don't find a place that represents the three main Abrahamic religion in the same structure.
Makes sense there'd be a lot of conflict in this particular place.
Yes.
Hey, what's up, guys? So as you can tell from the footage, earlier this year,
Oh my God, here it comes. It's going to be ground news. Educate us ignorant people, please. The Twitch files are going off. Someone's disturbing the peace. What do you reckon? Ground news? Oh, wait. Oh. No, it's maybe not.
So we see all this coverage, but the main question is, how does this coverage actually shake out in the headlines? Because Qatar said and expect leans right in Northwest. They claim it was reply nada, because it actually anybody in the world can do life. They have first on their phone. So ground news is a good, effective way to kind of block that.
I feel the sense of groundedness. Fuck ground news. Whoops. We got it.
Vantage plan, which is the best one. What a steal to stay informed. All right, back to Palestine.
So let's talk about conflict. Far before the Zionist movement existed in Europe, and beginning in the mid-1500s, under the Ottoman Empire, Jews began migrating to Hebron to be closer to Abraham's cave.
How did Jews and Muslims live side by side in places like Hebron, before Israel, before the Balfour Declaration, let's say under the Ottoman Empire?
In the Ottoman Empire, basically minorities, Christians, Jews, were treated mainly with disinterest until the modern period. It's sort of like you do your shtick, you do your thing, you organize your own charities, you organize your own educational system. We just don't care. Now, minority.
Dude, I want a fucking Chinese state sponsor. Fuck ground news, bro. Hey, I want, what's his name? Roy Singham. Neville Roy Singham. I want him and his connections. That's what I'm talking about, bro. Hey, none of these ground news shit. That's small fry stuff. I want the full backing of the largest industrial powerhouse in the world. It's true. It's true what Ravi said. If you're watching this and you haven't already, make sure you activate the like button.
Minorities had to pay a jizya, a tax, because they weren't conscripted, they weren't part of the army, and they were being protected, the theory was, by the government itself. But that tax was abolished in 1856.
Things were pretty much all good between religions in Palestine under the Ottoman Empire, but after they fell and the British took over around 1920, that all changed.
So in that period of time, you had Zionist immigration, you had a separate economy being set up, you had land being bought by the Zionists and the expulsion of Palestinians from the land. You had an underclass rising in the urban areas of Palestine. You had two different economies that were being set up, two different ruling structures under the British that were being set up. So you had this hardening of communal boundaries.
Gradually, the Arab Muslim majority began to view the Jewish population as an asset of the British occupation, especially after 100,000 European Zionists immigrated to Palestine in just a 6-year period between 1922 and 1928. By the end of that decade, tensions reached a boiling point, best illustrated by the tragic events of 1929.
There was a massacre that took place in 1929.
One of the things that took place in Palestine was in 1929, where there is an escalation started in Jerusalem between Palestinian Muslims and new Jewish immigrants who immigrated to the country. It started in Hebron.
Well. Hey, all those people that talk about mass immigration, who would have thought a mass immigrant wave caused an unsettled population, and we're about to find out what that looks like. Sounds like things just don't change, hey? What was that, 1929 he said? 100 years ago, not much has changed. Weren't the ancient Britons like Germanic tribesmen and Gauls that basically caused the Roman Empire to initially collapse? So they've really been ground news zero, all for the shitty situations the world has encountered. RE capitalism, so good. Ground news zero for all shitty situations the world has encountered. Man, savage assessment of history there. But you know what? I'm not gonna contest that theory there, Blaise. I see all of you who liked. Good on you, people. Unsettled population, terra nullius, the go-to.
After the British army used some Palestinians who have interest with the British government and raised the rumors in the city that a massacre was committed against the Palestinian Muslims in the old city in Jerusalem. And people get panic. They decided to leave the city trying to reach Jerusalem, but all the entrances of the city were closed by the British army. So what happens, people went back to the market and they found that a massacre or a clash started against the Palestinian Jewish community living in Hebron.
There was a massacre of Jews. About 70 Jews were killed.
The 1929 massacre led to the destruction of Hebron's Jewish community and the exodus of every last Jewish person living in the city, many of whom were among the Palestinian Jews that comprised 10% of the population before Zionist immigration began.
Most of the people who lived in Hebron before the massacre of 1929 were indigenous Jews. The Zionist population was never a significant part of the Hebron population.
Indigenous Jews of Palestine.
Of Palestine, yeah. I mean, these are people who either came back before the Zionist movement or could trace their ancestry way back.
Understanding 1929 is crucial in grasping the kind of narrative that's fed to settlers in order to justify further incursion into the West Bank. Isolated from context and stacked against other horrific things that have happened to Jews in different parts of the world, it grooms settlers to believe that seizing or living on Palestinian land after the formation of Israel isn't an illegal act of cruelty, but rather an act of retribution to avenge their forefathers.
This is something that, is very central to the Zionist mythos, because the massacre fits up there with other massacres that have taken place, like Kishinev in Moldova in 1903, like the Farhud in Baghdad in 1941, like the Holocaust. All these things add up to a rationale for Zionism, that Jews can't be safe anyplace else, that they're going to be massacred. They're going to be massacred in Palestine. And so therefore what we have to have is we have to have a strong state that will support the Jews, that will build the Jews, build the Jewish population.
Timeline-wise, it wouldn't be until around 20 years after the formation of Israel in 1948 that Jews began returning to Hebron after decades of absence.
On March 1968, a group of Zionist American 75 people from the Jewish community of Brooklyn, New York, they arrived to the country.
And in 1968, they actually, a group of Jews went into one of the larger hotels in Hebron as, pretending to be Swiss tourists, and they set up shop there, and they refused to leave. And the Israeli army wanted them to leave, and they finally negotiated a settlement for them leaving, and they ended up founding a settlement called Kiryat Arba, which is in existence to this very day.
So the Israeli army was so annoyed with this group of American Jews pretending to be Swiss people who wouldn't leave the Palestinian hotel room that they actually built them a place to live.
Yeah.
And since then, the population of settlers has gone from a couple dozen hotel guests to over 1,000 souls living in H1.
One of the key factors in apartheid is closing down the commercial centers that belong to the oppressed group who once called the area home. This iron fence was put up to restrict one of the main Palestinian commercial centers that used to exist up until the year 2000, after which the Israeli army shut down the street and began, or I guess continued, building these massive private settlements right above it. So right up there is a private basketball court where you can shoot hoops, as the Americans say. As you can see here, all of this trash is the accumulated rubbish that people have thrown down.
As the Americans say. What would you know? Pound news. It's our favorite type of news here. Pound news. Oh my God. Jesus. Plaz is back with a vengeance. I've missed out. It's been 10 minutes since I've made a meme. It's time to go. It's time to fucking go, yeah. On a lighter note, anyone hear about the woman in the US charged with strangling her 3 young kids, which she acknowledges? Defense, postnatal depression, what the fuck? On a lighter note, god damn. Shit. Thanks for sharing the news. I wonder how Ground News would sort that story out. Bandsaw Bandit. I mean, it is a defense. But, like, goddamn. Not a defense, though.
Down from the settlements since their construction back in the day. So there's a stray cat hanging out there, which I've learned is a very common sight here in Palestine. You have cats everywhere, a couple dogs, but mostly cats. There is some donkeys. But yeah, this is pretty crazy to see. You can just imagine this exact street thriving as a commercial hub. You can see these sealed off storefronts that you can just tell used to be full of energy, excitement, and oh shit. So that's a settler and Palestinian cat fight. Cats obviously are not aware of the political situation, but it's a metaphor for what's going on.
Even if these cat-infested barriers weren't built and there was freedom of movement, though, Palestinians would still be subject to arrest if they tried to cross into H1 without military authorization.
So this massive purple area that you have here on the map, it's coded purple because it says travel forbidden.
Yeah.
So you have almost half of the urban core restricted to Palestinians.
But this division appeared in 2000. Okay. That's why after 1984, the city was still accessible, that part of the city without any problem. Then in 1987, the first Palestinian civil uprising started, known as the First Intifada.
So we've talked about the Second Intifada a few times, but the first one began for almost identical reasons. Palestinian frustration with the military occupation of the West Bank and Gaza Strip. But the key difference between the first and second Intifada is that the first one led to a conversation.
Is that a cat? Is that a sex thing? Well, depends on who you speak to, I guess.
Negotiation between the Palestinian Authority and the Israelis.
And unfortunately, it resulted in signing an agreement known as Oslo Accord or Oslo Agreement.
The Oslo Agreement, discussed last episode extensively, is the reason for the area...
Was that for me? You fucking oath it was. What's a cat? Was that a cat? Is that a sex thing? Oh, man.
A, B, and C divisions in the West Bank, and widely regarded as a failure on both sides of the coin.
For us, or for me as a Palestinian, I found that agreement was the worst agreement that was signed in the Palestinian history.
Why in particular?
Because it gave the Israeli occupation a legitimate face to it, and it gave them more time to maneuver and to implement facts on the ground, which is today, I don't want to say impossible to change, but it's really hard to change.
So the initial agreement was signed on September 13th, 1993. And less than 6 months later, the Muslim community of Hebron would experience a horrific act of terrorism that reshaped the city forever.
Let's talk about the main incident that took place in Hebron back in 1994, which changes everything. So in 1994, an American Jewish person from New York, he didn't like Oslo Agreement, and this is the case for the extremist Jewish settlers. They didn't like it because it will give an idea about creating a Palestinian state. So that settler, Baruch Goldstein, he woke up on the 25th of February 1994, 5 a.m. in the morning, and he put his full military gear, his full military uniform, and he walked all the way to Al Ibrahimi Mosque. He went inside the building where thousands of worshippers, they were in the middle of a prayer. He opened fire and he killed 29 Palestinians, injuring another 150.
There is blood all over the carpet, blood all over the floor. The scene is the most horrific scene I ever seen in my life.
That incident actually changed the whole city from 1994 until today.
In what way?
Is the Twitch files okay? Is everything all right over there? Seriously. Seems like Hobo Joe Voltato, you're handling rock sizz over there. Devolved into only smoke and cock. Interesting. Send help.
Later on, there was many divisions that took place in the city, more military presence, but the most important thing, the building itself was divided to a Muslim mosque, and a part of it was converted to a Jewish synagogue.
Is this the main room of the mosque?
Yes, the main hall of it, now after 1994.
So the area where the massacre happened is closed?
No, it was here.
So the massacre happened right here?
Yes.
So a lot of these bullet markings are from that shooting 33 years ago?
Yes. You can see a bullet hole here, one here.
And people were just praying when that happened?
Yes, actually they were in a specific position where their foreheads, their knees and their hands touching the ground when he started opening fire at them before he was attacked by a group of people who beaten him to death.
Goldstein attempted to escape but was stopped by a crowd and beaten to death.
You know, then after that you had protests that emerged and riots that emerged throughout the West Bank. The army went in and basically divided the city at that point. And so then you get H1 and H2 out of that.
Is it true that Ben-Gvir, the active Minister of National Security,
for quite some time, had a framed portrait of the mass shooter in his living room.
Yeah.
And they let this guy.
There was a shrine that was built in this guy's, honor.
The mass.
Fucking hell. These people are fucking nuts. They're all fucking mental. They're all mental. Seriously. It's sad. It's been fucked. What a nut job. What a fucking nut job. It's psychotic. It's beyond psychotic. Like, you can excuse psychosis as mental illness. Like, that guy's just fucking depraved. Honestly. Hanging up a picture of a fucking mass murderer just to stick it to people you don't like. That's just fucked up, man. It's depraved. I blame the fluoride in their water. Yeah, fucking hell. Oh my god. Alright, look, I gotta cut this one short. We'll have to watch the rest of it later. I gotta bounce. That one was for you, Blaz, if you're listening. Cue gif of something bouncing. Alright. Thank you, everyone who's been hanging out today. You know who you fucking are. If you're on YouTube and you haven't already, make sure you activate the like button. Subscribe for more if you're new. Follow for more if you are on Twitch. The Landlord Special. Oh my god, just paint over the bullet holes. It'll be fun. Dude, look at that PowerPoint. That's fucked. Mental. Mr. Abbott, thank you. Roxy's. I'm just going to say thank you anyway. I'm not sure if I should, but let's just go there. Saint Sheets, good to have ya. Pen Tester, Voltateur, Hobo Joe, Ravy Baby, Woozle coming in the afternoon session. Bansel Abandon in and out today. Good to have ya. Mr. Abbott, did I say you? I'm sure I did. Blaz. Everything's blending in. Con was in for a little bit too. It's good to have you. Dilemmas, Jag, 4IS was in earlier too. Good to have you all. Thank you, everyone. Do appreciate it. Have I missed anyone else? Oh, Ninja Nurse was in the house earlier today as well. Thanks, everyone who's been hanging out. And we're going to be back tomorrow with some more. Back with some Fear E Thursdays. Yeah, get in the Discord. Love and drugs, gay space commies, luxury space communism. Here's an invitation to Discord. Come and join. Thanks for not having bleeding gum walls or cockroaches. It's nice to not be like ashamed of the streamers I watch. Fucking husband. Lovely. Lovely. Oh my god. Alright. We'll leave it there. We'll be back. Bouncy. Ooh. Oh, you've taken the role of putting in bouncy memes. Very good. We'll be back tomorrow for some Theory Thursdays. You know how it fucking is. Yeah. Until next time, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. Catch you on